Let me take you to the Queen side, taking it to Brooklyn side.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Couple days of break for the boys, and we're all back together. Good morning,
baby.
Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Feeling rested.
Are you rested?
Yeah, dude. We had a great trip. Had great weather down there. Really enjoyed ourselves.
Yesterday was great here.
Was it?
Bruh.
We landed at
it was about 66 to 68 degrees.
It was
shining.
cold prior to that, right?
It was freezing prior to that. But I woke up yesterday. I was cooking and stuff. I went to go outside to go throw something away. I just had on I'm gonna run out, come back. Yeah. I had on a t-shirt. Walked outside. I'm like, damn.
There you go.
This is cool.
There you go. What about did you get to play golf or anything?
Nope.
Family stuff.
I cooked 2 pots of gumbo, and those dudes and ladies ate all of it.
Wait one damn second. 2 pots of gumbo.
2 pots.
Landfill, how much did you get? Sounds like a 0. Jeff, how much did you get?
Nobody got none. I haven't bought the gumbo in here yet. I got to bring some in here coming up real soon.
We need to figure out a date because I guess we like to do that show, the last show of the year, on New Year's Eve day.
Uh-huh.
But I think there's a Caps game that day. So we got to figure out when we want to do our last show of the year and enjoy ourselves. We can figure out the date. We don't have to
figure that out.
Yeah. Sounds like everybody had a very eventful bye week. B-Mitch was cooking gumbo.
Jeff was at Exotica.
Yeah, Jeff.
Jeff got in the cage with 2 dudes.
Yeah, Jeff. I heard you were in the cage with 2 dudes.
Okay. I
came back to a red hairbrush at my desk. Jeff in a cage with some dudes.
No.
They're like, stop.
Now, I joke and play a lot, but that is something I would not play with. We would not start that rumor over the air, okay?
Is it a rumor?
Yes, because that is outrageous. Exotica.
Jeff took a picture with a Martian.
Yes, that's the only thing sensible.
He was so afraid that he didn't know what he was taking the picture with.
No.
He took a picture with a Martian.
I wasn't afraid. I was actually wowed. Like I've never seen some of this stuff. Like, bro, one of the dancers.
Exotica's a proud sponsor of 106.7 The
Yes,
Fan.
it shocked my world. I've never seen now I've been to a couple gentleman clubs in my life. I done DJ'd a couple, but this one lady, I threw a $1 bill on her. She gave it back to me, and then she said, "Staple this on me." And I looked like, what? I said, wait. I said, what? She said, "Staple this on me," and she gave me this staple gun. And I stapled it and I almost passed out, bro. I was like, oh,
This is what's wild about this. This isn't this is at the Dulles Expo Center.
Yes.
Right? Next week it's going to be a bunch of accountants comparing tax software.
2.5 miles from my house.
Let's schedule time for a full Jeff Walker Exotica report. The stapling the dollar to the woman is a very great little teaser.
Did it bleed?
No. Obviously, the biggest news. I mean, the absolute biggest news in baseball, and still,
hell yeah.
I mean,
man got paid.
Juan Soto agrees to a 15-year, $765 million contract
with the Mets.
He
was with the Yankees last year.
Yeah. Apparently, the Yankees offered about the same money, but for 16 years. And Steve Cohen is the owner of the Mets and can do what he wants, and he did what he wanted.
Hey, man, listen. Like we always said, they're loyal to green. And on pinstripes last year, he'd be wearing a blue Mets hat. Isn't that a Mitch Tischler thing?
Yeah, Mitch Tischler, Danny Frank.
Oh, they're happy as hell now.
I know, which drives me crazy.
Hey, just get ready, Danny and Mitch. Y'all tickets going way up.
Yeah. Here's where I'm at with Soto, dude. I got no beef for Soto.
I have no beef for Soto at all, man.
I love
Soto.
Soto.
If you don't sign a $765 million contract, I will come and fight you personally.
Sure. Soto, it will forever be one of my favorite players. I mean, the run he went on that season when they won the World Series,
Yeah.
I got zero. It's getting harder and harder to watch all these dudes that once were here sign elsewhere, right?
Yeah.
I got zero beef with Mike Rizzo because I am confident, quite confident, that his hands are completely tied. I am so tired and angry with Nats ownership and how they have completely gutted this team. And for all the experts that are like, oh, that's why you trade him away so you get prospects. Great. You were all the same people lying to yourself that convinced you that the Nats were going to be in on Soto. How many times did we hear that?
Oh, yeah, he's going to come back.
This.
Yeah, they're going to be
You're
on him.
lying to yourself. They won't spend $1, and it drives me freaking crazy.
Hey, man, you just got off a vacation.
I know, but then Soto signs for $1 billion last night.
Basically.
I just want all of our Nats discourse to have the same level of honesty. Let's stop lying to ourselves until they actually spend some money and sign somebody. Let's just all stop lying to ourselves. What did they do with Finnegan? What, are you kidding me? They wouldn't trade him because they wanted to keep him around. Then he walks. Like, let's be honest with ourselves. Until something changes on the ownership level, I want us all to stop lying to ourselves about the Nats.
Oh, I'm not lying to myself.
A lot of people are. You
Believe me.
But let's just be honest about this. They're not going to until they spend $1. Let's stop pretending what these conversations are like. They have some good young pieces. Frankly, I think sometimes we might hype them up a little bit because we're so desperate for them to be good.
Mm-hmm.
But until they spend $1, please, let's. Can we agree? I know you won't be, Jeff. We're not going to lie to ourselves about the Nats. All right?
Yeah.
Honesty is the best.
It's the best policy. There we go.
Happy for Soto. I hope it still somehow doesn't work for the Mets because I do not like the New York Mets. How weird do you think it is for him now, 4 years in, right? 4 years to be Nats, Padres, Yankees, Mets, and to sign. What was the longest contract you ever signed?
5 years.
Understanding baseball is a different sport, right?
And they have an out clause after 5 years.
Seems like both sides can get out of it. Can you imagine a 15-year contract?
Not in football.
Forget that. You and I work on contracts in all our various businesses. Can you imagine a 15-year contract with the radio? I just can't imagine.
See, if we were talking $765 million, I can imagine any damn thing. I'll sign. They could get me for 50 years for $765 million. But I don't think nobody's going to sign a contract in the radio world for 15 years.
I don't think in the modern radio world, I don't think any radio company is offering that.
Hell no.
Let alone signing it.
Hell no. In 15 years, radio may not be a word.
It's just crazy. Now, Soto's really young and got the free agency really young.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything. Dude, I mean, he was 20 when they won the World Series, I think. I think he was 19 when that season
20,
started.
like
Yeah. So giving him 15 years is significant, obviously. But, like, let's say it plays out that way. He'll be 41.
He's 26 now?
Yeah.
Damn.
It's just crazy. Let's do the math. How in 15 years, I'll be 58. Right? Where are you going to be?
Why are you laughing, Landfill?
I'm just saying. It's old.
JP's so old.
71.
What about B? Laughing B? B be Charles Mann.
And I'll still be more athletic than all three of you bastards.
That's accurate. B, no matter how long the time horizon lasts for all of us, you will always be the most athletic. Like we could all live
I was like,
years.
Jeff, we're gonna play golf? Yeah, he gonna still shoot 144.
Nah, by 15 years from now, Jeff's gonna be in the 120s. He's really working on his
I
game.
doubt that seriously.
Jeffrey, how old will you be at the end of Juan Soto's career? Or at the end of this contract?
45.
Damn! That means Landini's gonna be 50. Yeah, old ass. I mean, the list of people I'm not mad at include Juan Soto and Mike Rizzo. The list of people I am mad at include everyone else. And it's just like one more gut punch on the baseball merry-go-round of let's destroy a World Series team.
Hey, they did that quickly.
And I know there are people that feel differently. I disagree with you. We'll leave it at that.
I didn't feel differently.
They had no choice, and it's Scott Boris's fault.
Hey,
You could just pay.
it is never Scott Boris's fault.
You could just
Scott
pay.
Boris' job is to get as much money as he can for his clients, and he has done that every time.
Something happened over the weekend. It's funny, dude. One thing you realize is like when you're on vacation that like probably your close friends know what's going on, but a lot of other folks like your phone is crazy. The amount of random numbers you have texting you all the time, like you get contacted. I get contacted a fair amount, and I got 50 people sending me the picture of Tom Wilson's face Saturday night.
I didn't see it.
You haven't seen it yet? Oh, we're gonna have a live reveal on the radio, dude. You haven't seen this at all?
Mm-mm. I've been in the gumbo world.
This was, I believe it was Saturday night. They had a really big win. Look at his face, B. So Tom Wilson took a shot off his face and his cheek exploded. And then he came back in the game. I think he missed like 4 minutes. And then
Hockey players are crazy.
hockey players are crazy. And then he scored twice. I think he tied it up and hit the game winner.
If you could get past the initial pain, you can go play.
All right. If everybody hasn't seen Tom Wilson's face, I encourage you to do so. I'm going to show it to Brian Mitchell now, live on the air. Give us your audio reaction, B.
What the? Ooh, bruh. Look like he got a fist inside his damn face.
Dude, it's unbelievable. And he scored twice after that.
He got hit right here.
You know what?
Right on the zygomatic arch.
I don't know. Listen, we have known for a long time that
he's crazy.
He's crazy. He's a badass.
Yeah.
But like that is some serious stuff.
Yeah.
And
he had to get something, some medicine, some shot, something to go back into that game with that.
Well, I imagine you gotta I don't know how you get the swelling to go down, but
that's not gonna go down until later.
The only comp I can make for it, you remember when Hassan Rahman got that huge bruise
on
the
his
top of his head?
Yeah.
That's the only thing it kind of looks like. I don't know. You remember when I had to get my elbow surgery when I had the bursitis and it looked like I was walking around with a grapefruit on my elbow?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of looks like that. But the Caps are absolutely on fire, doing it without Alex Ovechkin.
He'll be back soon.
Dude, I mean, the videos, I've been saying right after Christmas, I feel pretty good about that. That is just information I'm getting completely speculative, but I feel pretty good about it.
Mm-hmm.
Caps are just a wagon. I think Carberry, their coach, the Caps are in first in the Metro. B, the Devils have played 3 more games than them,
mm-hmm.
and they're 2 points behind them.
Wow.
They're 19-6-2.
They balling, bro.
Dude, they're really good.
No, they're pucking.
And then you get Ovi back. I don't know that any of us expected this, but not to be premature, because you're talking April, May when it really starts to matter. But that is a lot of fun when that's happening.
Oh, when they're rocking the red, it's the best around this area right now, dog.
Well, and then Landfill, I got to be honest, I'm a little disappointed with you. I was gone for a few days, but I count on you to keep me up to speed. Okay, you're my guy. And the fact that
actually we were gonna throw a party because we thought you were gone for one more day.
Oh, sorry.
And then you walked in.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm here. I'm back, baby. I thought you guys would be thrilled.
You're Landfill? Say nope.
You'd rather it be Toby? Well, here's where I'm confused. The Wizards won a game.
Yeah.
They beat the Hawks again.
They won a game. They beaten the Hawks, I think, two or three times, right?
I think they're 3-0 against the Hawks.
Yeah, and then they came back the next day and lost by 30.
Yeah, but they won one. Let's celebrate the wins, B. When I saw the Wiz won, I was like, damn, okay.
I saw that.
And then they lost pretty significantly. I guess they beat the Nuggets Saturday night. And then they lost to the Grizzlies by about 30. Shout out to the Wiz. Do your thing. 3-19. Damn. Is anybody else trying to tank like they are? All right, so the Jazz and the Pelicans each have 5 wins. If you want Cooper Flag, this is the way to get him, B.
Yeah.
Doesn't always work out that way, but at least they are all in on what they're trying to do. Got to at least give them that. They have pushed the gas on the rebuild.
Oh, they're rebuilding.
Yeah. All right. Last night, did you watch Chiefs Chargers?
I watched as much as I could till I fell asleep.
Did you see?
And I woke up.
Did you see any of the second half?
Some.
Okay.
I woke up to immediately check it, and I wanted to check because I keep hearing, "Oh man, the Chiefs aren't that good." I don't care what nobody say; they keep winning. Okay, so what you better realize, they get into those playoffs, and you got to go through Kansas City, you're gonna have a problem. And then when Buffalo lost yesterday, I give them 2 games up now, it'll be a problem.
Yeah, it sure. I'd say it looks pretty hard to see the Chiefs giving up that 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, they're 12-1 now.
Hmm.
And you know what? We have heard a lot about how the Chiefs aren't that good, and they got this horseshoe, and everything breaks for them. Now, last night the kid did make the game-winning field goal, bouncing it off the field goal post.
Hey, just another way of winning.
Yeah, I mean, but I watched that whole game,
Mm-hmm.
and I was pretty locked in, and the Chiefs were up, I believe, 13-0 at halftime. But if you kind of had watched the ebbs and flows of that game, you knew that Chargers were still right in it. Chargers could get nothing going offensively.
Mm-hmm.
They came out in the second half and were really good. But dude, there was the whole fourth quarter, you knew that the Chiefs were going to win. And I think if you watch that game last night, you understood kind of the power of Kansas City defensively, what they could do.
Yeah.
I thought they just got dudes all over the field.
They're
able to put Chris Jones on one side, then they send a heavy blitz from the other. Their corners are pretty good in covering. McDuffie was really good last night.
They make plays at the right times. Yeah, Pat Mahomes threw a pass yesterday, both his feet off the ground.
Yeah.
a jump pass, per se, way down the damn field, right on target.
Dude, there have been games against lesser opponents this season where I think KC has played down to them and then just pulled a rabbit out of a hat late.
Mm-hmm.
If you only see the highlights or look at that final score or just the doink field goal to win it, Tirico had a great call. He said the doink for the division. If that's your opinion of last night's game, you didn't watch that game because you saw, frankly, I think you saw 2 pretty damn good teams.
Yeah, but the thing of it is, we've gotten so accustomed to Kansas City scoring so many points that we automatically, when we look at football now, we go, "Oh man, they're not that good." Their defense is damn good because for that offense to be able to win games, scoring 17, 19 points, the defense not allowing the other team to score very much.
They've won the last 2 weeks 19-17.
I mean, you say, Jeff, they've won 8 one-score games?
Dude, I mean, 19-17, 19-17, 30-27. They lost to the Bills. Then it was 16-14 over the Broncos. I mean, that's within a field goal. If you want to extrapolate that out to a touchdown, it might be all of them. They have one big win over the Saints. That's it. That's wild. But that said, I think there are a lot of people that will attempt to tell you that Chiefs are fool's gold, and when they get into the playoffs, they're going to lose. I don't see it that way. I think the AFC playoffs are going to be fascinating because the Bills are really good, Steelers are really good, and I'm not ready to count the Ravens out. I flew back yesterday with a buddy of mine that was a Ravens fan. We just bumped into each other on the plane. They got a real Justin Tucker situation up there, though.
Oh yeah, I saw a headline pop up on that this morning. Yeah, they got to find him another one. It's about that time,
dude. You know what you got to do there, because you got to handle this classy. Tucker's probably a Hall of Fame player. If not, he's certainly like a Ravens Ring of Fame player.
Mm-hmm.
You got to just be like, Justin, man, I'm sorry your back's hurt, dog. I'm sorry about that ankle.
Yeah,
we gotta keep this moving. I am really sorry. Your quadricep is strained.
Oh yeah,
very sorry about that.
Yeah, we gotta let you go. Put you on IR.
You need, like, the Baltimore is a really smart organization that knows how to make really smart decisions to get the results they want. You know who else operates like that? John Leahy. If you're looking to buy or sell a home in the DC area and you just want to have a conversation with somebody that can guide you through what is an up and down volatile process, call John.
Call John, just like John and Catherine did. They were retiring and preparing to move to upstate New York. The one thing complicating matters was the fact that they were afraid they wouldn't be able to sell their Silver Spring home while attempting to buy their next one. Leave it to John Leahy and the Fine Living Group to save the day. Not only did they get the house sold in just 13 days, they were also able to sell it for $730,000, which was $5,000 over the asking price. If you're looking for your own stress-free transaction, how about a guaranteed offer on your home? Check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. That's John without an H. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Those are just some of the reasons to call John. But the biggest thing, he's just so down to earth and can help guide you through whatever the situation is. If you've been looking at selling your house, right, check out the home valuation tool at John Sells DMV. No H in John, just johnsellsdmv.com. That home valuation tool can let you know how much your home is worth. Then look around and say, hey, what if we repainted? What if we fix this bathroom up a little bit? Talk to John. He could set you up with up to $50,000 in repairs and upgrades that will make your house irresistible to buyers and get you more cash. Then you just settle up with John on the back end at closing. I'm telling you, have a conversation with John and his team. 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Contact your local Honda dealer for a great deal today. Juan Soto staying in New York, but now with the New York Mets. An agreement on a 15-year, $765 million deal, according to ESPN. It's the largest deal in professional sports history. The Chiefs defeat the Chargers 19-17 on Sunday Night Football. Rams beat Buffalo 44-42. San Francisco over Chicago 38-13. In the NBA, the Grizzlies take care of the Wizards 140-112. Marvin Bagley III scored 20, and they'll now have some time off.
It'll help us focus on things that we haven't been doing so well out there. A few days here will allow us to lock in on those things and prepare mentally for the next one. So yeah, you don't really get a lot of days in between games anymore. So to have these days, we've got to take advantage of it and just get better.
Men's college basketball, Purdue over Maryland 83-78. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Very excited to catch up with our friend, Mr. Mike Jones from The Athletic. Jonesy joining us right now, assuming I can get this computer to work. Mike, what up, man? How are you, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm great, man. Bye week for Washington, bye week for Baltimore. Weird that there's, I think, 6 teams had their bye this late in the season, but some really, really good football this weekend. Let's start with last night, Kansas City. I think
they're not good, Mike.
Overly simplistic to try to dismiss their success.
I mean, look, they just get it done. It might not be pretty, and we try to say, oh, they're not as good as they were because we don't see them dominating teams. But their formula is now keep it close while leaning heavily on your defense, and then put the ball in Mahomes' hands with, a little bit of time left, and he's going to make something happen. And the football gods keep smiling on them because, you can't say that was scripted last night. The doink into the thing,
Right.
like that wasn't scripted. That was just football gods smiling down because week after week, they keep finding a different way to win.
Yep.
And, there's a 15 straight one-score victories. It's crazy.
That is
But,
crazy.
you look at the fact, like, we had got so accustomed to them scoring 30, 40 points. And because today everybody just think about offense. It just shows you how damn good their defense is, that they keep their guy, Pat Mahomes, close in games, knowing if he gets it last, the other team's in trouble.
Right, exactly. And it also is a testament because remember, before, if they didn't score 40 points a game, they were really in trouble and might have a hard time winning because the defense couldn't stop anybody. But they found a way to retool and change the image of this team, although it's still very much Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid centric, but they now have a really good defense. And that's just, you're going to have a real tough time scoring on them. And then you really better hope that you have the ball last, because if you don't, then your chances of winning, I mean, you saw Justin Herbert's face as he stood on the sideline. It was just like, he knew he wasn't going to get the ball back. And then when Mahomes had the one where he avoided the pass rush and then hit
the
Kelce,
third down, it was unbelievable.
I don't even understand how Travis Kelce, how many years is this now? How is that dude always wide open? How do you not have somebody just shadow him everywhere he goes? There's nobody within 5 yards of him, and he catches the money catch for that play. And Justin Herbert's face was just like, yep.
It takes me back to the game when they played against Tampa, and they flipped the coin, and Kansas City won, and Baker went, oh.
In overtime, And I thought Tirico and Collinsworth did a really good job last night of saying, like, with 4.5 minutes left, they're like, when you look at this clock, I'm not sure that Herbert's getting the ball back.
Right.
We're talking with our friend Mike Jones. You can follow him on X and Instagram at @ByMikeJones. Blue Sky, too, at @ByMikeJones. Another LA team. Now, I do think the Chargers were pretty impressive, but just not enough to beat the Chiefs. Another LA team yesterday might have had the win of the day.
Yes.
The Rams looked damn good in a win over Buffalo. A lot of points. No team had ever scored 6 touchdowns and not turned it over and lost. Buffalo did that yesterday. What do you make of that Rams team right now?
Well, I wonder what we would have seen from this team had they not been for the early season injuries. Remember, they had a lot of injuries out of the gate. Their offensive line was banged up. Cooper Kupp got hurt. Puka got hurt. They had just injuries all over the place, and that really put them in a hole. I think that this is what they could have been. And look, Seattle has got a nice, seems like they've got a good lead in that division. Now, I think it's actually like a 1-game lead there. But the Rams, they have an opportunity here to finish really strong down the stretch. I don't know if you really want to face them. If they can get into the playoffs, they'll have some momentum, and they're healthy. And, Puka just makes some catches that are jaw-dropping. And, their run game is working. They can do anything they need to. And look, everybody says, the Buffalo's defense is bad. Well, the Buffalo's defense has been pretty good this year. They're holding teams to 18 points a game. They were, I think, 3rd in the league in takeaways, like 24, 25 takeaways. So this is a good defense, but they just caught the Rams on a really hot day, or the Rams have gotten things all pulled together, and they are going to be scary down the stretch. It's going to be interesting because now Buffalo, that loss is really painful for them because it basically is the difference from maybe being able to host the AFC Championship game or having to go to Kansas City. And so now, having lost that thing is going to sting for a while.
But looking at, this, did the Rams give people the recipe of how to attack them?
Yeah, put up 50.
No, but I'm saying it's everything they kept. You
got a block punt.
But
it was all kinds of crazy.
They were running straight at them.
Right.
They wouldn't try to run to the edges like most people do, and they got too much speed to do that. They ran at them. They made pass rushes become run stoppers, and most pass rushes they don't want to be wrestling all day with those big boys. They want to have the big boys going backpedal.
They kept them on their heels. They won in the trenches. And then, obviously they have those 2 wide receivers that can always get open when you need them to. It's just a really good recipe for them. If they're healthy, they're well-rounded, they're well-constructed. And, if you can score that many points on a really hot team like Buffalo, which can score with the best of them, then your chances are pretty good.
All right, Jonesy, there's a team we don't talk about enough. Both sides of this. The NFC South is kind of a slugfest in the wrong way. You know him. We were all there once upon a time. What do you think's up with Kirk? He's just throwing picks, dude.
Man, this looked 3 straight games now. Okay, so he came into that game with 6 interceptions in 2 games and no touchdown passes. Now he threw 2 more interceptions, no more touchdown passes. That's 8 interceptions, no touchdown passes, and I think they've lost 4 straight now. They gave him $180 million. He was supposed to be the guy that they had a good defense, they had weapons on offense, and he was going to elevate them. Well, I don't know. Look, his mobility is not as good, which is understandable being that you are late in your 30s and you're coming off an Achilles. But the decision-making is the thing that I just don't understand. He's really forcing throws and making decisions that you're just kind of like, dude, why? What are you doing? Because he normally was a guy who takes what the defense gives him.
Right.
And I don't know if he just got in the habit of thinking, Justin Jefferson's going to go get it. Let me just throw it up there. And somehow he's going to magically do it. Well, that guy's not there. Drake London's not that guy. Kyle Pitts is not a X factor in the NFL at all, even though he was supposed to be a really talented tight end. They got John Robinson, but this is really not looking good for them, and looks like they're going to mess around and wind up losing that division to Tampa Bay, which is really got some good momentum going now.
Does it seem like what people wanted Kirk to do when he was young, he's trying to do now? He never took chances early. Now he's trying to take the chances. I really believe that Penix Jr. is in his head. Like he was in Robert's head, Penix is in his head because he see all these other quarterbacks with these big games, taking chances. He's trying to live up to that because they drafted the guy.
Career high interceptions this season, 15.
Yeah,
he's got
this
4
is
games to play.
Totally uncharacteristic. I think the pressure of, which you would think like, okay, look, you've been in a situation before, but when he went to Minnesota, the expectations, they were hoping he was going to be good, but he's coming to Atlanta. They're saying like, oh man, we should be able to win our division now because of you. And he's supposed to elevate the team, and he's forcing things. He's like just really putting the ball in spots that you would expect a veteran quarterback would not do. And so I don't know how you fix that unless you just really dial up a heavy dose of the run game. And look, we're only going play action, when we have to and see. But I don't know if people have asked, like, should they go to Penix Jr.? I don't know if he's ready yet. We don't get to see him in practices. So is that kid going to be ready to help lead this team on a playoff charge? Maybe throwing him in there will throw a couple other wrinkles that a defense wasn't ready for, but he's going to be inexperienced. And so Kirk's really got to settle down, stop forcing things, be smarter with the football. And otherwise their season's over because this is not at all what they thought they were getting from him.
That deal that he got, what's guaranteed?
Still money next year.
Yeah, he's got money next year, right?
And then that's it?
I believe.
If they want to get out of that next year, it's a $65 million dead money hit.
Wow.
Right, yes. Yeah. So I think that the last 2 years of it are the ones that aren't guaranteed.
Yeah, 26 and 27 are kind of funny money.
I know I talked to some people from Atlanta, and they have completely turned on him, dog.
Dude, I talked to people in Atlanta during camp, and apparently, now granted, this is 4 months ago or whatever, but Penix looked great then. Jonesy, I wanted to ask you one last one quickly if I can. When do we take Darnold for real? Darnold is balling.
He is definitely balling. And they're going to have
He's trying to prove Landfill wrong.
Yeah. I think what they're going to have to wind up doing is they're probably going to have to wind up franchising him because you don't know what J.J. McCarthy is going to be coming off of injury,
sure.
But you can't afford to let this guy – he's playing like a top 10 quarterback right now. Some people might even argue that he's playing at MVP level.
Oh, boy.
I mean, I'm not saying he is the MVP, but he's playing at that kind of level. I mean, they're going to wind up being like 14-3. I think they're the third best team in the NFC behind Detroit and Philly. They have a defense that can really give you trouble, and they have instant fireworks on offense with Justin Jefferson. He had that one little rough patch earlier in the middle of the season where you're like, oh, is he starting to turn back to Sam Darnold? But he worked his way out of it, and, they're balling. He is, finally, it just goes to show you cannot blame the quarterback entirely when a young guy is struggling. What does he have around him? How is he being managed? That's why don't rush. I was talking to a guy who's an assistant GM who's expecting to interview for jobs this winter. He was saying, if I'm drafting a quarterback, I'm sitting him. I'm giving him time to learn. The thing that has killed so many careers is rushing these guys out there and putting too much on them. And we're seeing now when the guy has had some time to really get seasoned and learn, he can still salvage his career. So it's pretty amazing. Yesterday definitely made sure the Vikings didn't miss Kirk Cousins with that performance.
For sure. And Mike, if we don't get to talk to you, Merry Christmas, brother. Thanks for making time.
Appreciate you, Mike.
Hey, thanks. Good talk to you guys.
All right, brother.
That is Mike Jones by Mike Jones, national NFL writer for The Athletic. You know what's the best? You know what we're just going to do all day? Just the fellas talking ball.
That's what we do,
because
man.
we're not coming off a Skins game. We can just talk about the whole damn league.
Hell yeah.
God, I love that. You know what else I love? If you need help moving, call my friends Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They're the official and unofficial moving and storage company of 1067 The Fan. Listen, you've heard a lot of folks here on the station talk about working with Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They've moved half the station, it seems like, and then half their families. These guys do great work. They're recognized as an industry leader and the preferred moving company for real estate agents, DC's prominent move management companies, and residential and commercial clients looking for the best service and results. They've got 3 decades of best in industry service and experience to help you out. Now, you've also talked about how I grew up with these guys. I've known them since high school. Call Justin, call John. I know these dudes. And when I say that, you might think I'm lying. I posted a picture. They gave us all these water bottles with the Metropolitan Moving logo on them. I posted one on my Instagram, and my wife responded. She's like, I forgot. I actually worked for them one summer. Even my wife worked there. I'm telling you, these are the people I would trust. They're the people you should trust. They can do anything you need, commercial, residential, whatever it is you need, long distance, if you need storage, if you need specific high end, say you've got chandeliers, sculptures, art, they got all that stuff. They can send a moving consultant to your home or office and provide you with a free on-site estimate so you know what it's going to take. Hit up my guy Justin, hit up John, 301-279-0090, 301-279-0090. Tell him JP Finley told you to call or check him out, dcmetropolitanmoving.com. That's dcmetropolitanmoving.com. Happy tonight. Shout out to Louie.
Walking in a winter wonderland.
What a great tune. Well done, Landfill.
Blue Boys.
Satchmo, baby. We'll be listening to some of this weekend, B.
Oh, hell yeah. Be in New Orleans, baby. Going back to my roots.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. I want to, there's a lot of football I want to discuss. Rich Gannon is going to join the program at 11:15. We're going to talk some quarterbacks.
Little Rich.
We got Jeff's Exotica report, 12:45. I think there's a conversation that needs to be had about two teams that I'm not sure how different they are, but they're viewed incredibly differently.
Name them.
I'm just going to give you some numbers. If there's two 11-2 teams, right? They're both 11-2, and they both have top 10 defenses and offenses.
The Eagles and the Bills.
Vikings.
The Vikings.
But we don't view them the same at all.
We don't view them the same because I don't think many people still are giving Sam Darnold, Landfill's crew, giving Sam Darnold enough credit.
I want to have that discussion.
Yeah.
I think there's a real discussion to be had there because that's going to impact Washington. Also, Green Bay. All of a sudden, Green Bay is there's a mindset discussion we need to have because I think a lot of fans are freaked out about the Rams. They're like, yo, the Rams might catch the Skins. What the hell are we going to do? I think people got to alter their mindset and say, dude, Washington's focused on catching Green Bay. Washington's focused on the 6 seed. They're not freaking out about losing the 7.
No.
And you can choose. That is a choice. You could choose to be optimistic and looking ahead to kick ass, or you could choose to be looking behind to be freaked out.
That game,
that's a choice.
That game that Washington had against Dallas, we say that one of those games is going to pop up, okay? That game that the Rams just had, they may not play like that again. They were just cooking yesterday.
Well, and I never would wish health, right? But they've had so many health questions. And if you look at Kupp and Nakua, who when they have those guys playing, they're a different ball club.
Nakua is a big dude, be a receiver dude.
Dude, those are two great players.
Yeah.
They missed a lot of time. There's 4 games left. There's an eternity left.
Mm-hmm.
Quickly, I wanted to, those are conversations I want to have. Maybe we get the phones on if you're freaked out about the Rams or you're looking ahead at the Packers. But I briefly wanted to just say I appreciate the warm welcome, fellas. I got home yesterday and then looked at some stuff and realized I was off today. So I texted Chris Kynard, the cluster buster. I was like, yo, you'll be shocked to know I messed my dates up. I'm back. I planned on coming in tomorrow. But I also was like, yo, if you want Toby to do it, that's cool. I'll just chill.
See, the problem is he said which days you want off. And you say, I'm going to be gone 5 through 9, which means you're not coming today.
Correct.
You got to put 5. You should have just put the 5th and the 6th and the 7th, basically.
Landfill, how happy are you to see me? How surprised are you?
The 5th and the 6th.
I messed
That's all
up
you
the
should have put in.
dates.
Because you don't have to put the weekend. You're already off on the weekend,
There
dog.
was also some time where I wasn't sure maybe if we were coming back Sunday or Monday.
Oh, so in other words, you just screwed up all the way around. This wasn't like.
I don't know.
You know, next time, just have Lauren fill out your time card. I mean.
Landfill, did you know I was coming in today?
No, because he just told me, say, B. Mitch, we got one more day without FUBU. JP,
I banged on the door of the studio.
The best thing in the world happened for us today. And then I'm sitting here talking to CK and Jeff about Jeff's experiences yesterday. And you walk in the door and I'm looking at you like, what the hell are you doing here?
Jeff, are you at least happy to see me? J-Dogs forever.
J-Dogs forever, bro.
Wow. Speaking of J-Dogs, everybody should give old Jeffrey a follow on X at Jeff2Funny. Jeff2 Funny. Jeff just posted a picture with a Martian holding a machine gun, and Jeff has an Exotica 2024 flag. Did I describe that accurately?
That's his new girlfriend.
Yeah, I was definitely on another planet.
That's the Martian.
Was there a human
Martian
inside of that?
erotica?
No.
Okay. All right. So that's at least a mannequin. We'll find out what Jeff did at Exotica with both live and mannequin people coming up at 12:45. Rich Gannon joins the show at 11:15.
Biggest news of the morning, superstar outfielder Juan Soto and the New York Mets have agreed to a 15-year, $765 million contract, and it is the largest deal in professional sports history. The deal includes an opt-out after 5 years and no deferred money, and the contract includes a $75 million signing bonus. The Kansas City Chiefs defeated the LA Chargers 19-17 to win the AFC West for the 9th consecutive time. They're 12-1. Matthew Wright did the honors with a 31-yard field goal that bounced off the left upright and went through. Everything goes the Chiefs' way. Philadelphia beat Carolina 22-16. Pittsburgh over Cleveland 27-14. Rams over Buffalo 44-42. San Francisco down Chicago 38-32. Cincinnati at Dallas tonight 7:30 on the Fan and Team 980. Washington Commanders FPI playoff chances are 81%. The chances at the 7th seed are 56%, and the chances at the 6th seed are 22%. NBA Memphis Grizzlies beat the Washington Wizards the final 140-112. Marvin Bagley III scored 20. Head coach Brian Keefe says the Grizzlies focused on Jordan Poole.
Credit to Memphis. They designed a whole plan to basically almost box and one him pretty much, like deny him the ball, top lock him, try to take him out of the game, threw off our rhythm of our team for sure, so credit to them. But I thought he got a little bit of flow there in the third quarter when we played fast and got stopped. The problem wasn't him scoring, his problem was our transition defense and our defensive rebound.
Men's college basketball, Purdue defeated Maryland 83-78 and Cincinnati downed Howard 84-67. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley. Is that the Charlie Brown song? Obviously, there is a lot of excitement around both the NFL and everything going on, but also college football. We saw everything settle down. B and I were talking about the Georgia-Texas game. I made a point of watching that from vacation. B, just looking at the college football playoff,
It's going to be fun.
it's going to be a blast. I honestly am super excited about it.
I believe this is a time where the NFL may be rivaled a little bit. Because watching the conference championships this weekend was some hella good football, bro.
Agreed.
It was some good football.
I think the bracket format, we just love America as citizens. We love brackets. You know what I mean? And I think it's really cool to see it. Listen, you know I root for Bama. I understand why Bama's not in. You can't lose to Vandy in Oklahoma. And SMU, it would be really screwed up if they didn't get in. They went 11-2. They were good all year. But, Brian, there is no way Boise and Arizona should get buys. They should get in for sure. But, like, some of these rules are just wild to me. You think, like, Arizona State should have a bye ahead of Texas or Notre Dame or Penn State?
They probably shouldn't, but this is how they rolled it up early, and they got to live by what they did. But they need to improve this stuff for the coming years. Though.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. I don't want it to get to a situation where little schools get squeezed out. I don't even know if Boise counts as a little school anymore. I feel like Boise State football is as big of a deal as, like,
ever since they got that damn blue field, they've been different.
And when they beat Oklahoma in that Fiesta Bowl, that was probably 15 years ago, dude. But listen to the setup here, okay? Georgia gets to play the winner of Indiana Notre Dame. Frankly, I think Notre Dame's actually pretty good. I think Notre Dame can compete in the trenches, which is where Georgia just dominates you. But I think Georgia beats the winner of that game. Then in the semifinal, in the Final Four, they get the winner of, so SMU, Penn State first, then Boise State. So Georgia's path. All right, so that's Georgia's path, right?
Uh-huh.
Oregon has to play the winner of Tennessee versus Ohio State.
Didn't they beat Ohio State already this year?
They did.
By 1 point, wasn't it?
By 1 point at the wire. Then the top round, the 5-12 matchup is Texas-Clemson. And then the winner of that plays Arizona State. So for Oregon to get to the finals is certainly going to be the winner of Tennessee or Ohio State.
Yeah.
two teams loaded with NFL talent. That Tennessee D-line might be the best in college football.
But you know what it is, OJ? If you're the best, you got to beat everybody.
All right, but they're going to have to beat, let's just say it's Tennessee, then Texas, versus Georgia gets to play potentially Indiana and then SMU.
Which quarterback they going to have at Georgia? Going to be the young buck? Because that other dude, I don't think his arm going to be ready. He's not going to hand the ball off 100 times.
I don't know, man.
And the other dude, he might want to, listen, everybody that was complaining about Jaden running the ball, call the quarterback in Georgia and say that you don't have to run over every damn body.
The backup or the starter?
The backup.
Yo, he got
the starter. His arm is messed up. He's not going to be playing much in the upcoming weeks. But that backup, when he got up after getting rocked in the middle of the field, and they knocked his helmet off. He was stumbling. His boys kept him straight, and he was about to go right back into the huddle. There's that shows you right there. That college football thing, they don't pay close attention. Dude was concussed.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't watch it, he's going to be concussed in the next game because he tried to run over 3 people in that game.
Kenny Dillingham is the coach at Arizona State. Super impressive. I don't know nothing, Landfill, but I know Washington went out and practiced at the ASU facility for a week. Now ASU is in the college football playoff. Washington looks like they're going to the NFL playoffs. Could be something in the water. Maybe we need a week in Arizona every year, B.
Yeah, let's do it.
How long till Kenny Dillingham is coaching somewhere else? You think ASU holds on to this guy?
He win one game in this playoff thing, he gone.
I think just getting there, man. I mean, this is a dude that's coached at Auburn, coached at Florida State, coached at Oregon.
Well, let's just say this here. They coach, whoever is our athletic director, give him more money. Got to keep him there.
Yeah, you better pay him quick because I don't know if Auburn's fire Hugh Freeze. There's a lot of opportunities, man. We also have the opportunity to speak with Rich Gannon, NFL QB, former NFL MVP, coming up next on B. Mission Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This NFL Monday Night Football, FanDuel wants you to win even bigger. Right now, all customers can get a 30% catch or pass profit boost on the Bengals versus Cowboys Monday Night Football. That means you can boost your next NFL catch or pass bet by 30%. 30, that's my number. And take home even more winnings during the Bengals-Cowboys game. Bet on over and unders, spreads, player props, and so much more. Plus, if you win, you'll get paid instantly. So don't wait. Download America's #1 sportsbook by visiting FanDuel.com/Brian to take advantage of a profit boost today. FanDuel Sportsbook is official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet. Profits boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up to get onto the phone lines here and talk to Rich Gannon, co-host of the Sirius XM Blitz with Bruce Murray from 12 until 3 Eastern on Sirius NFL Channel 88 on the Sirius XM app. He's on every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I got Channel 88 on my presets, man. I'm listening. Rich, what's up? Thanks for joining us.
Guys are doing great. Happy Football Monday.
Yeah, man.
What's up, young man?
Hey, Brian. What's up, brother? You guys doing good?
Oh, we're good, man. We're good.
So, Rich, obviously some monster games yesterday. The Commanders did not play, but looking around the league yesterday, what was more impressive for you? Kansas City getting another crazy win down to the wire?
One-score game?
Or the Rams taking out the Bills in that fashion?
You know, I just there's a couple things that really jumped out to me, guys, and you look at where we're at in the NFL schedule and the season. I mean, I think you look at what the Rams and Bills did yesterday. What a shootout. 86 combined points, yes. 12 touchdowns, 902 yards. Not a lot of offense and no takeaways in that game. And, of course, you look at Josh Allen as having a monster season. You know, I just think that the Bills, while they're playing really well in offense, I think defensively they have some issues. I think the Rams are a team to keep an eye on in the NFC West. Seattle 8-5, they've won 4 straight. Arizona has a big loss for them yesterday. They lose 3 straight. They're at 7-6. But keep an eye on the 6-7 or the 7-6 Rams because you know Sean McVay does a great job, and Matthew Stafford he knows what to do when we get into December and January. So I just think that NFC West is kind of screwy. I think the NFC South. The Bucks overtake the Falcons for sole possession in first place, but it seems like there's the haves and have-nots this year. You know, you have certain divisions that have some really good teams, and other divisions like the NFC West, NFC South that have some teams that are just trying to find their way here in December.
Well, looking up north in the NFC, what's your thoughts on what's happening there in Minnesota?
Well, you know what's amazing, Brian? I played for the Vikings before I came and played for Washington, and you know, people talk about what's happening with the Vikings. They say, well, they're 10-2, and they're not a great team, and now they're 11-2, and people are saying, well, and look, the quarterback has really played well, and I think here's a guy that had a lot of issues in the past. He was a turnover machine when he was with the Jets and Carolina, and you know they're playing really well. They're in a 6-game winning streak. They had a 5-game winning streak earlier in the season. They're really good in one-score games, which they've always been under Kevin O'Connell. I think defensively, job Brian Flores has done.
Yes.
I mean, they got after Kirk Cousins again yesterday, and that's a team to keep an eye on because everyone's been talking about the Packers, and everyone's talking about, obviously, the Lions, the kind of season that they're having. But the Vikings quietly going about their business have had a really strong season, and I expect them to finish well here the next couple of weeks.
Talking with Rich Gannon here, 4-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro, of course, the MVP of the NFL in 2002. Rich, as a quarterback like yourself that found you dealt with injuries and stuff, but you found real success kind of later in your career. How do you view Sam Darnold? Not that he's that late in his career, but he was determined to be a complete bust for the whole nation. And now, I mean, he threw 5 touchdowns yesterday. Darnold is outrageously good.
Couple things. So when he came out of college at USC, he had a problem with ball security, 39 turnovers in 26 games. So they didn't get that corrected when he went to the Jets. And, you know, a lot of these guys play before they're ready. You know, we saw that with Heath Schuler in Washington. We can name a number of guys that Brian's played with that, you know, just weren't ready to play. Mm-hmm. And I think he was one of those guys. And he goes to New York, and I think he loses confidence. The team loses confidence, coaches, eventually the fan base, and then they kick him to the curb. He goes to Carolina, not a great situation. First-time head coach of Matt Rule, first-time offensive coordinator Joe Brady. And it didn't work there as well. So, you know, I think he lost his confidence. And I think going to San Francisco last year was a good thing for him. He got a chance to be with some really good coaches, Kyle Shanahan. Brian Griese does a great job out there with the quarterbacks. And then he got a chance to watch Brock Purdy play. And I think that helped him. And then he goes to Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell, who's played the position, has coached the position, sees the game through the eyes of the quarterback. And I think, you know, I think he's gotten his confidence back. I think they've tried to fix some of the issues with him. He's always been athletic. He's always had, you know, a good arm. You know, he can make plays off schedule. The problem has been just the turnovers. And I think for the most part, he's had a couple games where he got careless, but they're trying to keep the thumb down on him, and when he takes care of the ball, he can be a really good player.
Yeah, it's been pretty remarkable to watch. Switching all over the league like this. Talking quarterbacks, though, that is your specialty. Kirk Cousins is kind of having like the opposite of what you experienced, where you found the right coach, right situation. Those Raiders teams were loaded. You did such a great job running that offense. I'll never forget my boy Justin Harriott. This must have been 2003, coming off the MVP. Took you second overall in our fantasy league. We still talk about that to this day. But for Kirk in Atlanta, this thing's going the opposite direction. One, are you surprised that all of a sudden Kirk is kind of reverting to this turnover-prone player? And two, do you think it's fixable or what?
All right, I'll give you two quick points. One on Kirk Cousins and one on Brian Mitchell. Okay, so I come to Washington in '93. I get traded right before the season. Okay, so I'm literally sitting in staff and offensive coordinator meetings with Rod Dahauer. I don't even know the offense. Okay. So I'm going out in the practice field, trying to learn everybody's name. I have a right shoulder injury that gets worse. And eventually I had rotator cuff after that season. Didn't even play the following season. Was out of football. I had to kind of restart my career. But Brian used to come up to me at practice like in November and December, and he goes, dude, I can throw the ball further than you.
So, Rich, he may have told us that story off air.
Brian, he ain't going to back down from anybody. He was right. It took me like 30 minutes to even get my arm loosened up to throw. It was really bad. Anyway, that was, I'll never forget Brian saying that. I still laugh. He goes, you suck, man. I can throw the ball further than you. Anyway, Kirk Cousins, look, here's the story. When the lower half of your body doesn't work, it won't say it's his arm. It's not his arm. He's thrown 8 touchdowns and 8 picks and no touchdowns his last 4 games. And the opponents have 11 touchdowns and no turnovers. That's why they're losing. He's got a career high 15 interceptions. What the problem is he had that Achilles rupture. He was never fleet of foot. He's not a guy that's going to be able to create and extend plays when he gets outside the pocket. He's pretty much a guy that has to stay in the pocket. The protection has to be good. It hasn't been good at times. And when you push him up inside, he's going to struggle because his change of direction ability isn't very good. The unscripted offense isn't his bag. And that's what's happening right now. I just don't think he's generating a lot of torque and velocity. He doesn't, Achilles rupture was a big deal. You look at Aaron Rodgers; he's not the same player he was. Both of those guys, when you get near 40 years of age, and you've got, the lower half of your body isn't working like it used to, it's very hard to play that position in the NFL.
Yeah, you can kind of see it on some of his throws that it doesn't seem like he's stepping in, and then in turn, it's
his right Achilles, right?
I think it was his back.
I'm trying to figure
he can't push off of it, probably.
I can't think. Rodgers, and I don't know if they both had the same one or not. It's a good point, Brian. I do know this, though, Brian. I can throw it further than you now, bro.
I don't know, Rich. I still got a little gun, man. But, I think what happens is, like, Kirk was a guy who always protected the ball. And I think the thing for him now, it's you can face things that you don't expect. So, he was a young guy. He was the thorn in Robert's side, and he had a great time with it. Now, they give him money, and then they draft a guy in the first round. That could play with somebody's head.
You're right. And, he gave a big contract, $180 million. So, when he's retired, he may not make it to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but he's going to make it to the Pro
Make Money Hall of Fame.
He's made a lot. But, he's been a really solid player, and I feel for him in a way. I just think, he goes to a new team. I think there's been some challenges with the personnel. I think the protection at times hasn't been great. And I just think he's not playing it. He'll be the first to tell you, he can't turn the ball over like that. I think he's trying to make plays. I think the other thing is they're falling behind in games. Yeah. They fell behind against the Broncos a couple weeks ago. That's when a lot of the turnovers start to show up. When you're trying to make a play, when you're behind by a couple of scores, when you're trying to fit one into a tight window. I think we're seeing some of that with Kirk Cousins here the last month.
What's your thoughts on the young guy here with Jaden Daniels?
Oh, honestly, I think the Commanders hit the jackpot. I mean, there's so much to like about his game. I just think we just got done talking about decision making and ball security. I just think his poise has been incredible, even going back to that Week 1 loss at Tampa Bay. They're 1 win away from their first winning season. I mean, I look at what's on the schedule. They've got New Orleans probably without Derek Carr this week. They've got Philly. They've got Atlanta. It's a winnable game. Dallas is a winnable game. This team could easily go 11-6, which is pretty incredible with a first time or new head coach and a young quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
But completing 70% on the season, Brian. He's only thrown 6 picks. He's rushed for 590 yards and 6 touchdowns. He rushes for a couple first downs each week. I think they'll get better in the passing game. They'll get better around him. But his poise, his moxie, his confidence, his swag, it's been really impressive.
I agree with you, man. And one thing that I think is really important, and you played quarterback in the NFL a long time, talking with Rich Gannon here, 4-time Pro Bowler, NFL MVP. And, of course, you can listen to him on the Sirius XM Blitz with Bruce Murray, 12 to 3, XM Channel 88, Mondays, Wednesdays, and
Why
Fridays.
would you do that when you can just listen to your show? I'm confused.
Well, how about they listen to you
when they don't sound like they take care of you
from 2 to 3. 2 to 3, they listen to you. Listen to us till 2. But honestly, you experienced a ton of success once you got to Oakland, and it was the right team and the right fit. How hard do you think it is for a rookie to take over a locker room and kind of become that leader? Because he's done it, and it's really impressive.
You know, I liked him coming out of college, but I just really felt like there was going to be some real growing pains. I just think going to a team that was in the midst of a transformation, a new coach, new coordinator. Overhaul. You look at the roster. I just thought, here's the other thing, guys, that's been really impressive. When you look at the running game, and I like Brian Robinson Jr., but, you know, he's missed a couple games. He's only averaging about 64 yards a game. Austin Eckler, you know, the injuries that he has had, and he has 4 touchdowns this season. This is a guy who had 30 touchdowns the last 3 seasons with the Chargers. He had more touchdowns than any running back in the NFL the last 3 seasons. You know, so when you don't have that consistency, when guys aren't playing week in and week out, and the running game hasn't been something you can really hang your hat on week in and week out, that's had an impact on Jaden Daniels. Yeah. And I just think that, you know, they went through that little stretch there where they had issues against Pittsburgh and Philly. The Dallas game was just a debacle at the end there. But they come back and they beat Tennessee soundly. And I think that they come off their bye, and they've got a chance, I think, here over the next month to do some special things. I'm really excited with this young quarterback.
Yeah, I'm with you. Obviously, that Cowboys game was just a disaster.
One of those games you want to just throw away the damn film.
Rich, one thing that's interesting, you got to the highest highs with the Raiders. It seems pretty clear they're going to be quarterback shopping in the draft this year. I mean, now I don't even know where they're turning now. I guess back to Desmond Ridder. If you were running operations, and I know you're not, but right now the Raiders would have the number 1 overall pick. Who are you taking number 1 overall?
Honestly, for me, it's too early. I mean, so there's 2 quarterbacks that everyone's talking about. I just think it's too early. I think there's a lot of work to be done. I think the Raiders have to be in the quarterback market. That's their number 1 need. It's been a number 1 need for so long. You know, here's the crazy thing. They picked 13th last year and took Brock Bowers, who I think is an offensive rookie of the year candidate. He's had a phenomenal season with bad quarterback play. But at 12, the Broncos took Bo Nix. And you think to yourself, why couldn't the Raiders moved up and got that? I just think the Raiders haven't done a very good job identifying who those players are, and then going out and drafting them. And then once they get them in the building, developing. That's the 3 things you have to do, guys. You have to be able to identify who, like Jaden Daniels. Is he a player or is he not? Okay, can we draft him? And then when we get him in the building, what can we do to help, elevate his game? And that's an area where the Raiders have really struggled. Identification, drafting, and developing.
Yeah, it's been troubling. I just wonder if Shador's coming to the desert, man. That'll be fascinating to watch unfold.
I wonder if his dad's coming too.
They're getting a package deal.
Right. Hey, Rich, thank you very much for the time, man. Really appreciate you joining us.
Man.
Appreciate you, Rich.
Brian, take care, buddy.
All right, man. You too, brother. Be cool.
I love that he brought up the story of you saying you could throw it farther. Because you told us. I don't know if you ever told that one on air, though.
Nah.
Okay.
He told it.
Yeah, that makes it a lot easier. Rich Gannon, dude.
Rich was cool, though. He was cool.
Yeah, he seems cool. He's a Philly guy. Went to Delaware. I think, did Flacco go to Delaware also? There you go. Look at the QB pipeline coming out of Newark. I think for young folks, they don't realize how much those Raiders teams right at the turn of the millennium just cooked. They got completely jobbed by the Tuck rule in Boston that time. But, dude, they had Tim Brown. Jerry Rice was on those teams. Who was the running back? I'm forgetting who the running back was. Those teams were really freaking good.
I remember who the hell was running back.
When I think the Raiders lost to the Bucks in the Super Bowl, and it was the weird year because they traded Gruden to Tampa. But dude, that year,
we were supposed to be in that Super Bowl, man.
Rich Gannon. No, you're talking 99. This was no, you're talking.
I'm talking about when I was in Philly, dude.
Oh yeah, that stings. Dude, that season, 2002, Rich Gannon was 37 years old. He threw for almost 5,000 yards, 4,689 yards, 26 touchdowns against 10 picks. I mean, he was averaging 290 per game. That offense was absolutely
let it fly,
cooking.
baby.
And I think that's when Callahan was the coach because Gruden had left. You know who the QB coach was on that team?
Who?
Jim Harbaugh.
Harbs?
Yeah, dude.
You gotta talk to some players about Jim is different, bro.
Just Charlie Garner. That was the name I could. Charlie Garner had almost 2,000 yards from scrimmage that year.
That's a bad dude, right?
He had 1,900 yards and 11 touchdowns. Jerry Rice, Tim Brown, Jerry Port, Tyrone Wheatley. Remember him? Big kid out of Michigan. Randy Jordan was on that team.
Randy?
I love Randy.
Randy will tell a story. Randy, I was the only guy got Randy fined. The second person always get caught.
I don't know if you watched last night. And Landy, tell me where you want me to break here. But one thing with Harbaugh, how much younger is John than Jim?
I thought John is the oldest.
Is he?
Yeah, I think John's the oldest.
Bro, John is the oldest.
Yeah. Jim lived rough. I don't know. He just lived rough.
He seems to want to look old. So John looks pretty young and fit. And
John works out all day, bro.
Well, dude, I bet both of them, I'm confident Jim is working out all the time too.
He's not like John. John was like a maniac when it comes to working out.
This is a picture from last week of the two of them. There's no way if you just saw the two of them,
you would think that Jim is the oldest.
Look, B, look right there. He's got the gigantic glasses on.
Yeah.
His face, and last night, he was kind of limping up and down the sideline. Did you notice that?
I didn't notice all that.
It seemed like his hip was hurting or something.
Could have been.
But dude, the glasses.
He need to be stretching like Jeff.
The AFC title game last year in Baltimore. I went and worked that for NBC4, and I saw Jim Harbaugh down in the tunnel. And I think at that point, Michigan had already won the title, and it was pretty clear that Jim was going to escape the vigilantes, right?
Uh-huh.
I saw him in the tunnel, and I was just like, damn, Jim Harbaugh looks old. But he's clearly sharp and on top of things, but it's just a weird – I think the glasses, he seems so crazy that
he is a little crazy.
He wants to present his own reality. I don't know. But
he's a little crazy.
He's a damn good coach, though.
Oh, he is that. Sometimes you got to be crazy to be, successful around all these the people in the locker room are crazy, so you got to be just like them.
I think they need another year, but he's a damn good coach, man.
Mm-hmm.
I do know this. Your entire offense shouldn't collapse when you lose Ladd McConkey. I think McConkey's a good player, real chance to become a big-time player in the NFL. But, in the second half, they were able to kind of schedule around that, which I think was vital for the organization. I want to have a conversation, okay? And I'm going to, if it's okay with you boys, I'm going to open the phone lines up here. 800-636-1067. We have about an hour until Jeff gives us his Exotica report. I'd like to have a conversation how we feel about the Commanders coming off a bye week, because I think it's about 50-50. I'll tweet out a poll here. I think there's a lot of people freaked out about the Rams looking hot, but I think some other folks should be focused on, Green Bay has a really tough schedule down the stretch, and Washington has a chance to catch these dudes. Are you looking ahead to the 6th seed? Are you freaked out about losing the 7th seed? That's the question. We're going to go through it. Our discussion. Phone lines will be open. We got about an hour until Jeff tells us about Exotica.
Windshield over rear view.
Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Juan Soto is a New York Met. ESPN reporting the deal is 15 years, $765 million, the largest deal in professional sports history. The Dodgers have signed outfielder Michael Conforto for 1 year and $17 million. Sunday Night Football, Kansas City Chiefs beat the Los Angeles Chargers 19-17 to win the AFC West for the 9th consecutive time. Matthew Wright kicked a 31-yard field goal as time ran out. KC is 12-1. Philly beat Carolina 22-16. Pittsburgh over Cleveland 27-14. Monday night, Cincinnati at Dallas 7:30 on the Fan. Grizzlies roll past the Wizards 140-112. Marvin Bagley III scored 20.
It's a learning process. No doubt in my mind that, we get tomorrow off, come back, got a few days before our next one. We'll get better, look at the film, and just keep fighting, keep chipping away.
Men's college basketball, Purdue over Maryland 83-78. Cincy beat Howard 84-67. I'm Byron Kerb on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I want to have a conversation because I think people watch that Rams win yesterday and understand that they're now just a game behind Washington in the playoff picture, right? And I understand how that is alarming to some, particularly when the Rams look like they did yesterday, right?
Okay.
They were absolutely fantastic. In the NFC, the Rams are now 7-6, the 8th seed in the NFC. Only 8 teams get in. Okay. If you look at this past week, honestly, it was a hell of a game Thursday night. All the primetime games were good. Let's hope Cincinnati and Dallas deliver tonight. All the primetime games were really good. That Packers-Lions game Thursday night, it was right when I got to vacation, and I had a couple drinks, and all the kids and my wife fell asleep, and your boy sat up by himself on the balcony. I had a bottle of wine, watched the whole game, B. I did. Shout out to Frank. But the Lions did Washington a favor, delivering that loss to Green Bay. Green Bay is now only a game ahead of Washington. They're 9-4. They're in the 6th seed.
All right.
There's a lot of ways you can look at this, and I've always heard it from SVP. I'm sure there's other people that say this, but there's this saying that Van Pelt always says on his podcast: choose to be optimistic. It costs the same. Like, you can either stress yourself out about the Rams in the rearview mirror, or you can be like, yo, we're only a game behind the Packers. Let's go get those bastards.
There you go.
And that's just kind of my mindset for this is you could choose to be freaked out about the Rams, or you could just be fired up at the opportunity to go get the Packers. A couple of other parts of this, right? We're going to get some information on this. There's going to be a new data point starting Thursday night. The Rams play the Niners Thursday night. The Niners sure look good. I know the Bears are terrible, but they finally looked good on Sunday. And you've got Packers in Seattle Sunday night. So there's a lot of good ball that's going to kind of decide some of this stuff.
A lot of those guys playing each other, too. I mean, you look at the schedule right now, you look at the records, but you also have to look at the schedule. And a lot of people that we're competing against are playing each other. So I think the only thing Washington has to worry about is handling Washington. And before we went to break, I said windshield over rear view. I'd rather look at all the possibilities in front of me, the big ass windshield, instead of looking at that little bitty ass rear view mirror and worried about that. Handle what's coming in front of you, and you take care of your own.
Green Bay's got 4 left at Seattle Sunday Night Football, New Orleans at Lambeau, at Minnesota. In that dome is going to be rocking, and then the Bears at home. That is a difficult remaining schedule. You got 2 games. I don't know what the line is for Seahawks Packers, but I won't be shocked if the Seahawks are favored.
Yeah.
They're probably going to be dogs at Minnesota too, I imagine. This is a difficult situation for Green Bay, and I think Washington going to New Orleans. This number makes me a little nervous, but the New Orleans quarterback situation is so screwed up. The Commanders are 7.5-point favorites. Now, before Carr got hurt, that was probably only 2.5, 3 points.
So they got Hainer now, and
Hainer stinks. Well, or he's at least an unknown. We'll leave it at that.
But think about it, he's an unknown now who has to he's not just coming in the game off the bench now. We get a week to prepare for him, and he has a week to have to be preparing and wondering about what somebody going to do to him. It's a difference at that point.
Currently, the Packers are 2.5-point favorites at Seattle next Sunday night. I can assure you, I know where my money's going, Lamphel.
You going to Seattle?
Yeah, hell yeah.
By the time that game comes, Seattle they'll be the favorite.
I don't know. We'll see. The question is relatively simple. I want to start with our guy, Drew. He's on the line. Phone lines are open. Jeff's sitting down. We'll get him to answer him. 800-636-1067. Start with Drew. Drew, are you focused on trying to get to the 6th seed or freaking out about losing the 7th seed?
So I'm kind of where what B-Mitch said, and I was going to bring this up in the Bleep You Thursday, but Bleep You looking for help from other teams. Alabama's not in. They were looking for help. I wanted the Panthers to win so we could get in the division race. They didn't win. Both those games were good. I think Washington just needs to take care of itself. And then I don't care about any of these other games. We'll be in, and we'll be in the playoffs, and then I'll worry about it. But I think we're going to be in, And as long as we're ready to play, we got to rest. We got to take care of New Orleans, and we got to take care of Philly. I mean, I think we should win the last 4 and go in on momentum, and then let them be afraid of us as opposed to us being afraid of other guys.
I love your optimism.
I like
Drew.
it.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, take care.
All right, brother.
So, to that point, last night I just kind of threw up a comment on my Facebook page.
Mm-hmm.
And I found this really interesting, right? I basically said the same thing. Everybody's freaked out about LA. What about catching Washington?
Mm-hmm.
And, dude, Matthew Morey is a dude that lives in my neighborhood. He's a big-time real estate agent. Nice guy, hardcore, long-time Skins fan.
Mm-hmm.
And he said he had this theory. Everybody's so certain you want to face, if you get to the 6th seed, you get to play, I guess, the 3, right? Instead of the 7-2.
Mm-hmm.
He asked this question, B. Would you rather play the Rams or the Eagles? Ground attack keeps inferior teams in games. Bad weather helps inferior teams in games. Having to play a team a 3rd time is hard also. The Rams' passing game is next level. Do you think that we could blink and a month from now, the Eagles barely got past the Panthers yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
They probably played with their food a little bit. They're probably looking ahead to the big matchup with the Steelers next week.
Probably so.
But it still was a ball game to the very end. Do you think a month from now we could look and say Washington would be better off facing Philly than they would be going to LA?
I think somebody would probably say that because of the familiarity. But ultimately, for me, you got to beat the team you're going to be playing. Shouldn't make a difference. So whether we have to fly to LA or whether we have to play in Philly, I think it's going to be a tough game. And if we're worried about a team, then we got a problem. We should have them, as Drew just said, let them worry about us. Because I think when Washington is hitting on all cylinders, anybody in the league they can beat.
I mean, dude, if they can get back to the version that we saw in Arizona week 4, even last week they played really well.
Yeah.
If they could be getting offensive wagon like they were at various times and then play good defense like we've seen, they could be. You don't get into the play. Most of the time, you don't get into the playoffs if you truly have no chance, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to take these phones throughout. I'm going to hit Juke real quick. Juke, are you looking at the 6? Or are you worried about the 7?
Hey, I'm not worrying about nothing. I'm like Drew, man. We just gotta handle business and do what we need to do. We're gonna come in. We got Lattimore about to play. He's about to play like a straight up seatbelt that's gonna elevate the defense. Timothy Daniels, the company's gonna come back revitalized and have that offense humming. And we're gonna sweep these 4 games, walk into the playoffs hot and ready like a hot pocket. I'm talking about so hot. When you fight that joint, you got to do the hot, cool it down because you don't want to spit it out. So yeah, like and as far as what team I want to face in the first round, I don't care who it is. I'm not ducking no team. Like at the end of the day, the team is as good as they is, and say we win that first game, we're gonna have to eventually face them. So why not face them all break and get it out the way? That's all I got for y'all.
Thank you,
All
Jim.
right, brother.
Appreciate the call, bud. Phone lines are open until Jeff's Exotica report. We certainly have to close them down then. That'd just be too hot.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
So I tweeted out, if you want to vote, check it out at JP Finley, NBCS. I said, I think the Commanders fans should be focused on getting the 6th seed from Green Bay, not stressing about losing the 7 to LA. What about you? 83% of voters right now are saying, go get the Packers. 16% are saying they're worried about the Rams. So far, the phone lines have not been consistent with the votes. A couple comments, though. This one from Dr. Butt, Brian.
Dr. Butt.
Dr. Butt says, I think the focus should be 100% on catching Green Bay, but I also think it's fair to pay attention to the Rams. They look like a real threat.
Okay.
I think that's fair. This, I think, is stupid. This is from BPED19.
All right.
Name and rebrand are my biggest worry. This team is rebuilding.
Okay.
You got a football team that's winning, and we're talking about the playoffs.
Yeah. I just, I don't, I'm not concerned about what somebody, we so many people, I don't want to play that team. That shows fear. Don't play any damn team you can, because you know what? Just like Buffalo had been rolling, the Rams showed up yesterday, and Buffalo was like, what the hell did we get ourselves into? Why can't we be that type of team?
Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Don't go anywhere.
The waiting is over for the Juan Soto sweepstakes. He's going to the New York Mets to the tune of 15 years and $765 million, the largest deal in professional sports history. The deal includes an opt-out after 5 years and no deferred money. The contract also includes a $75 million signing bonus. The LA Dodgers have signed outfielder Michael Conforto to a one-year deal worth $17 million. Sunday Night Football, Kansas City Chiefs defeated the LA Chargers 19-17. They win the AFC West for the 9th consecutive year. Matthew Wright kicked a 31-yard field goal, and KC is 12-1. Philadelphia beat Carolina 22-16. Pittsburgh over Cleveland 27-14. Rams down Buffalo 44-42. San Francisco over Chicago 38-13. The Monday night matchup, Cincinnati against Dallas at 7:30 live on the Fan and Team 980. NBA's Memphis Grizzlies rolled past the Wizards 140-112. Marvin Bagley III scored 20.
It's a learning process. No doubt in my mind that, we get tomorrow off, come back, got a few days before our next one. We'll get better, look at the film, and just keep fighting, keep chipping away.
Men's college basketball, Purdue over Maryland, 83-78. Cincinnati downs Howard, 84-67. Sammy Silver reports that Tom Wilson is being evaluated today to make sure his face is okay, according to the head coach, Spencer Carberry. Capitals are off for a few days. The Commanders' FPI playoff chances 81%. The chances for the 7th seed currently 56%, and the chances for the 6th seed at 22%. I'm Byron Curl, the Fan.
Little bit of breaking news on the Fan. What song is this, Landfill? I kind of like it.
It's a Christmas song.
Is it? Sounds like a 80s synth
Da,
pop.
da, 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 da.
I'm feeling it. I know you guys like to think I'm lying all the time. I'm telling the truth. I got a little bit of breaking news.
All right. If it's bad, I'm gonna throw this damn
I think you're gonna like this one, dog. I am willing to put a JP Finley guarantee that you will like this breaking news update,
All right,
and
what
that
is
it's a real one.
All right, go.
If
Go
you
ahead.
think it's fake, you could throw something at me.
Okay.
All right, ready? Washington Commanders announced they have opened the 21-day practice window for wide receiver Jamison Crowder.
All right.
That could be some sure hands in the punt return game for the stretch run.
Sure hands in the punt return game, and also a guy could play some slot for you.
Yo, quick off the line.
Yeah.
Sometimes they laugh
JC.
that immediate
I like
line
old JC.
quickness. So that counted, right?
Yeah.
I was not BSing.
Okay,
for
good.
Once. Now you can't throw anything at me.
Jeffrey.
I want to check in with the boys. We got a bunch of callers on the line, 800-636-1067. We're debating if you're looking ahead or looking behind. Brian and I are both looking ahead, okay? I think the focus should be on the 6th seed, trying to get to the Packers. I think you got to go 3-1 down the stretch. You got a real chance at it. Landini, you're the professor of BS. You understand what is real and what is nonsense. Which way are you looking, ahead or behind, sir?
I'm worried. I'm worried about the Rams. They're a talented team, good coach, capable quarterback, and they've been playing better. I am concerned there. I am more worried about the Rams getting caught and finishing with the 8th best record in the conference than I am with getting to 6.
Landfill?
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody talking about the Rams getting on the run. What if the Rams go on a run? Seattle lose a few games. They haven't locked up anything yet.
Well, that would be
We can
great
still
news.
beat them too, right?
I'd love that.
So it's more than just the scenarios that we have.
That's
kind of one of the
entirely
things,
true.
though, is there's like a bunch of teams kind of bunched up like around that, around the area where the Commanders are, and that makes me a little nervous.
So
It's not just like one team loses a couple games and we're good. We need like 2 or 3 teams to kind of, trip all over themselves, and then we're solid.
You're right about that. Now, one good thing that's happening appears to be the demise of Kirk Cousins. Because when you had Atlanta and Tampa kind of battling it out, then and both those teams winning, then you've got Tampa that has a tiebreaker on Washington. Like then you had, I think, something to worry about. But if Atlanta continues to struggle, listen, they're not mathematically eliminated. But does anybody think the Saints or the Panthers are about to make a run for this thing? No. The Bears ain't making a run for this thing. The Cowboys, I don't believe, are making a run for anything. The Niners and the Cardinals both sit there at 6 and 7. At this point, they're chasing to get to that NFC West lead where the Seahawks are, they're 8 and 5. They have a decent command on this thing. I do think you're right, though. The Rams are still chasing for that division title. God bless our guy, Drew Cohen, who keeps texting me and tweeting me that Washington's still chasing the division title. Technically, they are, but they're 3 games back and have to make it up in 4 games. It's possible. But to me, it's a good point Landini brings up that it's not just the Rams. It could be the Rams or the Seahawks. Let's go to these phone lines.
But if we take care of our business, we don't have to care about none of them, right?
Yes.
There we go.
Steve in Luray. Steve, where you looking, bud?
I'm looking forward, brother. I'll tell you the truth. My way of thinking, you're looking back at defeatism. We take care of business. And I'll tell you the truth. I was worried about the 8 seed and have to play up in Philly for the first round. I saw from Philly yesterday. Philly don't scare me no more. I wouldn't be surprised we don't beat them next week. And we could really, and going up, and I would love to play Tampa Bay in the playoffs. But I really think we have a legitimate chance to run the table. Win 3 is almost, we should win 3. But, and then we go up, and if we have to play Philly, so what? We'll play Philly. But I'd love to go play someone else just to get that first round win under our belts.
All right, man.
I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. A lot of optimism there. I love that attitude. He did mention the 8 seed. The 8 seed's the first team out.
Yeah.
So you want to avoid the 8 seed.
I heard that too.
Jeffrey.
But we know what he meant.
I know what he meant.
We know what he meant.
Jeff, you tend to be a pretty optimistic fella about the old burgundy and gold.
Walking around with that yellow shirt on. That'd be optimistic.
It's green. It's green.
It's yellowish.
I love that you think it matters to clarify what butt ugly neon color. Anywho, what do you think with these Commanders, Jeffrey?
I'm looking forward, baby. Just like everybody else said, we handle our business, we're good. And I'm feeling more confident going into these weeks because the health of the team is looking better.
And the health of the team they're playing looking
there
worse.
You go, baby.
Yeah. So it's like
going to New Orleans, baby.
Yeah, we about to get them out. I'm sorry. I know Louisiana, that's your spot, B, but we about to go over there.
I have never been a Saints fan, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about your home state. We about to go tear that state up. We can
just go to eat their food and party with them. They like to party.
Yeah, we could party after we disrupt their
we have
Sunday.
Enough tearing up by hurricanes. We don't need them more tearing up.
Okay, he's protecting his hometown. Okay, we're gonna go down there and we're gonna whoop We're gonna whoop the state of Louisiana because they're all gonna be going for the Saints. I'm confident. JD5 is looking like he was early in the season. He's not looking bothered by anything. We had a week off. I really want us to come out, and the way that the Saints just struggle with the Giants, I really want us to come out and just lay the ultimate
belt to
down.
butt.
Yes,
there you go.
Yes, like we need to come out and punish them.
Whip to butt. Like
I'm looking forward.
Exotica.
Whoa. I'm looking forward. Like the dude who just got off the phone said, looking back, that's defeatism. I don't even know if that's a real word. He probably made it up.
I think it's a real word.
I'm endorsing that word. That's defeatism. Why are we worried about the people behind us? Let's keep moving forward.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm with that, Jeff.
All right, defeatist is a real word, not defeatism. Defeatist.
That's a defeatist mindset.
Defeatist is definitely a real word.
A defeatist mindset.
Maybe defeatism is a real word. I don't know. Defeatist definitely is.
We can make up words. They've been making them up for years.
True. I always correct my kids to not say funner, and apparently funner is now in the dictionary. It's supposed to be more fun.
More fun.
Yeah. And my daughters love pointing out that I'm incorrect.
Funnier.
Sure. Let's go to these phones. Los is on the line. Los, which way you looking, dude?
I'm looking forward. I really am. I'm trying to catch up to Green Bay. Was watching the games yesterday. The only stat that has me concerned was when when they show that the Saints are 3-1 in their last 4. So, like, you know, they have the motivation, they have the.
But they just lost their quarterback.
I understand they just lost their quarterback, and that's the only thing that makes me happy about it. But you know, I'm looking forward. Let's go get this seed, and let's just go for it. Thanks, guys.
All right, brother.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you, Los. Merry Christmas if we don't chat. I wanted to ask you something, B, because I thought was a real concern.
Okay.
I think the situation has changed with Derek Carr and the broken arm. Coming out of the bye week, how easy is it to be flat? Like, how easy is it to not be ready to go right away?
It's easy if you didn't have the proper leadership and guidance. But I believe right now, these guys kept looking forward to the bye week because they wanted to make sure they get there and get fresh because they knew what they had ahead of them. I believe guys like Louvu, guys like Bobby Wagner, hell, you got Lattimore to be able to play this week. Those guys should be able to let these guys understand what's at stake. Okay, you were talking about how being fresh and getting some health. Coming out of this bye week, it's easy to be flat because you've been away from it. You know, it's easy to lose what you've had when you're doing it every week, and then all of a sudden you got a week of going away from it. But I think the right guidance, right leadership will still make it to where these guys will understand what's happening.
I think that's what you've signed up for, right?
But I always tell you about Monty Coleman when we were 7-0, we had the bye week, and how he would always talk about what's next. Didn't allow guys to be happy about what happened. We were always looking forward, and I think Bobby, Louvu, guys like that will keep those guys looking forward. So they should come out hitting the ground running.
I think if they do, New Orleans has had a really up and down season, and a lot of that has been injury related. But if they come out just sprinting out the gate, I think that will take care of a lot of this. It's pretty tough for a team.
Don't allow them a chance to get any confidence.
It's Tennessee was coming off their best win of the year, and Washington jumped out to a 28-0 lead.
Hell yeah,
because there were turnovers. When you play, I'm not trying to take any shots at the young man. Maybe he'll end up being great. But Jake Hayner's never started an NFL game. Maybe they go to Rattler, but I don't believe so. Check on Rattler's injury status, Jeff, please. Spencer Rattler. But Hayner's the one that came in last night in limited work in 7 games. He's thrown 29 passes. He's completed 14 of them.
Right?
Go after this young man and
make him have to make decisions quick.
Create takeaways. Now, you still have Alvin Kamara is a hell of a player. Juwan Johnson, that tight end, causes big trouble. Rashid Shaheed has incredible speed. What do you got?
Shaheed can fly.
They actually have a decision to make because Rattler is healthy. So it's going to be between Spencer Rattler and Jake Hayner.
Either way, go get him.
I believe we used to have a thing here where young quarterbacks came in and gave us fits. You know why? Because we sat back and allowed them to just sit back in the pocket and be comfortable. Make it uncomfortable for a young quarterback. And I'm telling you, that SOB will throw the ball to your guy. Put pressure on him.
Let's go to Vince in Seat Pleasant. Vince, where you looking, man?
My fellas, what's going on, family? How y'all
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Man, to be honest, I'm not worried about anything. I think the nation is worried about the wrong thing. We're not worried about who we got to play or, when we got to play them or where. Let's get in there and do what we got to do. Get in there and cause some havoc. We worried about, the seeds and things of that nature, but let's worry about Cliff cleaning up the offense so we can go in and actually win a playoff game. Let's worry about Jaden not throwing errant passes over the middle when, he's under pressure and things of that nature. Let's focus on what needs to happen first before we worry about, the future. Let's handle business and the task at hand. I think that with the offense that we have and the guidance that we have, especially with Dan, man, we can work miracles. And the NFC Championship's still in play. I want y'all to know that. So I'll be looking for that sound real soon, fellas.
All right,
y'all, man. Talk to you later.
Gotcha, bro.
Thanks, Vinny. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I think maybe it's too early to even be worried about this with 4 games left. But I saw so much. Honestly, you know what it kind of reminded me of, but in reverse? When the Rams-Bills game finished, I just saw so many people responding via social, like, oh my gosh, Washington's LA's coming for him, whatever, right? Do you remember years back when what were they then? The Washington football team and Heineke almost beat the Bucks in the wild card round,
And
even though they never had the lead. And they were
never led in the game, but we almost beat them.
Then the Bucks go on to win the Super Bowl, and a lot of people wanted to celebrate that. And I was just like, that is so dumb.
Lame.
Yeah, like it's just not a real mindset. I think it's the same thing here. Washington is good. And I just think so many people are so unaccustomed to for so long. Most of these playoff runs. I mean, let's just think about the last 3 times they've gotten in the playoffs. Hell, you can go to the last 4. The 2020 team that got in at 7-9 during the COVID season, they got hot late, and they weren't very good, and they lost in the first round.
Yep.
Kirk's team that got in, they won the NFC, I think, at 9-7. They got hot late, and the rest of the NFC East kind of collapsed that year, and they lost in the first round. Then you go to Robert's year, 2012, and they were 3-6. And then they got hot. They won 7 in a row, and they deserve a lot of credit for that. Then they lost in the first round. Even going all the way back to Coach Joe's second playoff team, that was when Taylor was killed, and then they came together late and got a wild card bid. They lost. It's been so long since Washington's had a team late in an NFL season where they're playing from the front, where their goal is to win games and get in. This is not scratching, clawing, hoping some other team loses. As long as they win, they're in. Yeah. And I think a lot of folks have a tough time with that, adjusting that mindset.
But that's my whole mindset where we're talking about what if and this other team and that. We got 4 games ahead of us. Handle business, you're in. Okay? You could probably go 3-1 and still be in. But the ultimate thing is you can't be so concerned about the other teams. And if you playing against whoever, you're where you want to be in the playoffs. And that team's going to have to be on point to beat you at that moment.
I'm with you. It's just different. I mean, Landini doesn't remember when they were really good, when I was a kid, right? I don't remember much of it, but I remember 91. Landville, is part of your inherent concern about losing the 7 seed just because that's just how it's always been?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Good things don't really happen to this team.
Right. I think about a team like Buffalo, and I'm not comparing Washington now to what Buffalo is now, but Bills fans, they had the 4 straight Super Bowl losses. Yeah. Then they sucked pretty much. I mean, they were bad for a long time.
Yeah.
They had a couple little spurts of maybe a wild card or here or there. They also were dealing with the Patriots for a long time that were just a wagon. But at some point, Bills fans adjusted their mindset to, no, we're going to go take this. I think Houston is dealing with that now. You know what I mean? Like, it's something different that Washington fans aren't prepared for. But if they win this week, they're going to be 9-5.
That's all that matters. Listen, man.
9-5 with 2 home games left.
We can't. This is where we're at in this city. We want the team to do different and think and play different. But we all still think like we did when they had Dan here and they were not accomplishing any damn thing. We got to change our mindsets too. Expect it. We can't put that pressure on everybody else to change their mindset and we just fall back into what's comfortable. Always questioning every damn thing.
I will say this you know what? I'm just going to say this to myself. I'm going to look at the man in the mirror. Family man Dave just tweeted me as we're talking about Jake Haener or Spencer Rattler, whoever might be playing quarterback for New Orleans. He said, it's a very simple phrase. He said, remember Cooper Rush. That just happened. So, unfortunately,
Cooper Rush had already played in the league last year too, and when
he had already beaten Washington,
he had beaten them before when Whitcomb got hurt. I don't think Haener is Cooper Rush, but I believe this.
Rattler started 6 games now.
Okay, but when you play guys like Rattler or Haener, you don't allow them to sit back in the pocket like they're in 7-on-7 at damn practice. You got to put some pressure on them and make them have to make quicker decisions, and that's when you get young guys.
I agree with that. Prior to the Dallas game, we had never seen this iteration. We had never seen Quinn, Kingsbury, Witt, Peters, Daniels. We had never seen these dudes lay an egg. Now, you got eyes wide open here. We've seen them lay an egg. So Are eggs possible? Yes. I don't think you get it coming out of the bye when everybody's healthy and ready to rock. And you probably get Marshawn Lattimore going back to New Orleans. I don't think you get an egg, but it is possible. I don't want to discount it. Jeff's Exotica Report, 1245.
Sizer with your sports update on the Fan. The biggest domino of the Major League Baseball offseason fell last night as Juan Soto signed with the New York Mets. 15 years, $765 million. He heads across town as he turned down the Yankees' offer of 16 years, $760 million. In the NFL, the Commanders open up the 21-day practice window for wide receiver Jamison Crowder, and Saints quarterback Derek Carr is feared to have a broken left hand. Washington faces New Orleans next week and could likely face a backup quarterback. Tonight, Monday Night Football, the Bengals take on the Cowboys in Dallas. 8:15 kickoff. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. In the NBA over the weekend, the Wizards snapped their 16-game losing streak as they beat the Nuggets on Saturday, 122-113. But last night they fell to the Grizzlies, 140-112. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I mean, Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're talking about, are you looking forward? Are you looking backwards and things of that nature? We're going to be having Jeff's Exotica report coming up at 12:45. But the whole mindset for me is Commanders sitting in 7th place right now. Let's think we're going to be there or move forward. No backwards at all. Mindset has to be a positive mindset.
Attack success, baby.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting, man. I think the fact that Thursday night matters. I mean, hell, every game matters. I kind of can't wait to watch tonight just to see. The Bengals, to me, are completely shot, but they're not technically completely shot. They're 4-8. I guess they still have 5 games remaining because they're playing Monday night.
Uh-huh.
If they won out, maybe they get in. I kind of doubt
Who's that?
Cincy.
Okay.
Their current playoff probability is 2%. But there is no team in the NFL, I would say, that has a 2% playoff probability that I want to see more than Cincy.
You want to see them win out?
I love watching Burrow, and I love Chase and Higgins. I just like that offense.
Mm-hmm.
The Niners be 8% chance of getting in.
All right.
They're 6-7, so they now have 4 games left.
Who are they 4 against?
I can pull it up. I know what I wanted to do.
One of them against the Rams, I think. Seahawks?
Probably. I got you. Hang on. 6-7 for San Fran. They got the Rams at Miami, Lions, and then the Cardinals to finish.
Ooh, that's tough. And if the Cardinals could play like they did, it's tough.
You see, now, some of this stuff I think is unfair because, like, we live in this media zone where powerful people with a lot of influence can create a hypothetical storyline and say, hey, here's an idea that should be tried. And then that morphs into, well, this is something we need to discuss. Basically, there was an article that said the Bears should try to trade for Kyle Shanahan to let Kyle develop Caleb Williams' career.
Okay.
But there was never a report that this was happening. There was never any substance to it. But eventually that becomes, hey, Kyle.
A narrative.
Well, he got asked about it.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Kyle, would you want to be traded to Chicago? And then he has to come out and say, hell no, I love it here. I don't want to go anywhere. But, like, he shouldn't have to answer that. That's not a real report. You know what I mean?
Not a real report, but you know what? Media is no longer about real reports. Media is about thoughts. Media is about speculation. Media is about what someone figures and just throw it out there and see if it sticks. That's media today.
Right. I thought that was junk, and I'm not. Whatever. Kyle is whatever, but I don't think he should have had to answer that on the record. And then what's even worse is after he answers it, then people are like, well, what else is he going to say? It's the truth.
Yeah. You can't be like, yeah, I would love to be traded there.
Right.
Come on, man.
But are we ready for a little conversation? Because I think that they've earned this. The Vikings and the Eagles. We touched on this earlier. They have the same record. They're both 11-2.
Mm-hmm.
It just so happens the Vikings are chasing the Lions, and the Lions are 12-1, right?
All right.
So the Vikings right now would be the 5th seed. They are a damn good 5 seed.
That they are.
Let's just look at the Eagles and the Vikings numbers. Vikes 11-2, 9th in the NFL in points, 11th in yards, 6th in points allowed, 17th in yards allowed. It's all pretty consistent. Passing wise, they have the 8th most pass yards in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Rushing, it dips. They're 17th in the NFL in rushing. Defensively, they're one of the best rushing defense teams in football, and they're good against the pass. They give up a bunch of yards, but not a lot of touchdowns. Mm-hmm. Philly, top 10 in both points scored and yards gained. 2nd in points allowed, tops in yards allowed.
All right.
So Philly's winning it a little bit more defensively, a little bit more running the ball. Both teams are quite good on third down. The Eagles are 8th in the NFL at converting third downs, long drives. Philly's converting 43% of their third downs while only giving up 34%. Okay. The Vikings, it's a little bit of a different formula. They're 10th in the NFL in converting their third downs and about middle of the pack in giving up third down conversion. I look at this, and I know that this perhaps sounds stupid to say.
Mm-hmm.
These teams are both 11-2. I think Philly has more defensive talent. I think Nolan Smith is turning into a hell of a player right before our eyes.
Oh, yeah.
I think Cooper DeJean and then Quinyon Mitchell look really pretty damn good. I like their linebackers and Dean and Bond. That Jalen Carter starting to play really well. I think defensively, Philly's really good. I think Saquon gives them an element that the rest of the league can't quite figure out.
What was it yesterday then with them against the Panthers? Because the Panthers were going up and down the field on them.
I don't know.
I mean,
that's
as good as they are. That game, they didn't look like they were that dominant.
Totally. And then A.J. Brown was grumpy after the game, complained about passing. He just said passing over and over again. The Jalen Hurts finished that game. Now, if you play fantasy like I did against him yesterday, and I lost to Charlie Boyd because of freaking Zach Charbonnet, Hurts' fantasy numbers from yesterday look real good.
Mm-hmm.
He probably went for 30 points in fantasy. But in real life, B, he was 14 of 21 for a $108. Granted, he had 2 touchdowns. He ran another 60 on the ground. I just wonder what I know for sure. Eagles have a ton of talent offensively. They got a lot of weapons.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel confident the Vikings passing attack is explosive.
Hell yeah.
And some of that is Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, maybe even the bulk of it, right?
It's Jefferson.
Addison is good, B.
Yeah, Addison is real good. But you saw the pass yesterday. The defensive back was checking, I guess, what is invisible football? Did you see the guy
when he went the wrong way?
When he broke that way, and he was just standing there. The dude broke and fell on his own.
Yeah, I did. Brian, going into the playoffs, where usually big plays matter, the ability to make big plays, to be in any game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Philly's going to have, I don't even know that it's true, but arguably the easier route, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which team do you trust more?
Out of Philly and
Minnesota.
I still trust the Eagles more than I do Minnesota. As good as Sam Darnold has played, we are seeing new things for Sam Darnold. Yes, he be going this year playing well, but that defense has carried him most of the way. I still have to see him do it at this moment to completely believe in him. But I know but the thing about, I say it all the time, that quarterback is the most dependent position in sports. He has the people around him to be able to make it easier for him. They're talented.
So is Philly.
Yeah, but still, I'm saying Sam Darnold is in a better situation than he's ever been in his life.
Totally.
So if all of the clout people have given him and say how good he was going to be, he now is in a position where He just have to show up and be Sam Darnold. He doesn't have to carry anybody anywhere.
Listen to the last 4 here for the Vikings. Bears at home, at Seattle, Green Bay at home, at Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, you talk about a go-get-it mindset. If the Vikings win out, I'm not sure that they will, but if the Vikings win out, they could get the 1 seed. They could win the division. Right? I mean, I don't know that will happen, but that is a tough schedule down the stretch. Whereas the Eagles down the stretch, Pittsburgh, then they're down here in Washington, then it's the Cowboys, then the Giants, both at home. 3 of their last 4 are at home. I think the Eagles, man, here's what I trust in Minnesota more. Coaching. Staying level-headed. Looking one game at a time. I have a hard time believing yesterday that the Philly organization coming off the big win in Baltimore, knowing they're about to host Pittsburgh, I got a hard time believing they didn't simply just look past Carolina yesterday.
Yeah, they did, and they ended up winning the game. But you got to realize one thing, too, though. As bad as that team was down the stretch last year, the coaching has been much better this year. They've gone on a run now over the last, 8-9 games where they don't look nothing like they did the last few games of last year. So their coaching, as horrible as it was down the stretch in the last 6 games of 2023, 2024, they've seen that righted their ship.
Certainly. They started really rough. Dude, at some point, you got to take the Eagles pretty damn seriously because they've won 9 in a row. It's a fascinating battle. Quickly, Landini, who do you trust more, Minnesota or Philly? All the numbers tell you they're pretty much the same.
The Eagles.
Jeffrey?
Gotta go with the Eagles.
Maybe I'm on an island. Or it's just...
I know you like the coach.
Yeah, I trust
and
O'Connell.
You give him a lot of coach. But the whole thing about it is he had Kirk last year. They were great throughout the regular season. They hadn't done nothing in the playoffs.
I know that.
I
wonder how much of that is Kirk. My man threw a check down on 4th and 8 in the playoffs.
I'm just saying, though, we will see as it goes forward.
We will see. What we will see next, actually, you won't be able to see this. Trust me, I've seen some photos. But you will hear Jeff Walker went to Exotica. We've got the exclusive Jeff Walker Exotica report next.
Big changes here. B. Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
All the good things and the bad things. B. Mitch and Finley,
Great song,
1067 The Fan. Over the weekend, shout out to our guy Jeff Walker. He attended the Exotica seminar. I don't know. I forget what we call it. The Exotica
Conference.
Perfect.
Conference. Yeah.
One of the things I find relatively unnecessary is the Exotica Expo, as it's called. It's called Exotica. I don't know that it needs 3 X's to really sell home what it is they do.
Oh, no, it need 3 X's. it definitely need 3 X's.
All right, so Jeff is our beat reporter, Exotica beat reporter. Exotica has been a great sponsor of the station. Shout out to them. We appreciate them. Ladies were free last Friday. For $105, you can get a VIP with Dungeon All Access upgrade. I'm curious what kind of tickets Jeff had. Jeff, please take it away, buddy.
Okay, so I had general admission tickets, JP, but you know me. I finesse everything.
I'm a hustler, baby.
Yes. So we get in there. I'm like, this can't be right. My boy Sam usually hooks us up with VIP tickets. He was like, okay.
Who goes with you? You go solo?
He took his boy.
2 years ago, I went with one of my boys, and this year I went with my cousin because
going solo to Exotica is a real vibe. I think you need a wingman at this event.
Yeah, nah. You need a
wing person.
Yeah, you do need a wing person there. But man, hey, JP, it lived up to the hype. The 3 X's need to be there because the thing is, most of us fellas, you know, we think we doing something in our romantic lives. But the stuff that I seen yesterday, I think it just showed me that I'm not just on a certain level. I'm on a level, but I'm just not there.
You've been fooling yourself.
Yeah, no. Like
So what are some of the hottest trends?
Dude, how would I say this? One dude was getting spanked with like a whip, right? But this wasn't like no normal whip. This whip was heavy. You can see this lady is like, it's taking all her momentum. And when you heard it hit this guy's behind, I'm sorry. I had a flashback of the time
when you got whipped.
You got spanked.
When I skipped school and my mother caught me and she whooped me like I stole something. I was like, how do you like that? Then I was completely thrown off.
It's getting Freudian, landfill.
Yeah, dude. It was everything, because it's Exotica. Half the conference was walking around with lollipops shaped like men. So I'm like, yo, what is going on here?
Can I just quickly intercede as Jeff Walker, our Exotica beat reporter, tells us about this past weekend's conference? Jeff has the floor here. He can take these stories anywhere he wants to.
I'm not trying to get dumped.
All he's talked about are dudes getting spanked and dudes walking around with men's lollipops.
No. This is when you first walk in. This is what's going on. So then, JP, what really rocked my world is back in my time in middle school. A lot of young men have done this. You know the little cams where it'd be like, "Yo, chat with this." I didn't know that was real. I get in there. I seen all the webcams.
You did this in middle school?
The chat cams. When I used to sneak on websites I wasn't supposed to sneak on, it would be like, yo, live chat with these ladies. I always thought that was spam. I walked in this conference, and these people are really in front of cams just doing all types of things. I was completely gone away. Then when we get to the back, it's like a VIP section, and then it's a main stage. Now, they had little competitions going on for this main stage, right? So let me tell you, yo, this one dude was the man. Let me tell you. So they like, all right, we about to have a couple competition. We about to have a couple competition on the stage. We need couples. So these 2 ladies walk up, and it's like a man behind them. So he's like, yo, we got a couple right here, 2 ladies. The ladies go, no, it's 3 of us, and point to the man. We like, yeah, bro, because they was bad too. Both them ladies was bad. So then they get on the stage, and I can't even explain what was going on, but just picture someone my age, a couple my age, a couple B's age, and a couple that's aged older than B. giving their wildest fantasies on stage.
Just talking
about it or acting it out?
Acting it out. I was so thrown off, bro.
Like fully?
Not fully. Not fully. They were
talking about it.
clothed. They were clothed.
Oh.
But they had to judge who was the best, who looked like they had the best sex. Those were the winners. And then after that, the stage clear off, they started throwing hats at us. The hats was cool till you seen what was on the hat.
What was on the hat?
Some of them said MFC for, I forgot what the name of it was. But some of them had dudes' body parts on them. And I'm like, yo, I'm not wearing no hat like that. But I did purchase a shirt. It have to get shipped to me because it wasn't my size. But it just say, fat boys do it better.
So
but
you're
hold on.
admitting to
What
being a fat boy
size?
now.
They didn't have extra large in the fat boy shirt?
Yeah, they sold out. It was a lot of fat boys that went through there. And then, I made some connections.
What's the percentage of attractive people at this joint? Including the performers, the ticket takers, all the people in that building.
It was probably like 10 attractive people, including myself.
Out of how many people?
Out of like 200-300 people.
Jeff, I found some of the classes, some of the seminars that were available.
Oh yeah, I went to some of the seminars.
Did you go to Choke Me Daddy, the Art of Breath Play?
No, but I did go to it was a submission.
Ride 'em Cowgirl, Tips for Dominating on Top?
No, I didn't. Come on, JP. Why would I go to that?
Jeff, you're the one that goes to this thing in the first place.
None of us go.
It's a fun experience, man.
Jeff, did you go to Handicapable and Kinky, supporting your disabled partner in a kinky relationship?
No. But I did go to the dungeon. I did go to the dungeon experience, right? And I want to say that is not for me either. Dude, there was this lady. She had the same haircut I had. She was dressed fully, and yes, this was a lady. And she was taking like these tweezers. The tweezers were like huge, and she was clamping them on this guy's back. And I'm like, yo.
On his back?
On his back. Like, you can see
like
his
jumper cable?
You can see his skin.
Like jumper cable
getting
thing?
Yes, on his back. I'm like, what is going on here? But what really creeped me out was like there was like interactive things that you can do. I wouldn't say it creeped me out. It's just I wasn't with it. I wasn't with it at all. But it's like to the people at Exotica, there's just some real customer feedback. If you're gonna have interactive games, have a woman and a man there.
Yeah. Why is Jeff sweating so hard talking
He's
about
sweating hard as hell right now,
Look at
dog.
this. He's sweating.
Did something happen that it got you a little scared?
I'm trying to really watch what I say so we don't get canceled as the show, guys. But yeah, dude, y'all have to put
Just know
man,
that Jeff is telling the story, not us.
a man and a woman there because, dude, I'm a 30-year-old man. I'm 6'4" on a good day. And
where the hell you get 6'4" from?
6'4".
All right,
You are
all right.
6 feet, dog.
I'm 6'1" on a good day. I don't want a 50-year-old man, scruffy hair, tying me to a board. Like I would rather have a woman do that.
But how about if he don't have scruffy hair and he's 20 or 30?
I don't want no
you
man
like
at
that?
all.
Well,
That's why I
say
said
that.
you need to be a woman
Jeff,
and
that's
a
what
man
you
there.
should have said.
Did you get tied to a board by a 50-year-old scruffy man?
No, because I was about to go
You did
do it, and
last
then
year.
I was
Almost.
about to go do it until I realized that it was only a man there. I did it 2 years ago because it was this lady there, and she was getting.
There's so much sweat. It's like a liter of
Dude,
sweat.
why are you like sweating like that, dog?
Oh my God.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
I think it's something he's not telling us.
Oh my God.
And whoever is Jeff's cousin that went with him yesterday, call in and tell us what really
I will
happened.
call my cousin,
Because he's
bro.
sweating like something happened and he don't want to tell
No,
us.
I'm
Jeff,
sweating
I know
like
what
it's
it was.
hot.
Jeff, what day did you go?
I went on
Yesterday.
Sunday
Sunday. Okay.
because the Commanders wasn't playing.
Perfect bye week activity. Go hit up Exotica. It's too bad you missed the Tarzan feature performance Saturday night.
Nah, I'm good. Then it was this one dude, bro. Like it was this one dude.
All of your stories are about dudes.
No, because, bro, it was like the dudes, like the women you'll see. All right, it's women. They're porn stars. Okay, we get it. But the dudes do the most. Like, dude, we don't want to see no naked man in nothing but shorts walking around playing the trumpet. Like,
the trumpeter
like-
was there every day.
I was like, yo, they gotta do something. Yeah, I just found out maybe I'm not as kinky as I thought I was. Cause dude, when that lady
the
told
naked
me
trumpeter, prepare to be captivated by the sultry, soulful sounds of the naked
when
trumpeter.
the lady told like I told y'all earlier in the show. I mean, I'm not cheap. Well, I'm a little cheap, but I'm like, all right, the lady's dancing. I'm gonna throw some ones. Like that's what we do.
Yeah.
Like you know. So she on the pole, and like I said, she caught I'm throwing ones. She caught my dollar bill and gave it back, and I'm like, yo, it's not fake. Like, what's? She pulls out a stapler and she goes staple it on me. That was the most.
Did you
Hold
do
on,
it?
I bet you a question. Yeah, he did it.
Yeah, I did it.
She didn't bleed. I'm asking you this question though. Was she as tall as you?
Nah.
Okay.
Nah. But I ain't gonna lie. I almost passed out because I was like, oh, and it just stapled her. She was just like, she gave me this look, and I was like, hold up, don't look at me like that, sweetheart. I don't live too far from here. But it was a great experience, though. Like,
this dude's crazy, bro. That's all I know.
Yo, Jeff, you never disappoint in your annual Exotica reporting. We appreciate you. Boots on the ground as always.
I'll be back next year.
I know you will. We got to take a break, and Jeff's got to cool off. The amount of sweat coming off his head
Jeff,
is outrageous.
you like you running the 40.
Don't go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is sponsored by Verizon. In baseball, Juan Soto is signing with the Mets on a 15-year, $765 million contract. It's the largest contract in pro sports history. He turned down a 16-year, $760 million offer from the Yankees. Juan Soto, another former National star, signs with an NL East rival of the Nationals. In the NFL, the Commanders opened the 21-day practice window for wide receiver Jamison Crowder. Also, a notable injury from yesterday, Saints quarterback Derek Carr is feared to have broken his left hand at the end of the game when he dove for a first down. Washington is going to face New Orleans next week and will likely face a backup quarterback. Tonight, Monday Night Football, the Bengals taking on the Cowboys in Dallas. 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. In the NBA over the weekend, the Wizards snapped their 16-game losing streak as they beat the Nuggets on Saturday, 122-113. They were back in action yesterday and fell to the Grizzlies 140-112. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon's got you. Trade in any phone at your local Verizon store in any condition guaranteed and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of Jeff's Exotica review, get on the Odyssey app, figure that thing out. I thought it was really good.
We just don't know why he was sweating so much.
Well, he was sweating a lot. I got a lot of feedback.
He was profusely sweating.
People on Twitter or people texting me like, yo, I just got into my car. What the hell is going on here? Stallion walked up and said, what did I just listen to?
Stallion, you probably were there with him. Shut up.
If you got any questions.
Drinking some damn
mimosas. If you got any questions, that was Jeff's annual Exotica report. So I hope you enjoyed it. Jeff, This sounds right up your alley. I thought you'd want to know this. University of Louisiana Monroe quarterback General Booty entering the transfer portal.
Booty going to somewhere else?
I know that Jeff's always looking for Booty in the transfer portal, so I just thought I'd let him know. B.
I wonder if General is related to John.
I might be.
John Booty, General Booty. They got to be somewhere down the line.
John Booty lives here now, right?
Yeah.
They don't look that similar. So I don't know, but
well, you and Jeff related. Hell, y'all don't look that similar.
That's true. B, I want to ask you something. I want to keep it in college football for a second.
All right.
We keep seeing these reports and conversations about Bill Belichick, arguably the greatest NFL coach of all time.
Carolina.
Interviewing with Carolina, with the Tar Heels, going to college football. A
coach is always a coach, bro. That's it. Bill Belichick is a teacher of men. And whether if he can't get a job at the other level, he'll go down. That's what he wants to do.
You think so?
Yeah.
Dude, you think he wants to deal with 17-year-old kids telling them how much money they need for their NIL?
You a question, dog. Okay.
I'm asking.
I think just like Nick Saban didn't go recruit. All his other coaches recruited. There was 2 helicopters and 2 planes. Nick Saban flew in just to wave and go to dinner. The other people do the work. Bill Belichick just shows up to make it happen.
I also wonder, I wouldn't have been shocked if Belichick wanted to coach and went to like Dartmouth or
Navy.
Something. Yeah, Navy, right. Like
because he has a good relationship with Navy, don't he?
Yeah, his old man. His old man.
Yeah.
I think he went to Annapolis High School. He grew up in Annapolis and considers that like a real part of his home.
Apparently, his dad was also a coach at North Carolina.
Okay, so his dad was a long-time coach.
He probably had a history or a dream of doing it. Everywhere his dad coached, he wanted to coach.
I can't imagine where these lifelong college coaches are walking away, right? And in both sports, Coach K, hell, you just saw Tony Bennett at UVA. I think it's such a stage of.
Have you watched him on TV?
Belichick?
Yeah.
He's good.
The man, all he knows is football.
Yeah.
And if you're going to pay him a football, he don't care if it's a bunch of 17 to 21-year-olds or guys that are 21 and higher. Because in this arena now, in the NFL, most of the players have more control than the coach. So he goes to college. He doesn't care if you leave. He's going to coach the people that are there. You know what I mean? Like Doc always said, I don't care if the people aren't there. That's some of the guys that are going to play. And that's who Bill will be coaching.
And I wonder, it'd be a really good example. I mean, North Carolina football, right? They lost to NC State at the season finale. But, like, if Bill Belichick's on the sideline when you play Pitt and Louisville, you got to wonder, there are talent gaps, but Carolina's been good at football before. Like, they could get some talent down there. They got cash and whatever else is required. But do you think Belichick could get these young men to perform at that ultimate level where he just has guys that are so laser focused on competition week after week? Because that's the real question. If he can do that, then you got to contend.
The thing with it is this, man. Coaches lose players because coaches like to come in with one mindset and then change midway. And one thing about young people, even players in the league, if you're inconsistent in what you're presenting to me, I will turn your ass off. If you're consistent, whether you're easygoing or you're going to be a hard ass, if you're consistent with it, the players are going to adjust to it. And I believe if Bill Belichick rolls in and say, I won 6 Super Bowls, 7 Super Bowls, how many people going to question him? And there are some guys out there who feel I want the best coaches to make sure I know everything I need to do to try to get to the next level. So they may follow that.
All right.
Or their grandparents could tell them that, oh, man, he was great. You know what I mean? So,
do you think Belichick is coaching next year?
Based off of what he's trying to do, I'm thinking he's going to be coaching.
It almost seems to me, and this is weird to say, that he's like desperate to coach.
Coaches, that's what they do, bro.
Right.
You know, like we see certain people working, like some of these people in the broadcast industry in their 70s and late 70s and 80s still working. Been doing this for 50 years. And you go, well, why are they still doing it? Because that's what they do well.
Well, think about all the conversation around Tua when he had another concussion.
Yes.
And people were saying, like, man, he's a football player. When he's cleared, he's going to want to come back. And sure enough, Tua's playing again. And you're right about some of that. And I think, not that Belichick's this old, but some of the coaches you saw grow real old in college football, Bobby Bowden, Joe Paterno, when those dudes stopped coaching, I'm not even trying to be like morbid here or funny, but like they ended up passing away within 2-3 years. Like you need that drive,
that drive, yeah.
That even kind of the day-to-day of it all, right? Like you need the schedule and certainty. I think Belichick wants to coach again. I usually watch the Manning cast in the first half when Belichick's on with them on Monday nights. I can't help but I think all current and former NFL coaches do this because, dude, even Ron Rivera still takes the high road with Dan Snyder. A lot of people still do that. I think if you are in the NFL, it's pretty wild. It's pretty rare to ever like besmirch an owner, right?
Yeah.
Like, they are players, coaches, everybody involved generally very, very cool about ownership. That's just the reality.
Only a few of them.
But then what Belichick has done watching this Manning cast, and maybe this is just how he functioned throughout, but considering the amount of beef he seemed to have with Robert Kraft at various times, Belichick goes out of his way to kind of talk up every other NFL owner during the show. And I just wonder if that's, hey, I'm available, dude.
You're looking for a job right now.
Right.
So you want to make sure because the message is that Bill Belichick is going to control and run and do his own thing. He's saying, look, man, I believe in you. I like you. I'll listen to you. What you trying to do? Once you sign a dotted line, then they owe you what's on that dotted line, right?
Yeah.
Say what you got to do to sign a dotted line.
I think Belichick coaches next year, and I think it's in the NFL. What do you think?
Hey, I don't know where it's going to be, but I think he's back to coaching. I think he's ready to get back.
Landfill, as the chief BS officer of the program, Professor Landini, understanding what's real and what's fake, Belichick to the University of North Carolina Tar Heels.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all.
Do you think he coaches again?
I'm skeptical. I think that players didn't really seem to enjoy playing for Belichick all that much. They maybe put up with it because they thought they had a chance at a Super Bowl, but they didn't really seem to enjoy it all that much. I think particularly in college, I just don't think that can work anymore because it's so easy for guys to transfer to other places. And, this is North Carolina. Unless like MJ or one of their other famous alums is going to come in and back them with like hundreds of millions for NIL money, I just go to one of the 100+ other schools rather than, deal with a hard ass.
Well, and to that,
what the veteran players though that played for him loved him. Say he took care of them. The young guys he made earn respect, and once they got to that level, he took care. When we talked to Kevin Falk, Bill took care of them.
I do think all of Bill's success, not all, but certainly most, 93% of it, came with Brady. And I just don't know how it all looks, what it all looks like, especially on the college level. What's Carolina going to get a kid to transfer in? I just, to me, what
kids today are playing for wherever the most money is.
Right.
They don't care. They're leaving Alabama, going to all kinds of schools right now to get on the field.
All right, so apparently Belichick is on McAfee, and he said he's had several conversations with Carolina. We'll see how it goes. Not a lot of details.
Huh.
He also said it seems like college football is now more like pro football.
It is.
Is it possible? It is. Who's the UNC athletic director?
Mm-hmm. And if Bill goes there, more people see. This is the thing. We're looking at the kids. You know what Bill may be looking at? The people that know Bill are the backers.
Right.
And they know what he's done, and the success he's had. The kids aren't going if you don't have money. So if the backers are following Bill, they put more money into the school, you get better players, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
You know what happens, and trust me, I know that this happens, that in the coaching cycle in the NFL, and sometimes in the assistant coaching cycle in the NFL, sometimes people just do people favors where it's like, yo, I could really use getting my name out there. Maybe we can set up an interview. And maybe they don't do it, but an intermediary suggests, hey, wouldn't it be a great time to have this conversation and just let the world know what the options are? Like, I wonder if some of this is to generate a market for Belichick, because to Landfield's earlier point, he was wide open and he was Jeff at Exotica. He was ready to party. Belichick last year wanted a job and just didn't get one.
Yeah. But I'll go back to one simple thing. When you're a coach, you want to coach. What else can Bill Belichick do and be happy?
Do you think, did you see that there was a airplane circling around Giant Stadium saying, Mr. Mara, please fix this mess?
No.
That happened yesterday.
Yeah, but I think he's going to fix this mess. Listen, man, I keep, the thing that keeps playing over and over in my head is I'm going to be sick if he goes to Philly. He's gone to Philly and made them one of the better teams in the league. He is having a MVP type year. You think that's not pissing Mara off every time he goes back and look at that same thing where he told his idiot GM what to do and what not to do?
You see Dable had another flip out on the sideline yesterday?
He is the biggest clown in football.
I think he could run really good offense. I just don't know that he's equipped to deal with the volatility of being a head coach.
But the thing of it is, like, he can't be just an offensive coordinator losing his mind like that on somebody else's staff.
Agreed.
He has to be the head coach if he's going to be losing his mind. But I'll go back. Everybody holds players to a standard. If the head coach is an ass, how do you expect the players to be held to be anything?
If you're Mara and they like to keep things within some semblance of the family, right? Up there. And if you got to make a move, the Giants, dude, are you aware of this? That the AFC right now, where is this? I want to get it right. The AFC already has 6 teams eliminated from the playoffs. Browns, Jags, Jets, Titans, Pats, Raiders. 6 teams are out. You know how many teams are mathematically eliminated in the NFC?
I mean,
1. And it's the New York Football Giants. They're 2-11. I mean, they are awful. And I think it's going to get – I know he wants continuity up there, but I think the fans are revolting. I remember when we were in Tampa, I think it was Tampa, maybe it was Miami, and there was the plane going around, fire Bruce Allen. Like, at some point, it gets hard to ignore it.
Totally.
If he has to blow that thing out, and you've got this dude that has 6 Super Bowl rings, is desperate for a job. Oh, and by the way, he won 2 Super Bowls here as our D coordinator during one of our great eras with Parcells and LT. I think ultimately these things are businesses.
Yeah, he coached up there.
It's a savvy business move.
That would be.
And maybe Bill comes in a little bit of hat in hand and is like, all right, dude, I don't need to be GM.
But
you guys
but he
get
gonna
to
tell
hire
him that dude can't be.
Sure, but like maybe he comes in. You know what Dan Quinn did that really, to my understanding, speaking with some folks involved, really stood out in the process is he came in with a plan to build a staff, to build a team that would develop and devote to players. What if Belichick's got that now? What if he recognizes, the way I used to run it in New England got tired. I can't just keep promoting Matt Patricia from O coordinator to D coordinator back and forth because I like him.
Yeah.
He puts a pencil behind his ear. I got to grow and expand too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't see college football for Belichick. I can see the Meadowlands though. I want to look at Monday Night Football coming up tonight. We got to make some bets. We're back in business. But, dude, when I left, so I flew out of town Thursday morning. We had to get to Dulles at like 6:30 because it was an early flight. It was 22 degrees on the thing in my car, and it was snow flurrying. I don't think any of us stuck to the ground, but it was snowing. When I got back yesterday, I was wearing shorts and a hoodie. It was 64 degrees. Dude, this weather is nuts. Warm days, chilly nights, chilly mornings. You know what that means. It is time for you to schedule a $99 heating and cooling check with the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. That's right. For just $99, an expert Crop Metcalf 5-star technician will check both your home's heating and cooling system for one low price. Do what I did. Call today for peace of mind no matter what tomorrow's weather brings. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. And remember, Landfill, Crop Metcalf is the one with 5 stars.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders open up the 21-day practice window for wide receiver Jamison Crowder. Also a notable injury from yesterday, Derek Carr is feared to have broken his left hand. Washington faces New Orleans next week, and they're likely to face a backup quarterback. Tonight, Monday Night Football, the Bengals take on the Cowboys. 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Big news in baseball last night, Juan Soto is signing with the New York Mets. 15 years, $765 million. It's the largest contract in professional sports history. He turned down a 16-year, $760 million offer from the Yankees. And in basketball over the weekend, the Wizards snapped their 16-game losing streak. They beat the Nuggets on Saturday, 122-113. In a back-to-back last night, they lost to the Grizzlies, 140-112. This month only, get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Christmas in Hollis, baby. Little bit of breaking news. All right, this is legitimate breaking news, but it might annoy you, okay? I still don't think you should throw anything at me because it's not my breaking news, but I thought I should present this information. This is from Michael McCarthy, is a reporter, I believe, for Front Office Sports.
All right.
Yeah. You can follow him at Mike McCarthy. He's a sports media reporter. Okay. Breaking. Mina Kimes from ESPN. You know Mina Kimes, the analyst, B?
Yeah.
Expected to join Drew Brees as studio analyst for Netflix NFL doubleheader on Christmas Day.
I like Mina.
The two games that day are Chiefs Steelers and Ravens Texans.
Cool.
That's cool, right?
Yeah. I'm cool with that.
All right, so you got Mina and Drew Brees.
Yeah.
There's a third person on the studio set.
Who is that?
Robert Griffin III.
I know you was about to say that. it just, as soon as you like a third person, I was like, it gotta be Rob. And that's on what network?
Netflix.
Netflix. Okay.
You get Netflix.
Rob's still getting this stuff, man. He's still moving forward.
So RG3 was on PFT and Big Cat's podcast. Pardon my take.
Mm-hmm.
And after the remember the croissant picture he posted from Paris?
Uh-huh.
So those guys asked him about it. Jeff, do you know how Robert spun the croissant picture?
No, and I don't want to know because there's no way you could spin what he did. He was dead.
He could have been there with you this weekend.
No, he could not have.
Y'all could have been sweating.
Yo, just still sweating, dude.
Bro, y'all gonna have to fight me.
Landfill, do you know what Robert, how he explained away the croissant picture?
I mean, I feel like the old reliable is I was drunk.
That's not a terrible thought. Ryan, how do you think RG3 spun the croissant picture?
His wife wanted him to do it.
Bingo! Except he went one step further and threw his wife completely under the bus. He said, so apparently they were using these giant croissants in Paris to make content with TikTok. So I hear that he's getting paid to do something with TikTok. They got these goofy giant croissants, no big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But then they got the giant croissants, I think sent to their house. The photo that got posted was a non-TikTok related thing. It was just them
at home
eating giant croissants.
Okay.
Now, what's interesting is the picture that got posted is this, right? Like in the picture, Robert's wife's a good looking woman. I'm not trying to downplay that, but Robert is complete deep throat of the croissant, whereas his wife is just kind of pretending
to bite a little piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I just learned something. But I'm literally just describing the physical act. I didn't mean to imply anything. Robert has a giant croissant all the way in his mouth.
Now you see why I was sweating, right?
Yeah. I don't know how else to describe what the gentleman is doing here. Whereas his wife is clearly just pretending to take a little bite.
Yeah.
He claims that his wife then cropped the photo and put it up on her Instagram before he knew anything about it. And that it went viral so fast that he just had to lean in and
but wasn't it on his thing when we saw it?
I do think it was her post.
First of all, that doesn't explain why that croissant is how it is with you and with her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm just going to leave it alone.
We get the croissant back at home. I'm like, we have to take a picture eating this croissant. I was eating it, and she didn't do that, and then she posted it on Instagram with a zoom in on me. So she kind of set everything in motion.
Wait, show me that picture one more time.
This one?
But the one I saw the first time was both of them.
Right.
So the zoom in, I saw that picture. That's the one I saw. I never saw the one that you just showed with him by himself.
Robert, to me, seems to do a lot of silly stuff for social media. I have a hard time.
Some things I'm not going to do. Point blank.
Yeah. I think he likes stirring the pot.
Money could do what it wants to do, but you know what? I'm not going out and sell my soul for no damn body. And a lot of dudes do some silly, silly stuff, end up in situations, and I'm not trying to play that.
Said, it's a croissant. I'm eating it. I can't eat pastries now. You just have fun, laugh it off, and move on. Jeff, how do you eat croissants?
I break it, and then I bite a little piece of it.
Has that changed since you went to Exotica?
I eat croissants the way I've always eaten croissants. Slice them in the middle, put something in the middle, make it a sandwich.
You slice them up? You make wait. You slice a croissant
you make a
horizontally?
No. Just a sandwich.
Yeah,
I like chocolate croissants. Pause. It's interesting that Robert's getting back on kind of the national media scale.
He's pushing his thing, man. He's trying to go forward.
I also think he's really good.
He is.
When he just talks football, I think it's really good.
He's good, man. Like what I've always said, when you are good at something, just be that. You don't have to do some of the other stuff to try and get some If you're damn good at something, be damn good at something, and you're going to get yours.
Speaking of damn good, tonight we get to watch Cowboys-Bengals. These two teams have a combined, let's see if I can do the math, 4-8 plus 5-7, 9-17 record, 9-15 record. I got it. I got there.
Yeah, but that just like that first answer, you gotta. I think you make 2 colleges every time you say you try to add on the radio or do any math. They're going like, "Oh my Lord!"
All these colleges
and
understand.
we gave this dude a degree.
My degrees were in writing. B, let's start with the basics. These two teams are combined 9-15. Are you going to watch tonight?
Yes.
Bengals, Cowboys.
Man, listen, I'm
Monday Night
watching football. Like one thing we got to realize is no matter what they show us, Pro Bowl, they can show us preseason. We all say we're not going to watch, and then the numbers come out and be like, well, a lot of people are watching. So, of course, I'm going to watch.
Now, I will tell you I'm not going to watch a Pro Bowl, but hell yeah, I'm watching tonight.
You might not watch the Pro. You might say you're not going to watch it, but you at least pass by and take a gander.
I'll watch every second of tonight, unless it is possible we got a family Santa Claus activity tonight. If that goes late, I might miss like the kickoff or something.
Yeah, but you're going to have your phone next to you. You'll be checking.
Yeah. What do you think happens tonight?
I believe if Joe and his crew play like they've been playing, the Bengals win.
Jeff, what was that? Jeff believes in the Bengals.
Now I'll change my mind to the.
I mean, we can make some bets here in a minute. The Bengals are favored by 5.5.
What's the over? Under.
Depending where you're shopping. Total 49.5, 50, depending where you're shopping. Coming into this game, man, it's crazy what this Cincy season has become. Because offensively, I mean, they're excellent. Offensively, they're 6th in points scored, 9th in yards gained. Defensively, though, they're just a train wreck. 31st in points allowed, 28th in yards allowed. I mean, they cannot. Their run game is terrible, but they're so good at throwing the ball. Their pass defense is god awful. You could look at ownership in a lot of spots and know, like, clearly Cleveland and the Jets, like they build toxic environments. That's just the reality where everybody's undercutting everybody, and they just, even if they get good, they can't stay good. Cincy just runs a cheap operation.
They do.
Cincy, I mean, during the Marvin Lewis years, they were in the playoffs damn near every season. I feel like they probably went to the playoffs 5 out of 8 years, something like that. And now in this Burrow era, they finally paid Joe because you had to.
Had no choice.
But dude, they just don't pay on the edges of the roster. They let so many good defensive players walk. It's just kind of a bummer to me. Whereas Dallas on the other side,
pay everybody.
And
can't get no backups.
It's remarkable. Jeff, are you watching tonight?
Of course.
Landini, Monday Night Football, locked in. Good. I think you got to watch Monday Night
Football season comes, we're watching.
Are the Wiz off until Friday? Does everybody have a big break here? That's kind of weird. Looks like the Wiz don't play again till Friday. I think they played yesterday. And the Caps don't play till Thursday night. So we're going to have to lean on some.
Let's hope this football game is real good tonight. And then they come out with the next bowl game thing too, don't they? Tonight?
No, I think it's set.
Oh, it's set yesterday?
Maybe it's the actual scheduling.
Yeah, I thought something like that comes out tonight.
Yeah.
Because they said it was going to be on NFL Countdown. They're going to be talking NFL, and they'll talk about the college football thing tonight.
Okay, so maybe we get the actual schedule for the playoff, because I think those games start next Friday night, the 20th.
I'm with it.
When they officially start. And I don't think they've assigned like game times or whatever. Also about Boise State, they only lost one game this year, and they lost by less than a score to Oregon. So maybe I should back off. I'm still not sure they deserve a bye over a team like Notre Dame or Texas, but
why? Because they got a name?
Dude, Boise's got a name at this point.
I'm just saying.
Boise's a brand. It's like Gonzaga basketball. They're a brand.
So Boise, their record is as good or better, right?
Yes, but I don't think the quality of opponents is as good or better.
And how bad have they beaten those opponents?
Honestly, down the stretch, it kind of got to be tight games because I was betting against them a couple times. Don't tell anybody. When we come back, we got to make some bets. I wasn't ready for this. Landini, considering it's December 9th, are we going all Christmas music all the way through?
I mean, we might have to. You're the one that started this. You wished Mike Jones a Merry Christmas.
At the end of the interview, I said, Jonesy, if we don't talk to you again, have a Merry Christmas.
Wasn't even on my radar.
I
But
think
JP
you were already
said
playing the music.
JP said I need Christmas music, so I gave it to you. Except when we were making fun of Jeff for a couple segments.
That was when the Salt and Pepper came on.
And Lollipop.
Couple things. Chris Turner just sent me a tweet. He said, longtime listener to B. Mitch and Finley, live in North Carolina, taking my daughter to a concert in D.C. this week. What are the chances of being able to meet up with you guys? I'd love to meet the whole crew. Are you guys going to be out somewhere this week? The answer to that, all four of us, probably no. But if you want to try to coordinate with Jeff, we'd love to say hello. How about
Where you going to be at?
They're coming to town.
Okay.
I don't know. They're going to a concert. Maybe they're going to Exotica 2.0. Or Exotica's on the road.
He's going with
right?
his daughter, he said, Jay.
No, they're not going to Exotica. It's kind of funny. If you look at the Dulles Expo Center, Exotica's over. Now it's the Winter 2024 Capital Art and Craft Festival, followed by Greenberg's Train and Toy Show. They clearly have a lot of variety of the type of events they can host.
Yeah.
I did a poor, this one's on me, left hand up. I did a poor job of saying hello to the chat today.
Hello, chat.
Hello to the chat. We appreciate you.
I heard y'all gave the P-Phillians a little heat. And they got to learn how to just handle it, man.
How was 2 days with Big Nell and Toby the whole time?
They were taking it personal from the chat.
What, about getting grief from the
Now,
chat?
you know how the chat mess with you sometimes. They were taking it personal. Instead of just lean into it and have fun with it, man.
Well, clearly Linnell was trying to look his best because he left his bright red brush right here. I'll show the chat for the world. If you're looking for this Big Nell, it's on top of the tons of pool floaties.
Sure.
Also, according to my sources, Scotty G was the first person to say good morning this morning.
What up, Scotty?
Good morning, Scotty G. Real quick, and then we'll make some bets. Scotty Scheffler just won Tiger's tournament in the Bahamas, right? The hero.
Yeah.
So Scheffler just passed Nick Faldo for most consecutive weeks as the world number one player.
Okay.
He's at 82 weeks as world number one.
He got about 400 more to go.
Next in front of him is Greg Norman at 96.
Okay.
I think the way the numbers go, he should catch that. To get after that, you have Tiger Woods, second all-time, most consecutive weeks at number one with 264. You
Who
know
is that?
Tiger Woods, 264.
I thought Tiger was more than that.
Do you know who's number one?
Who?
Tiger Woods at 281 before he finally slipped back once and then went back. I'm not a math guy, but that is
like 500 some weeks.
It's bananas.
I always thought the number was 500 and some weeks.
So it's 281 plus 264 is the total number of weeks Tiger was at number one.
Okay.
But it was a stretch of 281 weeks and then a stretch of 264 weeks. My guess is, remember when Duval got to world number one for that little period of time?
Yeah, but he made Duval gain weight.
I'm not.
When Tiger came along, Duval went from being skinny Duval to Rumpelstiltskin.
No, it was Tiger dominating. Then Duval popped up for a little bit, and then he shrunk back for a bit, and then it was Tiger again.
I thought Duval was there handling things until Tiger showed up.
Let's make some bets. All righty.
Since I won the week last week, I'll get it out the way first. Cincinnati Bengals -5.5 tonight.
Jeff laying the points on the road.
What's my man number one?
Chase.
Give me an anytime touchdown. And what's the over 49?
Yeah, depending
Taking
where
that.
you're shopping.
I'm going there. I'm taking that over.
Landini?
Well, I wanted to take the Bengals, but then Jeff took them, so now I'm worried. I'll just take the Bengals.
Damn, J-Dog's forever in there. Aquarium sticks together. Landville, what do you have the number at?
Actually, I'm taking Joe Burrow to throw an interception.
Ooh.
Wow.
What do you have the number at, Landville? Is it 5.5?
Sure.
Listen, man, I don't like it, but we live by a system of rules and cultural norms in this country. And when you got a home team getting points in a night game, you got to take it. It's 5.5 points, dude.
All
right. Thank you to Mike Jones for joining us this morning. Thank you to Rich Gannon for joining us. Thank you to Jeff for going to Exotica. That was something. Thanks to everybody that called in. We appreciate you. We are back tomorrow. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I imagine the boys will have a lot to say about the Juan Soto situation. I hope y'all
lots of cheddar.
I hope y'all enjoy that. Grant and Danny next. We're back tomorrow. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders are opening up the 21-day practice window for wide receiver Jamison Crowder. Also a notable NFL injury from yesterday, Derek Carr, quarterback for the Saints, is feared to have a broken left hand. Washington will face the Saints next week. Also Monday Night Football tonight, the Bengals taking on the Cowboys. 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. In baseball, big news last night as Juan Soto signed the largest contract in pro sports history as he signs with the Mets for $765 million over 15 years. He turned down a 16-year, $760 million offer from the Yankees. Also in baseball, the Phillies signed relief pitcher Jordan Romano to a one-year deal worth $7.75 million. Romano has a career 2.90 ERA in 6 seasons in Toronto. In basketball over the weekend, the Wizards snapped their 16-game losing streak with a win over the Nuggets 122-113 on Saturday, but in a back-to-back yesterday, they fell to the Grizzlies 140-112. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Good Monday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny on the Fan. It's December 9th, 2024. Show is live today, taking you all the way up to 6:30 on the Fan. I should let you know that Danny is out today. I believe in the business we call this on assignment. He's got something fun he's working on. I'll let him break the news to you when the time is right. But in studio, I'll hold down the fort today with our producers, Darius and Ryan, and we will keep you company into the evening here on the Fan. So much going on. DC sports and nationally. The Capitals are tied for the most points in all of hockey. Right now, they are at the top of the NHL standings in terms of points accumulated, just like everybody assumed. What a job Spencer Carberry is doing, the front runner right now for the Jack Adams Award, the Coach of the Year in the National Hockey League. The Wizards actually won a real-life basketball game. I couldn't believe that. But they did over the weekend. And be still my beating heart, it was against the Denver Nuggets. Now, they did lose a game subsequently, but that's fine. Nobody's asking for a winning streak. Nobody wants them to string wins together. That would actually go against the plan. But like, once every month and a half or so, it'd be nice to win a game. So after no win November, they got their one win for December. So let's just shut it down until after the new year and see where that gets us as we try to capture the flag, Cooper flag season for the Wizards. Juan Soto's a Met. People, we're going to have to get through this together today. Coming up at about 3 o'clock, I want to dive into this, get elbow deep into Soto's record-breaking, baseball changing, and frankly, industry altering deal that he got from the New York Mets. What this means for the Nationals, what this means for us as Nats fans. But that was certainly the big development last night. I was watching Sunday Night Football. It's Sunday. It's the winter. It's a football day. I'm all pigskin all the time. It's the Chiefs and the Chargers barreling down the stretch, close game. And then the Soto news broke, and I did not care about Patrick Mahomes. Didn't really care about the AFC West anymore. That stung just a little bit, even if expected that Juan Soto is headed to the New York Mets. But let's begin in the NFL here out of the bye week with how things worked out for the Commanders. Because I would say overall that yesterday was immensely helpful to Washington. Starting with, first and foremost, Derek Carr suffering an injury. So I hope he's okay. Stinks, part of the game, obviously. But the starting quarterback for the New Orleans Saints, who's a pro, whatever you think of Derek Carr, I know he's the butt of a lot of jokes. He's not in the cool club, right? People think the guy stinks. But when he's on the field, they're a better football team. They are 3-1 in their last 4 games with him having been healthy now with a new coaching staff. And he's very unlikely to play against Washington. Looks like a fracture of the hand, so he is now done and cooked for the remainder of the season, very likely, if the reporting is all correct and the imaging today comes out the way that it was supposed to. That means Washington going to New Orleans this Sunday to play at the Superdome is going to get very likely Spencer Rattler or maybe Jake Haener, one of the nubber quarterbacks on the depth chart for the New Orleans Saints. I would think they'd roll with Rattler just because you just drafted the kid and now it's a lost season and you're playing out the string, so why not give him a shot? He's thrown 99 passes this year, has a touchdown, 2 interceptions, started 3 games. They lost all 3 of them, and he struggled, as you'd expect for a 24-year-old who was drafted in the 5th round in his rookie season. Started his college career at Oklahoma, transferred to South Carolina. But playing a Saints team led by a late-round rookie quarterback, very, very different than if you're going out and playing against a veteran who's put some pelts on the wall. So that was probably the most influential item on the weekend as far as Washington goes, is that Saints game, which already was a scheduled win, got a little bit easier. Now you got to go play the game, right? You don't just get to show up and roll the football out. Although I guess I should tell everybody that we're going to be in New Orleans. We have told you that over the last few weeks. But if you are headed to the game, if you're going to be on or around Bourbon Street leading up to the game over the weekend or late this week, let us know. Your boys are flying out on Thursday, and we are going to be painting the town burgundy and gold. We want to kick it with you in New Orleans. Darius, Ryan, myself, Danny, we're all going. I believe some spouses are attending as well. It's a show field trip for the ages we're very, very excited about. But other than just the car injury, I thought as far as the bye week went, not perfect, but a win for Washington. They're resting, and they took another step toward the playoffs. If they needed, say, 6 things to happen, 4 of them did, something like that. Their chances of getting into the playoffs leapt to about 81%, according to the ESPN analytics site that I check on this matter. They have a 56% chance to secure the 7th seed right now. The 7th seed would net them a berth at the 2 seed on the road. That's either going to be the Lions or the Eagles, depending on who doesn't get the bye. You'd like to avoid that. They have a 22% chance to do so with the 6th seed. The 6th seed, if they could get to that wild card part of the bracket, would allow them to then play the winner of either the NFC South, where the Bucs have overtaken the Falcons for now as the division leaders, and they really struggled to beat the Raiders yesterday, by the way. Tampa Bay was not good, but just kind of accidentally beat a team that hasn't won since September at this point. So you'd love to play Tampa on the road where you started your year. You're a different team than you were when you got blown out there. Or you could get the winner of the NFC West. And that's very much up for grabs right now. Seattle just beat Arizona. Cardinals are in some trouble, but the Rams, thanks to a big win, got back into the hunt yesterday, I thought. And the 49ers actually looked really good yesterday as well. Probably not able to be pronounced dead just yet. But if you're looking through the numbers, 56% chance at the 7th seed, 22% at the 6th seed, and then a couple of percentage points still left out that they could be better than the 6th seed, which I think is probably unlikely. But going through some of what happened over the weekend and how it affected Washington, the Eagles widened the divisional gap by beating the Panthers in a game that was actually close. Carolina's playing way better right now for Dave Canales. He's done a really nice job in his first year as their head coach. You take a snapshot of Philly from September, and then you look at that team now. They've gotten better and better defensively. They are the best version of themselves right now, and the Panthers still gave them all they could handle. And it's because Canales' Carolina group is the best that it's been all year. That's what you want as a young year one team with a young quarterback who's ascending in Bryce Young, getting better and better, is just to keep growing, and the Panthers clearly are. But the Eagles, with that win, have a 3-game lead on Washington in the division now. I say 3 because it's multiple games, but they have the tiebreaker as well. And so, unless the Commanders can beat the Eagles coming up in a couple of weeks at home to steal the tiebreaker back, and if they do, they're back in the mix perhaps. They would then need the Eagles to hit a skid as well. It feels like for the moment you can kind of close the book on the NFC East. The Eagles have work to do. They started the game really slow. They've actually been held scoreless in 10 of 13 first quarters now this year. But the way things work for Philly is if they just keep feeding Saquon Barkley, and he'll bite off 2 and 3 and 5 and 7, eventually he's going to hit a home run. That's kind of been their game plan, and it happened again yesterday. He's on his way to 2,000 yards, went for 124 on 20 attempts. He's got 1,623 yards now with 4 to go. He's already broken the Eagles' franchise rushing record. He did that yesterday with a month to play. And he's got a legitimate chance to break the all-time rushing record for a single season with yards in the NFL, held by Eric Dickerson. But I thought yesterday was another sign that, I mean, this is an MVP candidate. He carries them in these games where they can't really get Jalen Hurts going and their passing game isn't quite right, which has been the case far too often for them. It ends up not mattering that much because Barkley just drags them to victory. But yesterday, Jalen Hurts threw for 108 yards on 21 passes. They didn't target A.J. Brown until just before halftime in a game in which he went 4 for 43. Like, that's the old Terry McLaurin's not involved, us screaming at Cliff Kingsbury script that they were reading off of yesterday for Nick Sirianni. But they've got a championship-level defense, held the Panthers to 4.4 yards a pop. They held Chuba Hubbard to 3.5 per carry on 26 attempts, and they got the win that they needed to. If Xavier Legette could have caught a pass at the goal line, this lunging, diving attempt that he made, they probably beat the Eagles. It was that close, but didn't happen. So you look at Philly's stretch run here. They've got 3 home games, and their only road game is a trip down 95 to Washington. They play the Steelers. Let's say they lose that. Then they're at Washington. If the Commanders could somehow find a way to beat them, they'd be within 1 with 2 games to go in the division. But then Philly ends their year with 2 divisional games against duds in the Cowboys and the Giants, the bottom feeders of the East. So it's hard to imagine them not going at least 2-2, and that should be enough to fend off the Commanders. So I would put that in the bad column from yesterday, that while nothing's determined, it got a little bit more complicated to try to find a path to the top of the NFC East. The other game that didn't go the Commanders' way yesterday was the Rams, who end up shocking the Buffalo Bills. I don't know if you guys watched this game. This was great football. This is the good stuff, right? It's December. They were indoors, so you didn't have the weather element, but it was up and down, electric offense, 86 combined points, 44-42 final. The Rams get a win in L.A. despite Josh Allen having a career game. And by the way, can I say that Josh Allen's had a hell of a week? My guy got engaged to Haley Steinfeld like a week ago. Got down on a knee. He's getting married to the love of his life, who happens to be a celebrity who is both talented and attractive, who has lots of money. So does Josh Allen, by the way. And then he goes out and has a game nobody has ever had before in the history of the NFL. He threw 3 touchdown passes and ran for 3 touchdowns yesterday, and the Bills still lost the game somehow. Because don't look now, but the Rams' offense is coming along. Season high 44 points, 457 yards for them. They look like they were at full strength. They've gotten healthy. They got Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp both on the field. Matt Stafford, for a rare stretch run, is feeling pretty good. The back's not barking. The arm's not bothering him. That was an awesome win for them. The 3rd worst team in the NFL this year on 3rd downs, converting at about a 33% clip, went 11 of 15 on 3rd down. They block a punt. It ended up being decisive, scored a touchdown. And so if you look at the Rams, they're very much back in the division hunt. I didn't realize this until doing some digging last night. They control their own divisional destiny still, because they're 1 back of Seattle, and they still play Seattle, who they've already beaten. So if they were to beat Seattle to catch them, and both teams win the rest of their games, let's say, they would overtake them and still win the division. LA's got a huge game coming up Thursday at San Francisco. They're then at the Jets, and then they host the Cardinals and the Seahawks in the final month of the year. Here's the good news from a Commanders wildcard perspective as far as the Rams go. Even though they closed within a game of Washington, the Rams are not very tiebreaker friendly against the Commanders. And what I mean by that is, so if you're looking at tiebreakers, if it's in the division to win a divisional championship, you look obviously not only at your head-to-head record, but your divisional record right away. Well, when you're trying for a wild card, you look at the conference record if you didn't play a team straight up. And because the Commanders and the Rams haven't played, then you go to your record in the NFC. Washington's 5-3. The Rams are 4-5. So if they were to both get to 10 wins, let's say, which would mean hypothetically the Rams went 3-1 and the Commanders went 2-2, it's still really, really hard for the Rams to overtake Washington from a tie-breaking standpoint based on the head start the Commanders have in conference standings. So the Rams probably have to leapfrog Washington, which means they've got to be 2 games better in the Final Four. Again, nothing's final. No guarantees, but you're in a pretty good spot there, I would say, to fend them off. So those are the 2 things that went worse for the Commanders. Among the things that went really well for them, I thought, the Falcons getting doubled up by the Vikings was pretty beneficial to Washington's cause. 42-21 final. Atlanta's 2 back now in the wild card. And the reason that seems relevant, if you're going with the Falcons, I mean, they fell out of the divisional lead in the South. They're terrible. That's true. They are playing badly. They've lost 4 in a row. But they're the one team in this mix that still plays the Commanders and has that head-to-head to put some hay in the barn. So because Atlanta's only 2 back with a game against Washington, they could still actually erase some of this deficit just by getting hot. And if you look at their remaining schedule, they actually have the Raiders coming up, which is a very, very winnable game. They've got another winnable game right after that with the Giants. Then they've got the Commanders before finishing the season with a more arduous 4th matchup. But they could run the table potentially. Las Vegas, New York, Washington, and then Carolina playing a lot better and go 4-0. And if they did that by beating Washington, then they might overtake them. So that's why I thought yesterday was actually a big deal that they lost and fell out of the NFC South lead. They are also tiebreaker friendly. They're the anti-Rams in this way. So I told you Washington's 5-3 against NFC opponents. The Falcons are 6-3 against the NFC. So if you're to end up with the same record as the Falcons, conference record for Atlanta is going to help them tiebreaker past you. The good news for the Commanders in this regard is they play them in just a couple of weeks in Landover. The way Atlanta's playing, by the way, Washington should be 4.5, 5, 6-point favorites in that game, I would imagine. I mean, they just gave up 347 yards and 5 passing touchdowns to Sam Darnold yesterday. Both Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison went for over 130 receiving yards and multiple touchdowns. Addison caught 3 touchdowns, and Justin Jefferson caught 2. So I'm not sitting here pretending like the Falcons are about to go 4-0. My point is just they're the one team based on how they've done in the NFC and what they have left on their schedule that is actually in a pretty good spot to try to catch Washington among the teams that are a couple of games off the pace. The team I wouldn't worry about at all is the Cardinals, who lost to the Seahawks yesterday. They've lost 3 in a row at this point. They would probably have to go 4-0, and Washington would have to go 1-3 the rest of the way to catch the Commanders, just based on the fact that they're multiple games back and Washington as a tiebreaker over them. So it's a de facto, 3-game cushion for the Commanders because they bludgeoned the Cardinals when they played out in Arizona. The Cards were actually in a really good spot. They were playing good ball before these last 3 losses, twice to the Seahawks, once to the Vikings. I just think they're all but done at this point. They could run the table and make some noise, but it's hard to imagine that. So I guess as far as the Commanders go coming out of the bye, here are your big questions. If they stay in the 7 spot, who would they get? The Eagles or the Lions? Detroit has a 1-game lead on Philly, but Detroit has a much tougher remaining schedule. Have you guys seen the Lions' schedule the rest of the way? They still play the Bills this weekend, okay? That's a Sunday 4:25 game. Buffalo could absolutely beat them. And they finish with the Vikings in the division. As of right now, that could be a game for the division title. I think they'll probably have already won the North by that point. But those are 2 games you could lose. They also play the Bears and the San Francisco 49ers. I think either of those teams could be frisky, especially San Fran, based on what we saw yesterday. But I'm going to say 2 tough games, 1 meh game, and then 1 easy game. Whereas the Eagles, the rest of the way, play the Steelers, tough. Washington, I'm going to put that in the San Francisco bucket of kind of like a middling game. And then they've got 2 really easy games against Dallas and New York. So as crazy as it sounds, I could see the Eagles catching the Lions. Although I'm not sure that I want that to happen. If I'm the Commanders, I'd rather go to Philly for the second time, a stadium I've already played in, a team I will have played twice, the potential that the Eagles would have to beat you a 3rd straight time, rather than playing a Lions team that you haven't played, that's probably better, that you're not as familiar with, that's outside the division. So maybe best case scenario for Washington as a 7 seed is just that the status quo remains. The Lions get the bye. You play the Eagles at the Link for the second time in about 7 weeks. If they were to jump up to the 6th spot, though, now it's on. Now you've got a chance potentially to end a playoff drought that dates back to 2005 in terms of winning a playoff game. Because you could go to Tampa, a Bucs team that's worse than they were when they beat you handily. You're better than you were then. I guess you don't necessarily want to go to a hot team out of the West. Like if the Rams got in on a roll, that wouldn't be that fun, but it'd be a lot more fun than playing Detroit or Philly. So all in all, yesterday, I think things went well for Washington. More of the game results that mattered to them were beneficial than not, which is all you can ask for. And let's face it, they're 8-5. They're in a golden spot. It's just going to come down to them handling their own business. Here's my question for you guys next. How confident are you right now as we sit here going into the final quarter of the season, starting with this trip to New Orleans this weekend, that the Commanders are going to make the playoffs? I get the sense, talking to fans of this team, that there are nerves and anxieties about this when they are 80% likely to do it. And it would take a gargantuan collapse not to make the playoffs. I'm very, very confident they'll play in the playoffs. I guess for me, I'm just concerned and more curious as to whether they can get out of the 7 spot to try to position themselves to have a decent chance to win a game for the first time since I was in high school in the postseason. But how confident are you guys that Washington makes the playoffs? 800-636-1067. And this is actually something worth talking about next, too. I want to dive in on this. Is it important to you that they do? They've already exceeded expectations. They've already surpassed almost every prediction for their win count, for their year 1 success, for Peters and Quinn and Daniels that any of you had. So if they don't make the playoffs, does it matter? Or because now it would take something catastrophic to miss out, do you recalibrate and say, yeah, they darn sure better make the playoffs? They're knocking on the door, and why not finish this thing? We'll get to that next on Grant and Danny, plus some of my other takeaways from Week 14 in the NFL. Top of the hour, I want to talk Juan Soto getting a deal that no athlete has ever gotten in the history of sports before last night. You're listening to The Fan. Brady right there. And look, who am I? As I'm putting a cough drop in my mouth. I told Darius right before the show, Danny's out today. I'm solo for 4.5 hours. Maybe we need him to make some type of like sound effect for when I start coughing and need a moment. So I'm in this with you, Tom Brady. I get it. But who in year one of their broadcasting career has had more, my voice isn't working today, I'm hoarse games, than Tom Brady? Can we get this guy an ENT for God's sake?
It's crazy because he was on the Fox pre-show broadcast earlier in the day, since their studios are right next to SoFi Stadium. So he was actually in
They
studio
didn't
with
do
the
the
guy.
hologram bit.
No.
They actually brought him in.
He was literally in studio with all the guys, with Menifee and everyone. And yeah, he sounded perfectly normal. So clearly it's something that happened in game where he just lost it.
It's a couple games this year. I am always amazed. I've talked to Charlie and Dave about this. I've talked to other play-by-play people who do games relentlessly. How they're able to keep the pipes during the seasons. Like, I get these allergies and these sinuses and these colds, and I can't stop coughing. There's something to it. Most of them, Ian Eagle and Kevin Harlan, like they got ENTs on call. Harlan on the show with us was telling us all the stuff he does for his routine. Tom Brady needs to learn that routine, though, because he is tough to listen to occasionally with the hoarse, raspy voice already a couple times in year one for him. By the way, I hope that what is on the TVs in the common areas of a workplace do not tell you a lot about a workplace. We always have the weirdest shows on TV in the kitchen when I go to get water or something. I mean, it is peculiar what people watch. And like, these are things like right now is the most normal show I've ever seen. And it was Judge Judy. Like, that's the best it could possibly be, is that Judge Judy's on. Generally, it's judges I haven't heard of. It's TV shows I didn't know existed. They all are some ladies like first name. It's like Wendy or Sherry or Gladys or Stevie. And they're just sitting on a couch and yelling about something. I don't really understand what the show premise is.
The most interesting one, I think even more interesting than that, is following up Valdez in the Nats edit studio, where he usually works after the show and does his post junkie stuff.
He just has TV movies on from like some
I
random
mean, he
channel.
watches the most random like AMC or TMC movies ever.
So that one, though, I don't know if you can fully go blame him on, because he's on a channel and something else is probably on later when you're in there. So, like, he could be on Cinemax just watching a random movie, and then you're in there and you're going, whoa, 7 o'clock at night. What is Valdez watching earlier today? But this kitchen situation is incredible to me. This was one of the good times. It was just Judge Judy, which is funny. But your boy got his water, and we are back to live action. So here's the question for you. MGM National Harbor listener lines available, 800-636-1067. In the wake of yesterday, the Commanders sitting at about 80% likely to make the playoffs. It would seem that they're going to be the 7 seed. If they really kick butt down the stretch, they could be the 6 seed. That's the path, in my opinion, to winning a playoff game for the first time since 2005, which would be just an absolutely incredible accomplishment for this regime and this organization. But what's your level of confidence that they get in? And do you need them to get in at this point? Because I am absolutely sure that they get in. But unlike I think a lot of you, I think they need to also. I hate to get picky and choosy here for a year one team with Peters and Quinn, but you go 1-3 in the final 4 of a fairly weak schedule and you get tiebreakered out of the playoffs, let's say, that's going to feel like a bit of a meltdown. And you're going to go back and look at losses to Dallas maybe a couple times, or some game you absolutely shouldn't have lost in New Orleans to Spencer Rattler. And it's just going to feel like you're a little further away than most of the year made us think that you were. Let's go to Sean in Columbia. What's up, Sean? How are you?
Yes, sir, fella. How you doing? Okay.
Go for it, man. You're on the radio. What do you got? Sean, you will get nothing, and you will like it. I heard him. He was there for a moment, and then he was gone. Let's go to Bill, who's in Pennsylvania on Grant and Danny. For some reason, the computer's not working over here. Bill, what's up? How are you? Apparently, none of the phones are working. Okay. So, Sean, it's not your fault. I take back what I said about you. It's a day of the week that ends with Y, so it's our fault. Something's not working here. We'll get that ironed out, though. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to try to call in, although there are no guarantees that you will be able to, here on Grant and Danny. A couple of takeaways from the NFL in Week 14. The Chiefs do not have to play well, but they are going to beat you. They are inevitable. What do we say about Kansas City at this point? 0 style points. There is nothing sexy about this team. 0 sex appeal. They're uninteresting. Their games are boring. Like, do you remember when they were the most fun team in the NFL? With Tyreek Hill and Mecole Hardman and Travis Kelce, and at that time, pre-Isaiah Pacheco, who would have been their tailback, making plays for them. I mean, it was just a loaded roster. They were so fun, so good, hanging 30 week in and week out. They are the ultimate win as ugly as possible team in the NFL right now. Yesterday, their leading rusher had 55 yards, averaging 3.9 per carry. Patrick Mahomes, on 40 attempts just about, threw for 210 yards, sub 6 per attempt. It was a fairly ineffective game throwing the football for Mahomes in Kansas City. Mahomes statistically is having his worst year as a starter, by the way. Wouldn't know it by their record. They're 12-1. They didn't generate a takeaway defensively. They gained under 300 yards offensively. They scored just 6 points in the second half, and none of that mattered. They were down 17-16 with 4 minutes and 35 seconds to play. They got the ball at the 40 because, of course, they did. Like, that's the other thing, is that they get more breaks. I don't mean calls, which everyone likes to complain about. I mean beneficial bounces and breaks than just about any team in the league. Cameron Dicker the kicker, Chargers kicker, is one of the better kickers in the league. Inexplicably kicks it not into the target zone. They get the ball at the 40 because, of course, they do, to go try to win the game. 14 plays, 47 yards later, they got a backup kicker because Harrison Butker's out injured. No Harry Butts. And their backup kicker hits the upright. Most teams lose. This time, the ball goes off the upright and in. They win. They are the example. People used to get so mad at me when I would talk about Tom Brady being both one of the greatest to ever play and also the luckiest quarterback of all time. The Chiefs are the team version of that. They are great. They might be the best team. They're certainly one of them. They're also the luckiest team. They're inevitable, though. They don't have to play well. They didn't yesterday. They will beat you. I think takeaway number 2 from yesterday, don't pronounce the 49ers dead just yet. That looked like the San Francisco team that gets to the NFC Championship game every year, despite having more injuries than you could shake a stick at. Brock Purdy bounces back in a big way, 20 of 25 for 325 and 2. George Kittle had his best game of the year, 6 for 151. Juwan Jennings has become the go-to guy in that offense without Brandon Ayuk in the passing game. He caught 2 touchdowns, 7 for 90 through the air. And they're down to their third running back, but if you know anything about the Shanahans, they'll pluck a guy out of the crowd in section 317 and he'll average 4.5 a carry. Doesn't matter. It was Isaac Guerendo's turn yesterday. Guerendo ran for 80 yards and 2 touchdowns. They led the Bears 24-0, 31-6. They won the game 38-13. They dominated them. And while Caleb Williams is doing a better job protecting the football, making some pretty good decisions, I mean, what a brutal game for him, getting thrown around like a rag doll yesterday. 6 more sacks. Few of them are on him, though. He just holds the ball too long. But he also has bad protection in front of him, helping him. And then the last thing I would say, in terms of some takeaways, non-Commanders division, from watching ball all day yesterday, the best team in the league that nobody talks about, the Pittsburgh Steelers. 10-3. They have lost once since week 5. And that loss was a few weeks ago against the Browns in the snow. I think that was just a weird snow game thing. They would have won that game. They'd be 11-2 without a loss since before Halloween. Didn't have George Pickens. They're light on weapons on the outside. No problem. Still almost scored 30 points. Leading receiver Pat Freiermuth at tight end. 3 grabs, 48 yards, and a touchdown. They are really good. They're multiple offensively. They can run the ball. Najee Harris, Jalen Warren combined, 25 for 100 yesterday. Pickens is a weapon for sure. He is a X factor and a game changer. Without him, it would be tough sledding, but I think he'll make enough plays. Freiermuth, middle of the field. They got just enough offensively, and they are elite defensively. They could win a playoff game 13-10, 10-9. Wouldn't surprise me. And Russell Wilson, to his credit, veteran quarterback, providing that presence where you don't turn the ball over, I'm not going to beat us. 3 picks for him in his 7 starts. In fact, he doesn't have a 2-interception game yet this year. 12 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. So a few takeaways for you, but I'll hit the phones next. I think we got it sorted out. 800-636-1067 is the number. Want to hear your thoughts on the Commanders, your confidence they get into the playoffs, and do you need them to, or are you still content enough with this season having gone as well as it has that it doesn't really matter to you if they get in or not? 80% chance to do so. Grant and Danny on the Fan. at the top of the hour on Grant and Danny. Juan Soto is a New York Met, and he will be a New York Met for the next 15 years. I will be over 50. My 5-year-old daughter will drink alcohol. I guess not legally. That's not how that math works. But almost by the time Juan Soto's contract expires. Come on, man. Really? Why has it always got to be in the division? It's got to be the Mets or the Phillies, it feels like. We're going to talk about that coming up at 3 on G&D. No Danny today. He is on assignment. He'll be back in the saddle hopefully tomorrow. You are locked into the Fan. You can watch the show on the 1067 The Fan YouTube page. Appreciate everybody checking us out there. And we are live all over the DMV right now on 1067, our flagship, and the Odyssey app, coast to coast. Question for you guys is, confidence that Commanders get into the playoffs, they've got an 80% chance to, and do they have to for you at this point? Because whether you guys understand this or not, I think most of you will. The bar has been changed for me. I had them winning 7. They've won 8. So I think I can both say, if they miss the playoffs, the year was a success. The progress was clear and obvious. They've got what looks to be their quarterback of the future, a coach they can win with, and Peters is a stud. And also that collapse was unacceptable coming out of their bye week with the world in their palms. I'll be able to feel like both things are realities. So, yeah, they've got to make the playoffs now for me to feel really, really good going into the offseason. Let's go to Adam in Culpeper. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, man. How you been, dude?
Good.
Everything you just said, and basically their success is really kind of determined for me. Like it would feel like a letdown if they didn't make it, and I do think they are gonna. This team has shown me, even though they've lost some kind of stingers, that they are different than what we've seen in years, forever. So I do think that it would be a huge letdown. I would be pretty let down just based on what they've shown us thus far.
Well, they've done the thing that they have to do the rest of the way. It would be a reverse of their progress in a sense. And what I mean by that is they have beaten the bad teams almost universally this year. The one letdown, if you will, was the Dallas Cowboys. A couple of weeks ago before the Titans win, 34-26 L at home to Dallas. Otherwise, when you played a bad team you were supposed to beat, Giants twice, the Cardinals when they were struggling, the Browns when they came to your place with Deshaun Watson stinking up the joint, the Panthers. And you didn't just win those games. You hung 42 on Arizona. You beat the Panthers by 33 points. You beat the brakes off of them. So now with 4 left, you look at the opponents and you go, well, who are they playing? If they were playing Buffalo, San Francisco, Detroit, and Minnesota in the last 4 games, I wouldn't be saying, yeah, it'd be a collapse if they don't make it. They're not. They're playing New Orleans without Derek Carr, who got hurt this weekend. They're playing Atlanta, who's in free fall mode and maybe playing a rookie quarterback. And they're playing a Dallas team you've already seen. And on your worst day, you probably should have found a way to beat them. Let's go to Mark in Springfield. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Grant, can you hear me?
I got you.
Hey, appreciate you taking my call, man. Hey, 100% agreement, man. It's okay to be both disappointed and happy with how the season went. Disappointed, if we miss the playoffs, disappointed in the latter half of the season. You roll into it 7-2 and you end up missing the playoffs. That's a bit of a letdown, and that's okay. But you can still be overall happy with the projection and for future years and how the team is going. And disappointment is different than being upset and being angry and calling for heads to roll, because that's not where I would be mentally.
Of course not. And nobody should. You can, again, spin 2 plates here and say, Dan Quinn did a really good job at establishing the culture and getting this team off to an amazing start. Also, what on earth happened in December, man? I mean, it's all there for him. It's all worked out. Also, in a year where the conference is not good. But let's just call it what it is. You shouldn't be 8-5 and 2 games in the clear of almost the entire non-playoff field, which is what they are. There's one team over 500 in the entire conference that isn't one of the 7 playoff teams right now. That is not normal. Most years, there's 2 or 3 7-6 teams on the outside looking in right now. So some of advancing and being good is just taking advantage of what is a down year, the Ron Rivera year one crap of a 7-win division title you get to pretend you earned, right? You could be 9-8 and maybe tiebreaker your way in. You just have to essentially not collapse. That's all we're asking down the stretch. And that's why I think it would be okay to be angry if they didn't get in at this juncture. They don't have a 58% chance of getting in or a 47% chance. They have an 82% chance of making the playoffs with a game coming up against a team without its starting quarterback that's already fired its head coach. You win that, it's going to be closer to 90%. Kevin's in Arlington. What's up, Kev?
Hey, Grant. Thanks for taking my call, buddy. So I just shared with Ryan. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm more optimistic than cautious. But I think we have to, get over the hurdle. In the broadcast, in the win over the Titans, they reminded us that before that win, the Commanders, Skins, whatever, had been 0-9-1 in December. And I remember 2 years ago in December, a lot of people were like, oh, we're on our way to the postseason. And I was one of the few. I didn't mean to be Debbie Downer, but I was like, I wasn't seeing it. And I predicted the collapse, and it did happen. But this team, if you look at the 5 losses, I mean, all of them, except for the Dallas game, have been to teams that are over 500. Very good teams. And other than the opener, which was sort of a one-off because it was like a preseason game, we've not lost by more than one score. So I'm optimistic from the standpoint of Daniels is healthier and Coleman is healthier. I think we have the blueprint for December. We showed it against the Titans. Lead with the running game. Our O-linemen, especially Coleman and Luke, but also Wiley when he's back, they're run blockers first. If we lead with the running game and we pose Daniels as a running threat, that will open up the passing game.
Well, they're coming off of 267 on the ground, as you know, Kevin. Thanks for the call, buddy. I mean, that was the game going into the bye against the Titans, who were one of the great run-stuffing teams in the league, and they went for 270. So I think that they established what they want to as a message going into the bye in the locker room. This is how we're going to finish this season. We're built for this in December. We're built for the weather. You get the indoor game in New Orleans, but then you're playing outdoors against the Eagles and the Falcons in back-to-back weeks. You're going to have to be physical. Those are two teams that love to run the ball and are very, very physical up front. I wonder if they'll be able to stop either of those two teams running the ball, but that might be the key to both of those games, securing at least one win out of the two, which will get them over the hump perhaps to 10 wins for the season. More on the Commanders, more on the playoff picture as we go. Juan Soto, back in the NL East, playing for a rival for the rest of his career. Next on Grant and Danny.
The count is still 1-2. Castillo, Soto, a high fly ball to center. Thomas backing up. Thomas at the track. And Juan Soto! A 3-run home run! Soto magic in Game 5!
Great call by Brian Anderson there on Turner Sports. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. Without Danny today, you're locked into the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day, taking you up to 6:30. Danny expected to be back with us tomorrow. That was Juan Soto doing what Juan Soto does, coming up the biggest in the largest moments. It's what he's done since day one of his Major League Baseball career that will one day result in him having a bust in Cooperstown at the Hall of Fame. The show is brought to you today, every day, by the law firm Kondori and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys. Go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you so you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Juan Soto last night, about 11 o'clock, agreed to a deal with the New York Mets for 15 years and $765 million. Neither of those two figures is normal in any sport. In fact, the 15 years doesn't really happen in sports. It is only possible when you have a generational talent like Juan Soto. In fact, I've talked to Scott Boras about him many times over the years. Boras calls him a centurion. He doesn't call him a generational talent. His phrase is a centurion talent, meaning a once-in-a-century player. That is, I'm sure that came up in the negotiations with some teams. If I've heard Boras mention that once, I've heard it a handful of times, just in passing, getting to bump into him and talk to him about Soto over the years. But he's 26 years old. Barely. He was 25 all year, and he's hitting free agency. Players of his caliber do not hit free agency at 25. They hit free agency closer to 30. Generally, 27 is young. 28 is really good and semi-normal. Anything older than that, 29, 30, that's about right. For him to have hit free agency at barely 26, you had the opportunity where normally you're getting 12 years, 13 years as long for that 15-year contract. But what is just breathtaking, what is so staggering about this total, this is a stop you in your tracks moment in sports and in contracts. 15 years at $51 million per year, fully guaranteed. Every single penny. $765 million. It's never happened before in sports. This is a professional sports record, $765 million. So let me first just state the obvious before I get into Soto and the Mets. I am immensely jealous as I sit here talking to you guys today. I am jealous of Mets fans. They have an owner that is capable of doing this. He's one of one in the sport right now. There's no such thing as a budget for the New York Mets. The types of things that other owners have to consider and fear, the budgets with which they operate, even the aggressive ones, even the ones that spend, it does not exist in New York. So when you let Steve Cohen join the sandbox, and there's no reason not to, this is what happens. But I'm jealous of the Mets and their fans because their owner is not only capable of this, but he's fully invested and he wants to spend. I have not been this envious in a long time. Probably since my buddy took the girl I had a crush on to prom. That was probably the last time I felt like I did. Seeing this news yesterday. But their owner's richer than mine and yours. He's more invested than mine and yours. He cares more than mine and yours. He wants to win more than mine and yours. And that hurts. That stings. And his pockets are deeper. Way, way deeper. But I'm going to set all that aside for a moment for the sake of the discussion. as we go back to 15 years and $765 million, that jaw-dropping amount. So it's the largest deal in pro sports history, and it's fully guaranteed, and not 1 cent is being deferred. Don't think I didn't hate laugh at that last night when I realized that Joey Gallo signed here for $5 million, and it was deferred over 3 years. And the Mets signed Juan Soto for $765 million, and they didn't defer 1 penny. There is something sad about that, and just amazing as well. Scott Boras got his record. He got all of his records. He got every record he wanted. The agent for Juan Soto had a chance to shatter every single record that existed, and he did it. And Juan Soto got the bag that he was looking for. Although really, the kids say he got the bag. He didn't get a bag. He got a swimming pool. Juan Soto got a swimming pool or a school bus full of money. That's what he got. Not a bag. He got a school bus. The only opt-out in this deal is after 5 years. That's it. So if the market explodes again, or if Soto thinks he could do better, after 5 years, he can get out of the contract and leave the final 10 years and $510 million on the table. But here's the catch on that. The Mets essentially are able to void the opt-out by adding another $4 million per year over the final 10 years to his deal. Quick math tells you that's $40 million more dollars, right? Would run the deal up over $800 million. So the way it would work is after season number 5, Soto goes to the Mets and says he's opting out. It won't happen. I don't see it. The money's just too good. But in this hypothetical, he opts out. The Mets say, actually, no, we're not going to let you. And then instead of $51 million per year over the final 10 years, to void the opt-out, they have to add $4 million per year, make it $55 per year over the final 10 years. So now it's instead of 10 and 510, it's 10 and 550. And instead of 765 over the lifetime of 15 years, he'll make $805 million. Wow. The contract includes a $75 million signing bonus for Soto. By the way, think about this, boys. Hitting his account sometime today, like you're looking at your account going, I wonder if that $52 that my dad said he was putting over in my account is there. I'm going, I wonder if that a couple $100 I got from Sirius the other day, let me see if that's hit. Hey, babe, don't go to the store yet. It's not there yet. Juan Soto's checking this morning to see if his $75 million signing bonus hit. Direct deposit into the account. Pretty cool. Not too shabby. Bet you can figure out how to get some groceries on that. Coming off a monster year with the Yankees, 3rd in the AL MVP hunt. He's learned the New York market. He can deal in the New York market. He'll revel in it as he did last year. Big moment guy, spotlight guy, best smile in baseball. It all makes sense. This was such a no-brainer. This was a formality. This has been obvious from day one. When he started a couple of years ago, if you remember, like posting Mets-friendly stuff, I was like, yeah, it's a lock. He's going to end up with the Mets. They've got the richest owner, and they'll spend the most money. Are there other things that matter? I'm sure. He'd like to win a World Series again, because he won one here. I don't know if you guys remember. Maybe being on a certain coast, or I'm sure there are factors. Who's going to pay me the most money? That's the big question. The Yankees, by the way, where you can continue to be protected in the lineup by Aaron Judge, where you don't have to pick up and move, where you've already got set up in your living quarters, you know the organization. They offered him $760. $5 million less than the Mets. Now, the Yankees' offer was over 16 years. They just wanted to knock the AAV down a little bit on their payroll. So instead of $51 million a year, they were paying him $47.5 million. And Soto and Boras said, thanks, New York. That's cute. There's another team in your town that did a little better. There should be no more malice towards Soto, in my opinion, on this, though. I'll never understand people that confuse business with personal. He didn't do anything wrong. He is a baseball player living in a country that is not where he's from, wasn't born here. He came here with this skill to make money, and now he has an opportunity to negotiate with all the companies that he could work for, and he accepted the most money. Most of you would do the same thing. He'll be somehow now a villain because of the contract. That's what happens when you get paid. Not by me. I love this guy. Always will. And that's something I want to ask, actually, and get into on the phones is how will him coming back to the division, how will him choosing the Mets change your relationship with Juan Soto moving forward? But I think the first thing that's got to be said is now you see, don't you? Now you see why he didn't accept 15 and 440 from the Nationals. Back then, the point we were making on the show was, this is a fair offer right now. Low end of fair, but fair. But it is not close to acceptable. There's no reason for him to sign this. At the time, I thought he was going to get 550, maybe 6. I didn't think it would be 765, but that was a couple of teams and postseason runs and a lot of great baseball ago. But when the Nats, before trading him, offered him 15 and 540, which would have been a record-breaking deal at that time in terms of overall size of contract, still not a deal he should have accepted or board should have accepted, they made a reasonable enough offer. But my point then and my point every step of the way has been he was never going to sign anything. And the reason was yesterday. The reason was $765 million. You don't get that if you're not in the market. And I hope that yesterday, this story, this contract now shows once and for all that there was no pre-free agency deal to be had. So if you want to kill the Nats for not signing Trey Turner, I agree with you. You should. He wasn't represented by Scott Boras. But for the Boras clients generally, they're going to market. Now, the agent works for the player, not the other way around. So as an example, Steven Strasburg never went to market. He signed early and got money. I think it's different with pitchers because arms break, and especially with Strasburg, because he had such an injury history that they were happy a couple times over to take money ahead of free agency. But just generally speaking, I think it's easier said than done to get a deal done with a client. I've said this before. I think when someone is represented by Scott Boras, it is indicative of they hire him for a reason. He's the best at getting guys paid. Dylan Cruz is represented by Scott Boras. James Wood is represented by Scott Boras. It's not because they want to take hometown discounts. Respectfully to those guys. Doesn't make them evil, doesn't make them bad, just makes them good businessmen. He's going to get you the most money. When it's time to get paid, you're going to get a lot if he's representing you. He's not going to let you take deals that are going to pay you less in the long run, generally speaking. But you are in charge. He works for you. If Juan Soto wanted to be a Nat, he'd be a Nat. If James Wood wants to do a deal to stay here because he's from the D.C. area and he doesn't want to go anywhere, he'll do it. It's not like Boras bosses them around. He tells you, I don't think you should sign there. I think I could get you $600 million, follow me into free agency, and you go, it sounds pretty good. But I just hope that you see now that when he went to San Diego, they wanted to sign him too. They couldn't. When he went to New York, the damn Yankees couldn't sign him. They wanted to. They couldn't. He was always going to the market because he was always looking for the bidding war. Because Boras had a chance to change the industry forever. He has changed the market forever. His job is to get baseball players paid. When he gets a baseball player, $765 million, you've now gone where no man's ever gone before. You've gone where no player's ever gone before. It changes the landscape for everyone. The next really good hitter that you can comp because he draws walks and gets on base in some probably unfavorable way to Juan Soto because he won't be as good. Instead of getting, $200 million, maybe he gets closer to $300 million. You've raised the tide for everyone. That's the goal of the agent. As a player, it's twofold. You can view yourself as a union guy in that regard and an industry guy in that regard. And let's be honest also, it's kind of cool to make $765 million. So call people names if you want to. It's just business. And again, I would point out, if you move to another country, let's just say Japan, because whatever industry you're in, like for me, radio, they have the best radio opportunities for me or whatever. there's no home for me there. There's markets I've worked in, but it's not like I am loyal to the first market I got to there. No, my home is King George, Virginia, and the DMV and DC. He's a hired gun playing baseball. I'll never take it personally. And I understand that people do, but I just don't think they should. So the elephant in the room here, though, is obviously that our sweet boy is linking up with the enemy. And that's what's tough. And that's where I have empathy. And I understand that you guys are bummed today, just like I am. And you're hurt today, just like I am. Because instead of him being out west in the American League, where he's out of sight, out of mind, where Anthony Rendon's coming back here to play the Nats for the first time, 5 years after he left or whatever, Juan Soto is going to be at Nats Park constantly. We're going to see him incessantly. Every time we go to the store, we're bumping into the ex, the one that got away. It's terrible. There's nothing fun about this. It just hurts more when it's your rival. And I think that's the thing that stings the most about the Nats being such a farm club with their superstars over the last several years, with Bryce Harper ending up with the Phillies. The superstars ending up with teams that you would consider the clubs that you as a fan hate the most, right? Trey Turner in Philadelphia, Bryce Harper in Philadelphia, Scherzer with the Mets, Scherzer with the Dodgers, Trey with the Dodgers, Schwarber with the Phillies. I feel like, it's tough enough to stomach that you act like the Marlins, that you've become the Oakland A's in so many ways, or now the Sacramento A's, or whatever the hell they're going to be in the short term here before Vegas. But you can get past it. You can figure it out. You can rationalize, okay, I got a good system. I'll root on James Wood and Dylan Cruz. I got some baseball people that are going to develop well. We'll figure this out. But when you've got to sell your favorite toy because there's no room, and so the wife talks you into it, and then your neighbor buys it and you see it in his yard every day, it's just worse. You want that to be out of sight, out of mind. And I get it. Him being a Met is terrible. It's the pits. How does it change your relationship with Soto moving forward? That's what I want to know. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I'll tell you personally, not at all. I'll explain that next, because there's nothing Juan Soto could ever do to make me not love him. He's my favorite national ever. He's one of my favorite athletes ever. And I'll be honest, all my other favorite athletes are from when I was a little kid. And you view sports and celebrities and athletes differently. I got posters on my wall as a kid. I don't do that as a grown-up. I'm older than Juan Soto. The way he played, the way he operated, the way he came through in big moments, my reverence for him, and there's just nothing else like it. For me, in terms of a relationship with another athlete in town, maybe outside of Alex Ovechkin. But I want to get into that next. Soto's a Met. How you handling it today? Grant and Danny on the Fan. one of a plethora of epic Juan Soto moments during the 2019 World Series run when he was just 20 years old. Remember, during the World Series, he turned 21 and was serenaded out in left field as he took his outfield position defensively by Nats fans who sang him happy birthday as he was just turning old enough to drink. And the NLCS celebration was still using the kids' apple cider, whatever they do for the fake champagne. Oh, what a great run that was for Juan Soto. And that's why, by the way, I'll never have any animus toward him. See, you guys hate Bryce Harper. I really don't. But I at least get that one a little bit. I personally think he wanted to stay more than the Nats tried to keep him. And it's why I don't really hold a grudge against Bryce Harper. He came back to the Nats and said, hey, let's dance. And they said, no, we got Patrick Corbin. We're good. But here's the difference. You didn't win a title with Bryce Harper. Not his fault, but you didn't. Juan Soto won you a championship. And so Bryce Harper going to the crosstown rival Phillies, if you will, the cross-division rivals in Philadelphia, stings, it burns, I get it. It's just business. I'm not taking it personally. Juan Soto, couple of stops along the way. This was not a one-way flight. You traded him to San Diego, saved your organization, saved your bacon with that deal. You are competitive today because you traded him. So in addition to the gift of Mackenzie Gore and C.J. Abrams and James Wood and Arlene Susana and Robert Hassel that he gave you, because it was a circuitous route, because he was NL West, AL East, now he goes to the Mets, it cushions the blow a little bit. But you also have that title run. And that's why my relationship with him does not change. My favorite Nat ever will always be. It wasn't just that wild card game everybody remembers. How about the division series, game 5 against the Dodgers, down a run? You're going to get eliminated in the division series in game 5 again until Juan Soto off Clayton Kershaw said, nah, not on my watch. New kid in town. We're not losing tonight.
Here's the pitch. He swings and belts one to deep right center field. Way back. Going, and gone. Goodbye. Halfway up the pavilion. A tremendous game-tying home run by Juan Soto.
So he saved your you-know-what against the Brewers. He saved your new you-know-what against the Dodgers. And now you're on to the World Series eventually. And in game 1, you're down 2-1. You might lose the first game on the road, be down 0-1 in the World Series. And Juan Soto came to the plate and said, nah, not tonight.
The 1-0. Swinging a fly ball, well hit to left field. Way back goes this one. It's got a chance. It's going, and long going up onto the railroad tracks. Welcome to the World Series, Juan Soto.
What a great call by Jags, too. Welcome to the World Series. Meaning, y'all are about to find out. Y'all don't know what y'all don't know, but you're about to find out about our kid. And everybody did. By the way, he added a 2-run double a couple innings later to bust the game open. So he wins you game 1 of the World Series. Then you fast forward to game 6 of the World Series, and you're down a run. And Alex Bregman's already hit a bolt and carried his bat to first, and he dropped the bat. Just the disrespect. Remember, the knock on the Nats for so many years was they don't have balls. Like, you could push them around. They're not going to come back at you. You could hit them 6-7 times in a series. No one's going to do anything. That changed when Juan showed up. He's not putting up with your crap. So when Bregman hits his homer and carries the bat, Davey didn't like it. But when Juan answered and tied the game, he carried the bat further. We're going all the way to the bag. We're rounding first, and we're dropping that bat in fair territory.
Verlander straight up as he takes signs now into his wide. Here's the pitch. Soto swings and hits one high and deep to right. This is way back. Going, and gone. Goodbye. Into the second deck. A tremendous home run for Juan Soto. Bang. Zoom goes the magic wand.
I don't know that you need anyone to be mad at, but I can tell you it ain't Soto. 333 average in the World Series with 3 homers and 7 RBI in 7 games at 20 years old. You kidding me? Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. How you feeling about Juan Soto back in the division? 15 years with the Mets, and let's call it what it is. In the end, his time with the Nats is going to be a footnote. That's what kills me. To me, it's the world. It's everything. It's all that matters. But in the grand scheme of his career, when it's all said and done, and he spent 22 years or whatever it is in Major League Baseball, because he started at 19, maybe it'll be 19, 18 years, retires with a few years left on the Mets contract. People will go, who did he start his career with? Hey, he played a year for San Diego. Oh, he was a Nat. I forgot about that. That's what we're talking about based on this 15-year deal with the Mets. Chris is in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris?
What's up, Grant? Thanks for playing that montage. So the Verlander home run is actually my favorite moment in Nats history because the entire at-bat exemplifies everything that makes Juan Soto so great.
Totally.
Like Juan Soto, there's two guys in the league right now that I have to watch their at-bats when they're on, and it's Ohtani and Soto. So because it's just pure entertainment in a way that no other guy has that much riz, as the kids say, right? When it comes to at-bat as performance art.
Oh, yeah, because remember, Verlander was mad at him, and I think, quick pitched him and was, trying to get him in the box, and Soto's smirking at him, and then he takes him deep. It's so
and
good.
He's this 20-year-old guy facing a certified first-ballot Hall of Famer in the World Series, and Soto owned the at-bat. That was the crazy thing. It was no, I'm taking you deep in the World Series, and I'm showing up your entire team. To me, it was just that's the moment right there. But anyway, for that reason, I'm not upset about this at all. I mean, I look at it hey, this guy helped me win the World Series. It's not his fault he got traded around more times than a beach ball at a Nickelback concert. It wasn't his fault, and he did exactly what anyone else would do. And now I get to see him play against my team 13 times for probably 50, 60 at-bats a season, and that's entertainment for me. So I'm not begrudging him at all. I'm actually excited that I get to see him more often.
So I can't see you there in the sense that I don't want him in the division competing against the Nats because he's too good, and I want good things for the Nats and bad things for the Mets. It also makes it harder to root for Soto, who is my favorite player in Major League Baseball, when he's on arguably the team that I hate the most, right? So it's the same thing when Bryce went to Philly. I think for people like me who weren't particularly upset at Bryce, it just makes it harder. If Bryce Harper was a Cleveland Guardian, I could be the biggest Bryce mark in the world still. Every time he's at the plate, he's must watch. He's fun. That's been the case for me with Shohei when he was with the Angels. I guess to a lesser extent with the Dodgers, but still the case. They're different division across the country. So I'm not happy that he's going to be at Nats Park a lot because that means he's in the division. But I understand the sentiment. By the way, we didn't get into the number with Chris, but $765 million. I am curious, what this contract does in the way of how you guys feel about the State of the Union for the Nats and ownership and the learners. Does it give them a bit of a pass on Soto? Because if he would have signed, let's say, for $550 and they didn't make an offer and they weren't players in it, maybe you feel angrier or differently than at $765 where you go, well, I mean, let's face it. It's only Steve Cohen and nobody else that could do that. Even the Dodgers, when they went to $700 million, who don't have a budget, who have all of the money, I mean, they deferred 95% of that contract, essentially. Let's go to Brian in La Plata on Grant and Danny. What's up, Brian?
Hey, what's up, Grant? So I got a buddy who's a diehard Mets fan. He said this signing guarantees him multiple championships to the Mets. I said, let me slow down a little, buddy. Let me tell you a story about the 2018 Washington Nationals. Can I quickly read you some of the players in the contract they played under or end up signing? You got Zimmerman at $100 million, Turner $300 million, Rendon $245 million, Juan Soto $765 million, Harper $330 million, Strasburg $245 million, Scherzer at $210.
Wow.
Basically, what I'm saying is that is an all-star studded century lineup, and what did that net us? 82 and 80. So as much as it's going to stink Soto playing for the Mets, it's going to be equally glorious to watch them implode. And that is a fan base that cannot handle losing, especially with the pressure of having Soto on that team.
I have no faith the Nationals are going to go anywhere anytime soon. But I'm telling you, we have a new evil empire, and the Mets are going to be glorious watching them implode with that owner.
Well, I tell you what, they're going to be really easy to root against nationally because there's just look at last year. They spent $400 million on various players, and it went up in smoke largely until the back half of the season. They caught fire. They went on a run. But yeah, it's so hard to win. I mean, your buddy's a goose to say, oh, that's 2 titles. First of all, it doesn't work that way in baseball. Mike Trout's never won a playoff series. Might be the greatest player of all time, best player of his era. He has not been to the playoffs in a decade. He got to a play-in series. So being a position player, more so even than a pitcher, does not mean you get to go to the playoffs. The reason you pay Juan Soto, he makes your team better, obviously, makes everyone around him in the lineup better, clearly. And when you get to the playoffs, you're going to get some big moments out of him. But baseball's not basketball. You don't just go get LeBron and then print your conference championship tickets. Not how it works. I do want to pivot, though, to, from a Nats standpoint, what this means in the way of ownership, the learners, the fact that they were never even a player here, that it doesn't seem like they were, forget 765. I mean, they just weren't even opting in, best we can tell, onto these conversations. And whether or not the money he got maybe gives the learners a little bit of an out, because that's not an expectation that they should be spending $765 million on a player. 800-636-1067 is the number on G&D No Danny today. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We will fit in a double play in just a moment. We've been talking about Juan Soto. He got $765 million from the Mets last night. I will say, and this sounds hilarious after you get almost $800 million bucks, there is something to be said for the guys that are in one market for their entire career and the mayoral type reverence that they get in those towns. I was at the Hall of Fame induction of Cal Ripken Jr. and Tony Gwynn. They went in together same year. Different era, and baseball's changed considerably since. But Tony Gwynn, Mr. San Diego, and Cal Ripken Jr., Mr. Baltimore, there's just never going to be anything like that again. I understand that. But there's a big difference between, playing for a couple of teams or, 3-4 teams and like what we've seen for Soto, which is he's going to be on his fourth team in 4 years. I think we got to rewire our brains a little bit because, at least for me, when I was growing up, you'd look at the back of a baseball card and you'd see a guy played for a ton of teams, and that would give you an idea that he wasn't that good of a player. There was this synonymous nature with, well, he bounced all around like journeyman, and probably that he's just not an elite player. Whereas Scherzer's the same way. It's like a guessing game. Name all the teams Scherzer's played for. He's been with the Mets and Texas and the Dodgers all since leaving Washington, and depending on what happens now, maybe ends up somewhere else for a year. And he's had no problem with it. And at some point you go, well, if you're Max Scherzer, like, I guess you're just cool with 7 teams or whatever it is that you're listed with. Nationals, Tigers, Diamondbacks, Mets, Rangers, Dodgers. He just doesn't really seem to care. Let's go to Ian in Vienna. Ian, how about $51 million per year for 15 straight years for Soto?
So I have so many thoughts on this. One, I think the Mets overpaid. I think Juan Soto is obviously a Hall of Fame talent and Hall of Fame caliber player. I think if you look at what he did in San Diego when he was there, when he was kind of the 1A as opposed to the 1B that he was in New York with Tatis and Machado, it wasn't as good. And I think there is a big difference when you are in these major markets and you're the guy. Every at-bat is scrutinized. He's the king of walks. Fans don't like it when you're walking to get to the next guy, when you're paid to be the main guy. And I think for Soto, I agree with you that if the Lerners gave him this exact same offer back a few years ago, I don't think he would have taken it because it wasn't about what the offer was. It was about getting to unrestricted free agency. That is the Boris trademark. Juan Soto, like you said, the agent works for the player, but Soto has been all on board about getting the free agency. So that's kind of that point. I think Juan Soto, again, is a great player, but there is a different level of expectation coming his way, and I'm not sure if he can handle that.
Well, I mean, he just was with the Yankees, right? And going to the Mets
Aaron Judge behind you.
Sure,
but when you have Aaron Judge behind you, there's a big difference of what they expect from you, right?
I don't know. What do you mean by that? Like that he was the Robin to Judge's Batman or whatever?
Yeah, like he would take a ton of walks knowing that Aaron Judge was there.
Well, no, it had nothing to do with that. He took a ton of walks because he takes a ton of walks. That's what he is. That's what you're paying for. He's led the league in walks 4 times.
Again, that's an exceptional talent. But when you're paid $51 million a year, fans aren't looking for on-base percentage.
Fans aren't correct then. What fans are looking for doesn't matter. On-base percentage is exactly what he's being paid for.
Grant, I'm with you. I understand the metrics of winning baseball. I'm not debating that with you. But when you're paid to be the best player in baseball, people don't want to just see you walk when they want to see you swing and get
yes,
RBIs.
But you keep talking about what
runs.
people want to see. That isn't important. By the way, it's not like he hit 8 home runs last year. He hit 41 home runs while walking 130 times.
Yeah, I'm with you. Can we get to the Nationals part of this?
Sure. Be quick because I got to jump. But you got 30 seconds here.
So we've gone back and forth on Twitter 1,000 times about how I think it was a faux rebuild. It was all about cutting payroll. The Nationals now, like you said on Friday, when they let Finnegan walk for a year, it is clear after Ted passed, Mark is old as heck. These Mark's kids aren't even interested in this team. And now we are becoming not even the A's, not even the Marlins, a shell of a AAA team where they're just like, there's no incentive for them to do anything until the Masson dispute is over. And that's in legal perpetuity of going nowhere. And so this entire franchise is just up in the air, just hoping some prospects do something, which is not really a plan, you know?
I mean, it's a shame, really, is what it is. So a couple of things. The team is actually solid, right? And it's because of the trades that they made, Soto and otherwise, because they've got a lot of very good young talent. James Wood, Dylan Cruz, headliners, but Mackenzie Gore, CJ Abrams, among them. So, yeah, they're going to be solid at the big league level. They could be really good. We talked about this last week for about an hour and a half on one of our shows and took a ton of calls on the fact that the learners are being bailed out by the baseball people making good trades, and the development, which has improved the last couple of years, of some really quality young players like Jacob Young and Jake Irvin, and some organizational depth from guys like Mitchell Parker who have come up and raised the sightline a little bit. To your point, what they spend, what they've actually, like what they get credit for as an ownership group in terms of going and investing in terms of talent, is awful. It is A's and Marlins like, and since the moment of the beginning of the sale, it's been ugly, and it needs to change immediately this offseason. Right now, they need to spend money this offseason to put butts in seats again. You can't keep wondering, why aren't people coming to the game when you're not giving them a reason to? The frustrating part is that the team is competitive enough and exciting and interesting enough because of the trades that they've made, that ownership has kind of gotten away with spending nothing, but that is about to end as far as I'm concerned. There's not a bunch more, in the offing. There's not 4 people walking out on the stage again this year like James Wood and Dylan Cruz. It is now time to spend. But as far as Soto goes, I mean, he led the league in runs scored in New York, taking a lot of walks last year. That's why he's paid. It's going to age well. That on-base percentage, the walks drawn, the fact that he gets on base 42% of the time of his career, the Ted Williams-like approach, and the best batter's eye since Barry Bonds. That's quite literally why he got paid. So I don't really care if fans like seeing him walk. He also homers. He also comes up with big hits. And he wasn't the Robin to Aaron Judge's Batman in the playoffs. Aaron Judge, as always, was nowhere to be found, and Juan Soto was coming up with all of the big moments for the Yankees. He was the Batman. So it might not be the one that moves the papers or, that creates all the headlines because he doesn't hit as many home runs as Aaron Judge, but he's a better hitter than Aaron Judge is. And he proved that over the duration of last year. And it's why he got the money that he just got comparative to what Judge got when he was looking to be paid a couple years ago. Appreciate the phone call. Let's get you an update, and then we will be back on G&D with the top of the hour Beltway Blitz. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan. G&D is live without Danny today, sponsored by our friends Kandori and Murad. They help you update your last will and testament. They will set up a trust for you and your family as well. Get a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys by visiting kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, and you will get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Jay Gruden will be on the show in 1 hour for his normal Monday 5 p.m. appointment here on Grant and Danny. No Commanders game to break down, so we'll go all over the NFL with Jay. I still want to get into the college football playoffs that were set over the weekend as well. Alabama, a 3-loss SEC team out. SMU got in despite its second loss of the season in the ACC championship game. That drew a lot of consternation, a lot of debate over the last few days. Plus, I just think that the way that they seeded this thing and the fact that they do not reseed after each round seems like a massive misstep. It's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be great for college football. It'll be a lot of fun, but I'm already seeing some areas where we're going to have to make some changes and improve this as we go. So we'll get into that a little bit later in the hour. But it is time for your Beltway Blitz. We do it each and every day at 4 o'clock. Let's cover the Caps, the Nats, and the Commanders right now, all in one fell swoop on G&D. We start on the ice where the Capitals are tied for the most points in the NHL. How about these Washington Capitals in a year in which they were not supposed to have been one of the best teams in hockey? Mike Vogel, watchcaps.com. So back-to-back games, back-to-back wins. Friday night, 3-1 over the Leafs. Great win. Saturday, they get up off the mat in the third period. Vogues, Tom Wilson got hit in the face with a puck. His jaw looked like he had a baseball coming out of it. It was so puffy, and he went on to score 2 goals. That's a hockey guy game there.
100%, Grant. Yeah. You watch him coming off the ice about halfway through the first period, taking that shot to the face, and there's a little bit of blood coming out. At that point, you're not even sure where it really hit him, but just the force of the shot, and he's grabbing the side of his face. You're thinking cheekbone, jaw. You're wondering if you're going to see this guy anytime in the next few weeks. And there he is before the end of the first period back on the ice. And then you start seeing the shots of him on the bench. And like you said, it's like somebody embedded a softball in the side of his face, or he's got, a whole bunch of acorns stored up for the long winter ahead. Something. It's definitely a misshapen face and head. And, the second period did not go their way at all. They were hemmed in their own end for a good chunk of it, wind up taking a penalty to kind of end that sequence. But I got to give them credit. Like, even that whole stretch of time that they were stuck in their own end, they didn't give up a shot on goal. They blocked everything that came their way. And it's still, like you said, that the game before in Toronto it definitely took a chunk out of them. And you're down 2 goals on Saturday night in Montreal. That building is crazy lively. You're thinking, they probably just ran out of gas. 5 periods of hockey in 2 nights, travel, all that stuff. And I don't know where they got it from, but they, like you said, they came off the mat in the third period. And I did not see that comeback coming. A couple of the other ones you can sort of anticipate. That one surprised me. But it was great hearing in the room afterwards that all the guys were like, yeah, Tom's scoring 1. He's getting 1 before the end of this game. And he winds up getting 2. And they couldn't have been any bigger. It's the tying goal. It's the go-ahead goal. And then for a coda, for an exclamation point on the whole evening, Dylan Strome scores on a wicked shot from center point. And there's Tom Wilson standing right in front of the net, blocking out the sun. Forget the fact that probably the side of his face could have got in the way of that shot. He's standing in there harder than either of the Montreal defensemen were for that shot. Just an incredible performance, and something that I don't think anybody who was there that night will ever forget.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible, and the Cap season has been as well. I mentioned, they are tied for the most points in the NHL. So at one point we're going, they're almost in first place in the Metro. Oh, they're almost in first place in the East. Now you look up and we're talking, it's early, but President's Trophy type stuff where they're the best team in hockey. Nobody really saw this coming. How much credit should we be heaping on Spencer Carberry?
I think absolutely. I was saying even last year that the coaching staff that they put together is a really good staff that has their finger on the pulse of who's going on a given night. You can look at the ice time, and it's kind of some nights certain guys will find themselves playing 20 minutes. Some nights it's other guys. You look at that defense. All 6 of those guys have had at least 5 20-minute games this season. That's crazy, man. I don't think I can remember a time when all 6 defensemen were trusted to the point where they could wind up playing 20 minutes. Not just once, not just a one-off, when a couple guys go down, but 5 times in 27 games. Same thing with the centers. There's only 4 minutes of difference between what Lars Eller, the 4th line center, skates and what Dylan Strome, the 1st line center, skates. These, again, and to your point, Grant, they flipped the lines to start that 3rd period, and they pushed the right buttons because it was that Protas, Dubois, Wilson line that did the damage, scored the 2 goals, and I think they may have even drawn the penalty that put them on the power play to score the 4th one too. They really had a fine 3rd period, and I mean, given that, you probably see them expect to see them stay together for Thursday's game in Columbus. And the other thing is 9 straight road wins. That's a franchise record, but they're only the 3rd team in NHL history to win as many as 9 straight games in a row, with all of the wins coming in regulation.
Wow. Yeah, they've got right now 6 guys with 20-plus points. They played 27 games. I mean, Stromer, well over a point per game. McMichael's right at that pace. Alexi Protas, if you look at 5-on-5, is statistically one of the better players in hockey to this point. It's been amazing. They've won 5 of 6. They've got points in 6 in a row. And they're 5-3 without Ovi now. Points in 6 of those 8, folks.
Yeah, and they lost the first 2 games that O missed, and they were both, I think, 1-goal losses. And they pulled a point in every one of those games since. And the guys you mentioned, right? Obviously Strome and Dubois come from outside the organization. They've had a massive handprint on what's been going on the ice thus far this season. But to see Connor McMichael and Alexei Protas both break out in the way that they have here over the first third of the season is really heartening, because that's one of the things that's really fueled this run that's been going on for the last 20 years, really. Ovechkin, Backstrom, Carlson, all these guys that they drafted in the first round, Kuznetsov, Vrana, it just goes on and on. Tom Wilson, they've really hit on those first round picks. So for a guy like Protas in the 3rd round, he's the best player they've been able to pull beyond the first round since Chandler Stevenson. That's 12 years ago. He was drafted the same year as Tom Wilson, also in the 3rd draft. So really heartening stuff to see kind of on every level.
Yeah, it's working. I mean, again, 40 points sitting atop the NHL right now. Vogues, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
Be good. Let's talk some baseball. Mark Zuckerman, MASNsports.com. Mark, before we get to the Nats, tangentially related, I suppose, Juan Soto to the Mets. Cue the Evil Empire music of choice here. 15 and 675. What do you think?
Just a wonderful day for Nats fans, isn't it, Grant, to see that? Just exactly where you wanted to see him go, isn't it? I mean, it would have been one thing if he had stayed with the Yankees. I think, it'd be frustrating, but you understand that, or even if he'd gone to the Red Sox. But for another one of these ex-Nat stars to end up in the division and to go to the Mets for such a ridiculous dollar amount, I'm not shocked. I really do believe that deep down, his preference would have been to stay with the Yankees, but Steve Cohen wasn't going to let that happen. He was determined to outbid anybody and everybody and make him an offer he couldn't refuse. And I can't fault Juan for taking a ridiculous contract like that. But it's going to be fascinating to see what happens now, because does that hamstring the Mets from doing anything else? Does he go out and spend even more money on others? And they're still the Mets, and I know they're a better team, and they made the playoffs, and there's a lot to learn. But they're still the Mets, and until they actually prove they can win in October, that's a huge narrative that you have to overcome, and they're hoping that Juan Soto does that for them.
All right, so let's get to the Nats. From a team that didn't defer a penny of $765 million to the Nats who deferred a $5 million one-year contract for 3 years last year. Very, very similar financial situations, it would appear. When are they going to start spending money this offseason? Because the time is now, Mark. This is not 2 or 3 years ago or even last year when me and so many people were like, yeah, it makes sense. You're rebuilding. You got kids coming. It is time to go get some grown-ups. What is going on?
I'm with you 100% on that. I think you can justify the moves or lack of moves they made the last couple of winters for baseball reasons. I don't think you can justify that right now. This is a team that now has a core group in place, but they clearly have holes that they need to address at first base, rotation, bullpen. It can be done without even necessarily going overboard and spending a huge amount of money, but you have to spend some. If you put together an opening day roster right now, they're at like $35 million. That's nothing. Absolutely nothing. So there should be a good amount of money to spend without even necessarily breaking the bank. But what's so strange, I think, about this winter is that we've gotten no real indication from them what their plans are. I know, and you know, that there are people in that organization, some very important people, who want to spend money and believe it's time to go do it. But what we just don't know is, have they been given the approval to do it by the people who write the checks? And until we see at least their name being thrown out in the rumors for a free agent, or until they do go sign a guy, it's hard to really know. If they don't, it's going to be a lot to explain why they didn't. Deep down, I've got to believe that they are going to spend something because they're paying so little to everybody else who's already here right now.
What's your prediction on what could lie ahead for them this offseason?
I think the hope is you go get, you don't have to get Pete Alonso. I'm sure people would love to have it, but if you could get Christian Walker or Paul Goldschmidt or just a legitimate veteran first baseman, if you can go get a reliable big league starting pitcher, if you can go get a couple of relievers, which you need some experience there now with Kyle Finnegan, the non-tendered. But I mean, that's pretty modest. It'd be great if they did more than that, but if you just fill those holes with good quality free agents, and now you believe that James Wood and Dylan Cruz and C.J. Abrams and Mackenzie Gore are going to take off next year, you have the makings of a potentially winning team. But it's hard to see if they go back to the Joey Gallo type moves, Eddie Rosario, that's enough for this team to take the next step that it needs to take. So I think that's really where it lies. They don't have to break the bank, but there are some legitimate spots they need to fill, and there are more than enough quality big league free agents out there that could be had at a price that I think should be reasonable.
But you don't get the sense where the biggest fish are swimming. So I'm just throwing names out, but Corbin Burns, or let's say Max Fried, or Anthony Santander, Pete Alonso, or something. You don't get the sense that they're landing one of those guys.
I don't think it's impossible. And they certainly have the financial flexibility to do that.
Right,
and
as they are not paying anyone any real money at this point.
No, exactly. So, I mean, I think if you ask Mike Rizzo, yeah, he would love to get one of those guys, and maybe they do. But if they are doing that, if that's in the plan, they have kept it very close to the vest. And because you're not even hearing their names thrown about from all the national insiders about contenders for these different guys. And again, maybe they're doing a great job of playing, their cards close to the vest, and they're going to come out and surprise us and make a big move like that. But I go back to in the past when they were in the market for the big names, even the year they got Worth, maybe we didn't necessarily see that one coming, but you knew they were going to sign somebody big that winter. They kind of let that be known. And we haven't heard that yet. Doesn't mean it can't happen. And I think a lot of people hope it will. But I need some evidence so far that we have not gotten of how serious are they about getting back really into becoming serious players in the hot stove this winter.
And I would just also provide the caveat that it would benefit them if the word got out that they were in on those sweepstakes, I would think, more than it would hurt them. So it's not like they should be wanting it. That's my feeling too. Yeah, it's not like they would want it to be quiet, which is why you almost have to assume that they are not involved. I have a little less than a minute, but I do want to sneak in one more here, and that is just on ownership in general. what's the state of the union, or what do you think's going on? I mean, remember, it wasn't that long ago they were selling. Now they're not selling. Do they want to own the team? Do they not want to own the team? I mean, that is kind of the elephant in the room here. The little secret nobody wants to talk about is we're not even sure if ownership really cares that much at this point.
Sure, and that's frustrating to so many people. I would just say that we've heard nothing from them to suggest that they've changed their outlook on anything from when Mark Lerner did come out last spring and say that the team is not actively for sale. I think the people who could be in the market for them are not going to suddenly increase their price for the team, given what we know about the situation. So my understanding, I think everybody is proceeding as if this team is not being sold anytime soon. But are they going to proceed with this kind of low budget, bare bones stuff that they've done throughout the rebuild? Or are they ready to take that next step and start acting like they did from 2011 to 2020 and trying to build a winner again? If the ultimate goal is to sell a team and you want to raise the value of that team, you have to invest a little before you can sell it, right? You got to spend a little to make some.
Funny how that works.
What everybody's waiting to see.
That's so funny. Mark, thank you. Appreciate you as always.
All right. Thanks, Grant.
Yeah, you can't just throw your hands up and go, why is no one coming to these games? See, we can't spend money. No one's coming to the games. No one's spending any money on us. Yeah, maybe because you got to give them a reason to come to the games. All right, let's keep it moving. Our buddy Nick Ashew, BetQL Sports Network. Nicholas, 8-5, final team into the playoffs. You come out of the bye week, and you got an 82% chance to make it to the postseason. Got to be feeling pretty good if you're the Commanders right now.
I think it was so important, Grant, for them to go into that bye week, not just with a win, but winning the way that they did. It kind of felt like they found their identity again against the Titans and kind of silenced, or let's just say quieted down some of the Cliff Kingsbury conversation and, the league catching up to him like it always, all those narratives felt like at least temporarily, they went away. But I mean, the thing is, if you're looking around the rest of the NFC, the rest of the way, like the AFC kind of feels relatively set in terms of what teams are going to be in the playoffs, which is ironic given that we thought how the AFC was going to be so deep this year. But in reality, like the Colts lose to the Broncos this week, that's probably done. But in the NFC side of things, listen, Washington's only a game up on the Rams right now, and they looked awesome offensively yesterday. Defensively, that's a whole other conversation for them, but the Rams are sitting a game behind them. Washington's got the 15th toughest schedule the rest of the way, and 10 wins is probably the bare minimum for them to get in the playoffs. It really comes down to beating the Falcons when they see them later. Obviously, the Saints are coming up next. It's not the toughest schedule for them, but there's teams that are also in that playoff hunt that also have relatively easy schedules down the stretch they got to think about too.
Nick, you're right. The offense certainly got right against the Titans, but was that a one-off, do you think, or are they fixed? Do you expect them to come out of the bye and this offense is humming again?
I think if they commit to running the ball like they did before and make it a run-first team and take some of the pressure off of Jaden Daniels, I think they're in a good spot going back to that because, we've seen what they can do when they really do commit to the run. And we know that then you can, obviously, you get the defense creeping up and then, boom, use one of the best deep balls in the NFL and Jaden Daniels and beat somebody deep with Terry McLaurin. Like, that's worked for them before. It just felt like for a while during that 3-game losing streak, their offense just felt so stale. They weren't taking risks. They weren't taking the big plays, but there wasn't this, there was just this lack of identity. It was almost like they were just throwing things at the wall and saying, this play call looks good. Let's just go with this. It felt like there was a little bit of a rhythm in getting back to that then. So my hope is that you take the film, obviously, from what you saw against the Titans and, a lot of teams, extra time to prepare, come out of the break. Like, this is really a good opportunity for them against, a Saints team coming up that they're kind of in where a lot of these teams in the bottom half of the AFC and the NFC are. It's 1, 2, 3 Cancun. I know a lot of players don't tank, but organizations certainly do. And the Saints probably don't have Derek Carr for the rest of the season now. And they're 5-8. So it's an opportunity for them to come out and really hit the Saints hard offensively and just keep that momentum going from what they had against the Titans.
Who worries you, if anybody, here in terms of the playoff picture? The Rams are a game back, but it's not a tiebreaker-friendly conference record for them in terms of overtaking Washington. And they also control their own destiny in the division. So maybe then you could say, I guess, Seattle. Atlanta lost again. That's 4 in a row. They're 2 games back of Washington, but they still play them. Is there anyone that you could see catching the Commanders?
So, it's interesting because you do have to think about, obviously, the winning the division, right? And Tampa's a team that I think of, but right now they're at the top of the division at 7-6. So that could kind of take them out of the spot. So with the Atlanta Falcons sitting at 6-7 right now, if they can beat them in a couple of weeks, then you kind of eliminate them. Hopefully Tampa then just wins the division. I mean, I think it really comes down to that NFC West, which is between maybe Seattle and the Rams, and you're looking at one of those teams winning the division, with Seattle now at 8-5, and then the Rams behind them continuing to at least hum offensively right now. I'd have to say, out of all the teams on the back end of the NFC, it's got to be the Rams. But you do have to look at somebody like Tampa, where you just hope that they win the division instead, because they're 28th in strength of schedule. They've got a cupcake the rest of the way, and they're finding ways to win games even with the injuries they've had right now. So it really comes down to me, I think, more than anything, the Rams and the Seahawks sort of battling it out for who doesn't win that division. Does that then affect Washington with that 7th seed?
The extremely handsome Nick Ashew. He is an attractive man. He's very kind to give us his time on the Beltway Blitz. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Always good to talk to you, buddy.
Be good, brother. There you go. Your Beltway Blitz jam-packed today. That was good convos, good info, lots of intel. Love that. That's why we do it every day at 4 o'clock. All right, you just heard Nick's answer. I want to ask you guys this question. Their offensive performance against the Titans was early season caliber. It was the September top 3 offense in the NFL, elite production level that we came to expect from this group before Halloween. Do you think they are fixed? Do you think they got right, or was that a one-off and it went well against the Titans? Or are you anticipating Sunday in New Orleans, they pick right up again and they are back because they solved something offensively? We'll get into that next on The Fan.
I think if they commit to running the ball like they did before and make it a run-first team and take some of the pressure off of Jaden Daniels, I think they're in a good spot going back to that because, we've seen what they can do when they really do commit to the run. And we know that then you get the defense creeping up and then, boom, use one of the best deep balls in the NFL and Jaden Daniels and beat somebody deep with Terry McLaurin. Like, that's worked for them before. It just felt like for a while during that 3-game losing streak, their offense just felt so stale. They weren't taking risks. They weren't taking the big plays. But there wasn't this, there was just this lack of identity. It was almost like they were just throwing things at the wall and saying, this play call looks good. Let's just go with this. It felt like there was a little bit of a rhythm in getting back to that then. So my hope is that you take the film, obviously, from what you saw against the Titans, and a lot of teams, extra time to prepare, come out of the break. Like, this is really a good opportunity for them against, a Saints team coming up that they're kind of in where a lot of these teams in the bottom half of the AFC and the NFC are. It's 1, 2, 3 Cancun. I mean, I know a lot of players don't tank, but organizations certainly do. And the Saints probably don't have Derek Carr for the rest of the season now. And
that's Nick Ashew is heard on the Beltway Blitz just a few minutes ago. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. No Danny today. Thank you for making the show part of your afternoon. However you're listening on the Odyssey app, 106.7, or in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1. Thank you for checking us out. You can watch the show on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page as well. Jay Gruden will be joining me in about 25 minutes. I'm looking forward to our regular Monday conversation with Jay. We'll go around the NFL out of Week 14. One more game to go to wrap up this 14th week on the slate, and that is a good one tonight, I think. Not important, but good. I think Bengals-Cowboys should be entertaining. Could be a lot of points, could be a lot of offense. Cincinnati's going to move the ball. Joe Burrow's having an incredible season. I saw this great graphic last week. So Burrow's got 30 touchdowns and 5 picks. He is the 6th quarterback to ever do that. And the other 5 through 12 games to have 30 touchdowns and 5 picks, their team's records were 12-0, 11-1, 12-0, 11-1, and then some unlucky guy was like 10-2. And then there's Joe Burrow with the Bengals, who are not playoff bound and who are 4-8. My guess is the Bengals get a win tonight. Although in studio, I got to say, this is a big game. This one's important because Darius had been in last place, pulling up the rear all season. I mean, he was just, the field was lapping him. It was ugly what was happening in confidence points picks. Well, out of nowhere last week, Darius went 5-0 in confidence points picks, a clean sweep for 15 points. This week, he's 4-0. He's on a 9-game heater. If you can imagine that the 9 games have still not gotten him out of the basement. He needs another win to go 5-0 for the second time in as many weeks with a Bengals-Cowboys outcome tonight. He needs the Cowboys plus 5.5. So he'll have been 15 for 15 in possible points 2 straight weeks, 10 straight victories. And then you will surpass Danny and get out of last place, correct?
Not quite. 15 points will get me 1 point behind Danny. So I'll be right there neck and neck
you'll
with
still be in last.
I'll still be in last place, but we're back in the race though. That's what matters the most.
You have dug yourself out of a hole at that point.
Absolutely. Quick question.
Yes.
Tonight there's an altcast, not just the Peyton and Eli altcast, but the Simpsons altcast tonight for the Bengals
I heard about that.
Dallas Cowboys game. Will you be watching it all?
Not 1 second. Not even the littlest, tiniest bit.
I forgot you're not a cartoon guy.
I can only imagine you were joking when you asked me that.
Of course I was.
No. I've never watched 1 minute of The Simpsons. I don't care about it. Not 1 minute.
Oh, come on.
I would say all purpose in my life with like walking downstairs and my brother watching, added up with like some kind of reel on TikTok, added up with some type of clip that Danny was listening to 3 years ago. I probably have had over a minute of Simpsons information shoved into my brain at some point. Consumption, if you will. 0.
That's outrageous.
I know what it is. I know it's Homer and Marge, and I know Bart has a skateboard and his sister is Lisa or Becky or I don't know, something. I don't care. But no, I will not be watching tonight. I don't understand the point of this, by the way. Who is this one for? So they did this for kids on Disney with like a Falcons-Jaguars game a year ago in London when, like, you know, Kyle Pitts was some little Toy Story character.
Yeah, it was the Toy Story altcast, correct.
I get that. My kids liked it. We watched it for a couple of minutes, and it was actually really, really well done. They've done a few of these for young people where they do Toy Story or some TV show. The Simpsons is for grown-ups, right?
For the most part, yeah, I would say so.
Who's asking for this?
Yeah, I don't quite get it. I will switch over to Disney Plus just to see what it looks like, and that'll probably last maybe a couple minutes at most. I don't know who this is for. You're right. That doesn't
It's
make
not
any
for
sense.
kids, right?
No, The Simpsons is not for kids.
Yeah. So what are we doing here? I mean, to me, if you're telling me we're doing another Toy Story one, totally understand that. They do the Nickelodeon Super Bowl and playoff games, and they now, drop a bunch of gooey slime on a player every week who's the Nickelodeon Player of the Week. Sure, of course.
SpongeBob is commentating for some reason.
SpongeBob games have happened. I understand that too. Like Patrick was involved. I never watched SpongeBob for 3 minutes, but I was in on the bit. I get it. Kids like these things. Children, they like them. The young people. Who is this for? Like next, are you going to do this week's game is a Family Guy episode? Okay, why? Why are we doing this? Because we can? Because the technology exists?
Yeah, I think they're just flexing their muscles. They're flexing their partnerships. That's the only thing I can think of.
It's definitely a partnership play. I mean, there's just so much money changing hands, I'm sure. I don't know. The NFL doesn't miss, so someone's going to watch that. But if you're going to spend time tonight watching a Simpsons version of a football game over the actual Monday Night Football game, you and I don't have a lot in common. I'm sorry. Like you said, you will check it out to see what it looks like. I will not. I don't care what it looks like. And plus, I'm going to see it on social media. That'll be my ability to see what it looks like. Someone will tweet something like, "You guys won't believe this Jamar Chase touchdown catch as Bart." You're right. I didn't believe it. I wish it never happened.
I'm happy, fair to say.
I guess I shouldn't be the Danny today without Danny here and poo-poo this fun thing. If you have fun with it, good for you. I won't be joining you. I'm just going to watch the football. Maybe I'll do a little, wonder if I could get some Christmas shopping in tonight. Maybe DVR the start of the game. Maybe start watching it about an hour late, catch up. We do have a primetime game that will be broadcast with some energy, though. Those are nice. Because on Thursday, you just get your snooze fest. And you get a lot of whispering through the call. Tonight, we got some Joe Buck, Troy Aikman. It's going to be good. Someone in the chat, this is actually funny, just said, this is the YouTube chat I'm referencing. People watching on 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page today. Jay says, the people want a Rick and Morty episode. And that's where we are. People are just going to start requesting their games as their TV show characters. But I want to get into the Commanders and some news going into this Saints game that I think will have you guys feeling good. You already know that Derek Carr's not going to play, it doesn't look like, with a broken bone in his hand. Everything is coming up Washington in this matchup. There's no reason they don't win handily. We'll get into some of the other details that are very pro-Washington going into a huge game next right here on The Fan. at the top of the hour. Looking forward to catching up with him in about 15 minutes. We'll go around the NFL. Washington got some help on its bye week. Not everything went perfectly. The Eagles beating the Panthers stung their chances of getting back in to the NFC East race. The Rams shocking the Bills in a game of the day candidate, 44-42 thriller, means that LA is now within a game of Washington, although the Commanders probably going to have a tiebreaker over the Rams when it's all said and done based on conference record. But we'll talk to Jay about those games and some of the other goings-on in the NFC. Here's some news and notes, though, on the Commanders front. Dan Quinn spoke to the media today. We know that Derek Carr is unlikely to play for New Orleans after suffering a pretty serious hand injury at the end of their game yesterday. So that means you're going to get a backup quarterback, either a number 2 or a number 3 QB, depending on health. Rattler has been the guy they went to earlier in the season. Their rookie Spencer Rattler, they drafted in the 5th round, could get the nod in New Orleans this weekend. So great sign for Washington. What I love most about this matchup, though, is I just think the Saints are bad at the things the Commanders are good at. If you look at New Orleans' defense, they're abysmal this year. One of the reasons Dennis Allen got fired, the defensive-minded head coach in New Orleans over the last several seasons, was that their defense regressed substantially under his watch this year. They are 31st in the NFL in defense right now, in yards per play. Only the Jaguars are worse. On top of that, they're the worst run defensive team in the NFL. They give up 5.04 yards per carry. So if you look at everybody lines up and runs the football, which team is the worst at stopping the run in the league based on the per play metric? It's New Orleans right now. Why shouldn't Washington, coming off of 267 on the ground against a great run stuffing team in Tennessee, why shouldn't they be able to line up with a healthier interior? Allegretti off a bye, Biotish the best he's looked in weeks going into the bye, Sam Cosmi playing ball, mauling people at right guard. They should be able to get downhill, get to the second level, and push the Saints around. I thought Cornelius Lucas was tremendous at right tackle in the run game. Today, Dan Quinn said Andrew Wiley's making good progress, could be back at right tackle, still up in the air. But I don't know that that matters that much, honestly. Lucas has played at a level strong enough that with or without Wiley, I feel really good about the right tackle spot, especially on the ground. I mean, he is just because of his size, Lucas gets his hands on you and moves you. He's a really good run blocker and road grader, so to speak, for the ground game. But I just think they're going to be able to run the ball on the Saints. And this gets back to what Nick was talking about. I don't know if you guys were listening during the Beltway Blitz. I asked him, do you think that the Commanders fixed their problems on offense with that banner game they had against the Titans, or was it just a good day? If they had 42 points, which tied with their previous high against Arizona for the most on the season. They had 29 first downs, which tied for their previous season high, which was what they had against the Cincinnati Bengals in the primetime awesome performance that they had when Jaden Daniels balled out. It was a vintage early season outing for Kingsbury Daniels in the offense. When they were at their peak, Cincinnati, Arizona, Cleveland, kind of on into the Carolina game, when they looked like they were a top 2 or 3 offense in the league, they were doing everything the exact same way they did against Tennessee. Success on early downs. 1st and 10 became 2nd and 5. 2nd and 5 became 3rd and 1. And then 3rd and 1 was easy money with Daniels as a dual threat cheat code. And that's exactly what happened against the Titans. They had gone through this rut where they'd been terrible on 3rd down. They were 3 for 12 against the Eagles. They were 4 for 14 against the Steelers. They were 4 for 12 against the Cowboys. 9 of 14 on 3rd down against the Titans. And I do think they figured some things out. I don't think it was a one-off. I think they're going to have a field day against the Saints running the football. And I think getting Brian Robinson back is the key to the whole thing. I'm not sure why it's worked out this way because their personnel's really good otherwise. Whether it's Austin Eckler when he was healthy, he'll be out, obviously, in New Orleans. Jeremy McNichols, who's had some big performances. And even Chris Rodriguez, twice against the Giants on the road and then against the Titans at home going into the bye. All their running backs have been pretty effective, but their ground game is at its best when Brian Robinson is on the field as a battering ram. They just call plays differently. It seems like Kingsbury gets into a rhythm and a flow, and they're able to stay ahead of the sticks. If he's got Robinson, he's more committed to the run. Don't really know why. Because you'd think with Eckler, Rodriguez, McNichols, and some version of those three having success, it doesn't really matter if it's Robinson or not. You can still go out and be efficient. But he has just been a different play caller when they haven't had B-Rob. Think about the Ravens game as an example. They didn't even try to run it in that game. Now, Baltimore is a great run-stopping team. So is the Titans. Tennessee's the exact same. Maybe he learned the lesson against Baltimore, but he came out and said, I don't care. We're running the ball anyway. That's what he said to Tennessee, and it worked. Against Baltimore, you guys are really good at stopping the run. We don't have Brian Robinson, so we're just going to throw the football today. But I think what they found against the Titans, getting Robinson over 100 for the second time since week 2, is going to age nicely. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's not kind of the way of their world down the stretch. Think about the stretch runs over the years of like Clinton Portis when they ripped off 5 in a row under Joe Gibbs back in 2005, or 4 in a row in 2007 under Gibbs after the tragic death of Sean Taylor. They would just ride Portis in those cold weather, windy games. He would go run for $125, light quarterback production, and they ran their way into the playoffs. I could see them trying to do something very, very similar. Take the air out of the ball, little pressure off Daniels in the bad weather games coming up, and just run the football. Let's talk to Jay Gruden about that next. We'll hop around the NFL, our weekly appointment with the former head coach here in D.C. on Grant and Danny. No Danny today on the Fan. As DC's teams build a foundation for success on and off the field, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. The sponsor of our show is the law firm Kandori and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament. They'll set up a trust for you and your family as well. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Right now on the guest hotline is our buddy Jay Gruden, the former head coach here in D.C., to talk football and go around the NFL. On air and on the road, Jay's driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group. Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters. Ted Britt Chantilly Lincoln and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, home of the Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop at tedbritt.com. Jay, what's good? How you been?
What's up? Usually Danny reads that. Where's he at?
Danny's on assignment today is what we're saying.
Oh, assignment. That must be important.
He's got a pretty cool gig, I will say. He's he'll tell everyone about when he gets back. But yeah, he's got a pretty cool opportunity. So we're saying he's on assignment.
Yeah, good for him.
I think he'll be back tomorrow. We'll see. But Jay, great football all weekend. We got one more game in Week 14 tonight. Bengals at the Cowboys. -4.5. Cincinnati's a favorite. Total in the game is about 50. I kind of think Cincinnati's offense is just too good. Dallas won't be able to make enough plays to keep up. But what are you seeing tonight when you forecast?
Yeah, I think Dallas is getting a little bit healthier on defense, so they're going to be a little bit more resistant than they have been in the past. So I think they'll give Joe Burrow a little bit of issue. DeMarcus Lawrence is back. Obviously, Micah Parsons can rush the passer. So I think they'll play a little bit better. And then offensively, I think the Cincinnati Bengals could have the worst, maybe one of the worst defenses in the NFL for a long time. So I think Cooper Rush might have a nice day and keep it kind of close. And I think it'll be like 31-27 type game.
Is T. Higgins someone that would be a fit in Washington? I've always admired him and liked his game, but I'm wondering if he's a good enough, like, opposite to Terry McLaurin if you're trying to build a receiver room, because he runs a lot of those square in digs, crossers, drags, a lot of that same stuff, and Chase is a vertical guy. How would they fit together? I'm trying to think about Washington maybe making a play for Higgins.
Yeah, I think he fits very much. Plus, he's a big guy. He'll do a lot in the running game as well. He's a physical type guy. He's a good red zone target, too, with the back shoulder fades and the fades. Sorry, I said fade, but he can also do all those stuff in the red zone. So a good compliment to Terry. I think he's a good player and physical type player and an easy target for a quarterback. You know, those guys that are 6'4", you know, they don't have the blazy speed, but they're very friendly targets. They find the open spaces and they're easy to hit.
Do you view him as a wide receiver one type or more of like a Z kind of like a second possession threat to a Jamar Chase?
Yeah, probably more so like that. You know, I think you got to have somebody opposite him that can really run. Unfortunately, Terry can really run, and you need to have somebody. You got to have some more speed out there, like they have Jamar Chase. You know, you don't want him to be your number one and have your number two guy be another guy that's not a very big, you know, a fast guy. You got to have some speed out there. And not saying T can't run, but I just think you need a little bit different type of receiver for your opposite receiver T, whether it's 1A or 1B or whatever it might be.
Jay Gruden on G&D. All right, let's go around the NFL. So the Lions had their big Thursday night win over Green Bay. The Eagles barely beat Carolina, but they hung on. They're 11-2. They're a game back of Detroit. And I think they have an easier remaining schedule than the Lions do. They could still get the 1 seed. How big is the gap between the Lions and the Eagles in terms of being the best in the conference?
I don't think it's very big at all. I think the Eagles are playing better defense right now. I think the Lions are much better consistently on offense. They can hit you a lot of different ways right now. Obviously, the Eagles' passing game isn't quite up to speed, and the running games are pretty equal with Montgomery and Gibbs and Barkley. Barkley's having a legendary year, but if you add up Gibbs and Montgomery's numbers, I think they'll be pretty similar. So, yeah, I think both of them can hurt you on offense, but defensively, where I give the Eagles the edge.
All right, so then tell me if you agree with this or not. I've been saying if Washington ends up staying the 7 seed, you would rather go to Philly than to Detroit because you've already played Philly twice. You've been to Philly once. Potentially they're trying to beat you for a third time, which all makes that a more, I would say, winnable game than playing the Lions for the first time on the road, indoors in their place. Do you agree with that or no?
They'll both be tough. I kind of would rather, I don't know, I wouldn't be too upset going to Detroit and really getting Jaden after that defense. I think Philly's defense is a little bit harder. Let's wait and see how they do against Philly the second time. That'll tell a lot about how they match up. Because, even a Thursday night game, it wasn't that bad of a, it wasn't like it was a massacre. It was a close game.
Well, they had a chance to take the lead if they would have kicked the field goal with about 8 minutes left.
Yeah, exactly right. So let's see how they face up again with them. But, playing in a dome, fast track, Jaden Daniels' speed, Terry McLaurin's speed. I like the offensive chances. Defensively is where it would be an issue, obviously, but defense is going to be an issue against Philadelphia as well. But I like our chances offensively to really put up a lot of numbers against Detroit.
Wow. All right. That's surprising. I like hearing that. Bills-Rams was the game of the day yesterday by far. L.A. looked healthy on offense, didn't they? They scored 44, ripped off nearly 500 yards. What'd you think of that game? Allen throws for 3 touchdowns, runs for 3. No one's ever done that before and still loses.
Yeah, it was a great game. The Rams came back after a pretty average week last week against New Orleans. They were shut out for the first half and came out like gangbusters against the Buffalo defense, which is supposed to be pretty good, but they did whatever they wanted. Kyron ran the ball. They didn't gash and running the football, but they did a lot of jet sweeps, and Kyron and obviously Puka and Cooper had some big days. With Matthew Stafford was on point. That's a key 3rd down, 4th down conversion, which kept drives alive, and then made enough plays at the end to win the game. So Josh Allen was incredible as usual, but at the end of the day, the Rams got the victory because Buffalo couldn't stop them.
And the Rams now control their own destiny in the division, 7-6, a game back of Seattle, but they've already beaten Seattle once, and they play the Seahawks in Week 18. So winning out would mean they would win the West. They play San Francisco coming up on Thursday night, short week turnaround here. Then they've got the Jets and the Cardinals before the Seahawks. What kind of chance do you give the Rams, or do you think the Seahawks are the rightful favorites in the West?
No, I give the Rams a big shot. I wouldn't count out San Fran either. They play everybody as well. So, they just put a number on. I think they held Chicago to 4 yards in the first half. Their defense is getting better. And, with Brock Purdy and Debo and all those guys at San Fran, you never know. That division is wide open to me, but I think the favorite right now would probably be the Rams, I would guess. I'm just not convinced on Seattle's offensive line, offensive consistency right now. Gino, he can be great one quarter and horrible the next quarter. So I think I'd rather give the edge to Matthew Stafford.
You see, you Jay Gruden with us on G&D. You mentioned San Fran. They were awesome yesterday. They scored 38. They win by 25. That looked a lot more like the Niners teams that get to the NFC title game year in and year out of the last several years. And they did it with a lot of injuries, right? Guarendo's their third back. He ran for 2 touchdowns. Purdy threw for 3 bills. Kittle went for $150 between the hash marks down the field. A lot of stuff in the seam to him. How did they get right, do you think? Because, man, it had been ugly for them in the 3 losses before yesterday.
Yeah, they still have some great players. Juwan Jennings has got paid a little bit in the offseason. He's a good player. They still got Debo. They still got George Kittle. They got Brock Purdy. So they got some weapons. They'll get Trent Williams back here pretty soon, too, which will help out a lot. Playing their backup running back, I know Christian McCaffrey's a Pro Bowler, but having your second, third running back is not the end of the world. Hell, we played with Fat Rob a couple games, so you can do it. You can function with third, fourth string running back, but, third, fourth string quarterback, unfunctionable.
So this is funny. A guy in the YouTube chat right before you came on said something like, I hope Jay Gruden talks about Rob Kelly today. And I'm like, why on earth would he talk about Rob Kelly? And then you threw out a Rob Kelly mention.
Yeah. Rob Kelly, we had him. He was looking a free agent, and I kept saying, who the hell is this fat guy? He's looking pretty good. And sure enough, he had to be our starter because Geis and everybody else got hurt. So you never know when your number is going to be called. You just got to take advantage. If you look at Chris Rodriguez, what he did, he got cut last week and almost rushed for 100 yards on Sunday. So these guys given the opportunity. There's a lot of good backs out there that have never got the opportunity. They have good vision. They have good size. They can run. There's not a lot of positions open for those guys to get opportunities. And when they do, a lot of them take advantage of it.
Speaking of which, have you seen this kid, Cam Scattaboo?
No. Who the heck is that?
Arizona State. He's a...
Oh, yeah. I saw a little bit of him. Yeah, he's pretty good.
He's a white tailback. I think he's Mike Allstott, but that's probably just lazy because he's white. But, dude, he's a battering ram. He runs like a 4.58, maybe a 4.6. He's 225 pounds. His numbers are preposterous. And I was looking it up today. He catches the ball out of the backfield. Like, he does everything. I'm like, why isn't anyone talking about this kid as an early round pick?
If he's like Mike Allstott, take him. I was with Mike Allstott in Tampa for a few years. That guy is a monster. Yeah. So if he's like that, take him.
I'm going to send you a couple of carries that I found where it's just like his balance and his body lean and the way he stays up. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It's wild.
I'd take him just for the name. I mean, that's a hell of a name to have on a jersey. And I mean, I would sell like hotcakes at jersey sales.
Cam Skattebo. Yeah, Arizona State. He had a field day. He's in the college football playoff. While we're on this off the beaten path here talking college running backs, have you watched much Ashton Genty at Boise State?
I have. That guy's he's like a little fire hydrant. That guy is a rock. He's strong and he's got good flexibility and got great vision. His contact balance is ridiculous. So yeah, he's an impressive guy. Obviously, his numbers prove it.
Do you have any problem with drafting running backs in the first round at all?
I do not if they're this dominant, because you're going to get 5-6 good years out of them, and that those years can be spectacular. You look at the dominance of Saquon Barkley. I'm not saying he's like Saquon, but who knows? He might be as good. You look at some of the top running backs in the history, the impact that they have on your offense and the help they give and open things up. This guy, you give him a hole, he's out of there. If you don't give him a hole, he's still possibly out of there. So yeah, it makes a big difference, from a guy like that to a 5th or 6th round guy who could be productive. I think he'll still rush for 900 yards or 1,000 yards, but this guy has a potential rush for 2,000. That's a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, it's a short list all time in terms of the seasons like this one, which is why he's going to end up being at the Heisman ceremony. What is more impressive to you, the year that he's had as a running back or Travis Hunter playing elite level corner and a wide receiver? And I ask that obviously because one of those two guys is going to win the Heisman.
Travis is unbelievable. I did some work on him the other day, and everybody thinks he's going to be a corner and then a spot player on offense, and I beg to differ. I watched him on offense, and for him to play every snap on defense and offense and still have the juice to go do what he does on offense is absolutely unheard of. I ask you, if Terry McLaurin was the top-ranked defensive back at Ohio State as well as a top-ranked receiver, if he left him at corner and you wouldn't see the production he has as a receiver, you'd feel pretty stupid, wouldn't you? You got to be able to use him on offense if he's as good as I think he's going to be on offense. This guy can separate. He's great after the catch. He's 6 foot tall. He's got great catch radius. His run after the catch is pretty damn good. I don't know. I got to watch more of this kid, but I was ultra impressed with the film that I saw on him.
So then I guess my question, Jay, is can he do both in the league, or does he have to major in one and minor in the other?
Yeah, the issue is injuries. He had to miss some time with some injuries, and that's going to happen if you're going to ask him to play 120 snaps a game. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if you're better off putting him at receiver and then having him in a third down package, red zone package on defense, or putting him at defense full time and having him about 15, 20 plays on offense. I don't know. But he's special enough where I think he could do either and be equally as good. I just don't know right now if I'd rather him feature more on the field on offense or defense. That's what I don't know yet. But offensively, I'd be fighting my ass off to get him on offense.
All right, sounds like we know which way you'd vote for the Heisman Trophy. There's Jay Gruden on G&D. All right, let's get back to the NFL. Sorry for the college football detour there. Watched a lot of college ball this weekend. Looking at the NFC South, so the Bucs overtook the Falcons this week. We'll start with Atlanta. They got doubled up in Minnesota. I thought Cousins was better, but it's still not right. It's 2 interceptions, and one of them was really bad. It was a 1st and 10 and plus territory. When you double clutch and then you throw the ball right to a DB. It's the kind of stuff he didn't do for years. Raheem Morris has come out, said they're sticking with him. He did throw for about 350 yesterday, kept him in the game when their defense gave up 42 points, and Sam Darnold threw 5 touchdown passes. What do you see him when you watch Atlanta?
Well, I see there's some indecision with some of the receivers and Kirk a little bit. The first interception he had to Drake London, that was on Drake. And on the outside receiver, that's a simple high-low concept, and Mooney kind of didn't clear out the corner, and then Drake London just settled into his zone, and there wasn't a zone to settle in, and he had settled right behind the linebacker, and Kirk was waiting for him to clear the linebacker and throw it, and then he sat it down, so Kirk tried to bend him back in there, and Drake just stood there. So sometimes coaches give these receivers too many options to read zones and sit down and all that. Kirk needs precision. And if you're not coming out of your breaks where you're supposed to be, Kirk's going to struggle. The second interception he threw to Pitts, that was a bad throw. He should have thrown the out route. That was a bad decision by Kirk. But overall, he threw for 350, like you mentioned. The Falcons are right there until a stupid field goal block call they called, gave the Vikings back the ball. But defensively, the Falcons are atrocious. We got to get on some of the defensive backs as well. But Kirk has not thrown a touchdown in 4 games, has thrown 8 interceptions. That's a problem. But I got to put some of the blame on coordinator / offensive personnel and routes and precision.
Well, my thing with them is, like, I think you may have worked a little bit with Zach Robinson. I don't know. But I just don't understand. They don't run any play action, really. They don't run anything under center. Like, we've talked about this in D.C. for years and years, where Washington will go get a guy and then they'll use them differently. The idea that you'll just have him standing there and pistol and in the gun the whole time, I just don't understand why they're not playing more to his strengths. It's very odd.
Especially when you have Bijan Robinson, maybe it's they got to spread things out because Pitts can't block the point of attack tight end. I think Washington fell in that situation a little bit last year with Logan Thomas. So they had to do a lot of shotgun. I don't know. There's a lot of issues involved in the running game, but having Bijan Robinson and Aguilar, how do you pronounce his name? Algier.
Tyler Algier.
Great. These are 2 great backs now, and to use that as your first option, and then Kirk play passes off of it. That's a perfect combo, I would think. And unfortunately, they're not using it to their benefit.
Yeah, they're now on the outside looking in at 6-7. But with 4 to go, their schedule gets a little softer here. They've got the Raiders and then the Giants, and then a Commanders team they're chasing in the wild card, so they would have a shot. But what about the Bucs who overtook them? I thought they really struggled with the Raiders yesterday.
Yeah, that was they jumped on them early. I thought it was going to be a blowout, and then they just kind of let the Raiders back in the game. And Baker threw a couple bad interceptions, and the Raiders had a chance to really take the lead. Then their quarterback got hurt, but I think they're playing pretty good. The loss of Godwin has hurt them a little bit. Mike Evans is still coming back from his injury. Kate Otton's doing a pretty good job. Rashad White, Bucky Irvin didn't play. They have a pretty dangerous team. Defensively, they're not bad, but you're right. Some of these teams, they come in on the road and they just have nothing to play, nothing to lose. They just come out and lay it all on the line and give teams trouble. And that's what happened yesterday. But the good teams usually prevail at the end, and that's what Tampa did.
Steelers doubled up the Browns just about 27-14. Another 2 touchdowns for Russell Wilson. He's got just 3 picks since he took over as starter 8 weeks ago. He's done a really good job protecting the football. I think they're the best team nobody talks about. To me, the Steelers at 10-3, Jay, are very capable of making a Super Bowl run. I mean, would you say they have that kind of talent, or are they a little light for you in that regard?
No, I think when you play sound defense and you don't turn the ball over, you're going to be in every game. That's what the Steelers are right now. And Russell's had some really impressive games, some big-time number type games. Yesterday wasn't that big a deal. He threw a couple touchdowns only for $120 or something like that. But, Najee Harris is running hard. They have a good running game, and they play good defense. So when you have a good running game, you play good defense, AFC North type football, that carries over into December and January.
The Eagles survived the Panthers yesterday. Carolina looks a lot better. Bryce Young looks a lot better. We'll get to him in a second. I think Dave Canales is doing a good job. But for Philly, they survived that game. Jalen Hurts on 21 attempts threw for 108 yards yesterday. There's just something not right about their passing game. A.J. Brown was annoyed on the sideline again. I don't know what it is, but I mean, you watch them every weekend, but you saw them against Washington. Like, they're just not in sync like they were a couple years ago.
Yeah, I agree with that. And he's got a new coordinator, Kellen Moore, and I don't know. Jalen doesn't look like he's seeing the field very good. He doesn't look like he's willing to take some of the shots. He doesn't want to turn the ball over. He's taking a lot of check downs. He's just being really ultra safe. And obviously their key is Saquon Barkley right now. But for them to really get moving and make a serious run at Detroit and win some playoff games, they got to get the passing game. They're too good on the outside with Devontae and A.J. Brown. Obviously, losing Goddard hurt a little bit, but those 2 guys are dynamic players, and I can understand A.J.'s frustration. For him not to get a touch until 2 minutes ago in the first half is unheard of. So, Jalen, you got to swallow your pride a little bit, get the ball to your big gun out there. That's number 11.
All right, AFC. Chiefs or Bills? Who's better?
Chiefs are better. They're just more consistent, know how to win at the end, really. That's all you can say. And they're going to be tough out at Arrowhead. If they get that home field advantage, they'll get Hollywood Brown back. They'll be able to make some bigger plays in the passing game. I know Xavier Worthy's a fast guy, but he's not really a route runner yet. He just has a straight line speed guy. They need some help, some guys that can run some routes, get down the field. Hollywood will help them out a lot. Getting the left tackle situated will help out a lot. But defensively, McDuffie and obviously Chris Jones, they have 2 all-star type guys on defense. They're always going to be in games, and if you're in a game, late in the game, who do you want to have the ball in your hand more than Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, there's nobody in the league. So, all right, so you're saying the Chiefs are better than the Bills. Then what's your pecking order in the AFC after that? Is it Buffalo, and then I would think Pittsburgh, Baltimore in that conversation? Do you believe in the Texans? Like, how do you see the conference behind Kansas City?
Well, I think Texans are awful right now. I think their offensive line stinks. I don't know. They've really degressed, in my opinion. I thought the Texans might be able to make a run at the AFC Championship, but after watching them play, not a chance. I think Pittsburgh, you got to give them a chance because of their physical style of football that I mentioned that carries over into January. Obviously, Baltimore, they get things right offensively. Defensively, they'll be right in it. Yeah, I think Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Kansas City, Buffalo, those four. That's it. The Chargers are done. They don't have any skill outside of McConkey, and he's been out. And Denver, not a chance. And I don't know who else is going to make it.
There you go. Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny each and every week right here at 5 o'clock on Mondays. By the way, I had a cookie swap this weekend at the house for a little holiday get-together. So that means everyone brings cookies, and you leave it on the table, and then you can take someone else's cookies, and you fill up a bin with everyone's cookies. What's your preferred?
You kept them all.
What's that?
You kept them all, didn't you?
Oh, I ate all. I mean, I pummeled so many cookies. It's unbelievable. What's your preferred cookie of choice, Jay?
Oh, God, that's a tough one. I like macadamia nut for some reason. Like when I go to Subway, you get a choice between oatmeal and the chocolate chip and macadamia nut. I like macadamia nut, and I like chocolate chip. Those are good. There's a lot of different cookies, but that's the most common ones that I would prefer.
I'm out on macadamia nut, so we would make good friends. You can keep those. I'll do the chocolate chip.
I love chocolate chip too, but macadamia nut for some reason. I like the crunch. I like the, I don't know. All right.
I'm fine with it. I'll let you have it. What about, you
like
said you
oatmeal
go get a
cookies,
sub?
too. I like
What's your normal sub order? What's your go-to?
I get a turkey. I load it up, turkey, some cheese. Put it in a toaster a little bit. Then I get lettuce, onion, tomato, a little bit of oil, vinegar, salt, pepper, jalapenos, all that good stuff.
I like it. This guy knows what he's doing. Come on. Jay Gruden, ladies and gentlemen, on G&D. All right, good convo. We will get back with you next week after the Commanders go to New Orleans and get a big win over the Saints. How about it?
Yeah, let's blow them out.
I mean, no Derek Carr, right? 31st ranked defense in the league, dead last against the run. Feels like a big Brian Robinson game.
All we got to do is everybody look for Alvin Kamara and make sure we have somebody over the top of Valdez Scantling for a big play, and it's going to be a bloodbath.
Ooh, bloodbath. Let's go. All right, Jay, we'll talk to you next week.
You got it. See you guys later.
All right, grab that audio, Darius, if things go ugly, so that we can remind Jay. What is your level of confidence about the Commanders against the Saints? We'll get into that next. Plus, who's got to step up for Washington in the stretch run here? 4 games to go. Who's got to ball out for them to not only get to the playoffs, but go into the postseason with some momentum? You're listening to Grant and Danny. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Washington had a bye week. They get back to work today. You'll hear from Dan Quinn coming up in about 30 minutes right here on the Fan. Addressed a bunch of important issues, including Marshawn Lattimore's status. Looks like he's trending toward making his debut for the Commanders against his former team, New Orleans Saints, on the road. That would be awesome. Great storyline there. He played almost 100 games. Only team he's ever played for. Gets traded from New Orleans to Washington. Has not been able to play since. And wouldn't you know it, sports are the best. His first game where he's healthy enough to get back on the field will come at the Superdome against the Saints. You'll hear Dan Quinn talk about that. Also injury updates on Andrew Wiley, some of the other players that were banged up going into the bye week. But with 4 games to go, I wanted to focus here on which Commander you think has to step up in the stretch run if they're going to punch a playoff ticket. At minimum, they've got to win 2 games and get some help. Very likely, they've got to go 3-1. And if they can go 3-1 down the stretch, they're almost certainly going to get in. There's still a 7, 8, 9% chance they wouldn't make it at that point. But if they're 11-6 with their tiebreaker-friendly metrics going into the stretch run here, where they are 5-3 in the NFC, because 2 of their losses are to AFC foe, the Baltimore Ravens and the Pittsburgh Steelers. They actually have some of the best tie-breaking numbers in the NFC playoff picture, which is nice. They've also been really good in their own division, which isn't as important for the conference wild card tie-breaking, but they've done a good job winning the games that quote-unquote matter the most this year, which is beneficial. But I put together a little list here, and we'll get to you guys in a moment. Again, the question being who's got to step up down the stretch. Number 1 for me is Brian Robinson. I think when they're running the ball effectively, they are a different football team. Brian Robinson is their best running back, and when he has had his big games, they have looked to be at their peak. You think about the game he had against the Tennessee Titans when they beat him by 23 points, runs for 100 yards, and they basically shut him down in the second half of the game. Would have been a 150, 160-yard game pretty easily. Earlier in the year at Arizona, B-Rob, in his 100-yard performance, one of 3 this year, averaged 5 yards a carry, caught 3 balls out of the backfield, maybe his best game of the season, 20 for a buck. And in that game, they scored 42 points, and they win going away. By the way, not lost on me, their 2 highest scoring totals of the year, 42 points. In both of those games, Robinson has run for 100 yards. And then finally, you've got his game against the Giants, which was a squeaker very early on, but he went for a $133, 40 on 1 carry, his longest run of the season before the Titans game when he had a 40-yard touchdown just before the bye. But I think if they get him going with momentum, where he's in the lineup for a month straight, where he's not missing time, where they're giving him 17, 18, 19, 20 carries, it also feels like they've spelled him a little bit for this stretch run. They did not give him the ball a single time after halftime in 2 games this year, right? He didn't get a carry in the Carolina game after halftime, had 12 for 71 and a touchdown in the first half. Basically did all of his damage in the first half against the Titans. They have been pretty selective. There have been some 13 carry, 16 carry games where as a team collectively, they had twice as many carries and they fed McNichols or Rodriguez in the second half of games. I think that's probably telling that they were keeping him fresh for this run. Now it's time to really, I think, get him going in a big way and let him carry you. So he would be number 1 on my list. On defense, my top guy that I think they have to get going or need more out of, let's say, in this stretch run is Daron Payne. We've talked about him a lot this season. The lack of impact plays, the tackles for loss, the sacks, the flash moments that are few and far between. He had a half sack against the Titans. Remember, the sack against the Cowboys was kind of a fluky thing where you touch a guy who's down, but he does at least have hits on the quarterback in consecutive weeks, tackles for loss in consecutive games. He had not done that all year. I mean, he had been really a shell of himself. The other reason I bring up a D tackle, I was thinking about him or Johnny Newton. While their remaining schedule is favorable, and we've talked about the fact that they could, maybe should, win 3 out of these 4 games, and that's if you don't stun the Eagles, who are going to be hard to beat. stopping Saquon Barkley and the Eagles' running game has been next to impossible this year. But that is the key if you're going to hang with the Eagles, is keeping Barkley quiet, keeping him from getting off. He ran for 146 yards and 2 touchdowns against Washington. And they did a really good job in the first 3 quarters of that game. But eventually the levees broke. The dam opened up and they got tired. I think part of that was a short week, quick turnaround Thursday game, 70-plus plays they were on the field for the week, in the game against Pittsburgh just before that. And so all in 1 week, you're talking about like 100 and plus plays of snaps where you're on the field. And of course, you're going to wear down and fatigue. But can they slow down Saquon Barkley? Can they stop the run? Payne's got to be a big part of that as part of that D-tackle rotation that they've got. So I would put him on the short list defensively of someone that's got to really lift his performance in these final 4 games. Let's go to Will in Fairfax on G&D. What's up, Will? How are you?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
Good, man. Who do you got to see more from? Who do you want to see elevate their game in these final 4 if Washington is going to make the playoffs?
I got to get some more out of Noah Brown or the wide receiver group as a whole. I mean, I can't watching these games, watching drop passes, watching routes not being run correctly or to the sticks. I mean, I love the fact you brought up Brian Robinson has to, show up and do his thing. But at the end of the day, we're going to face 35s, 37s, and, having Terry as your only consistent option, you can't do that. I'm not surprised that Jaden Daniels isn't throwing the ball down the field 20, 30 yards when you don't have guys that really know what they're doing. I love to see some more out of Luke McCaffrey. At this point, I think that's our biggest hole. I mean, if we don't address that, I think every other position group stepped up this year, probably more than what we thought they would, look at the record. But the wide receiver group, it's bad. It's just bad, and we need someone to step up in that group and, play for a contract. All those guys are on contract years, except for McLaurin and Luke McCaffrey. Show some pride, show some heart, get the damn ball.
Yeah, so Noah Brown is the guy, I think, that would be the player that, if not McLaurin at receiver, helps you the most. He's banged up. I want to hear what Dan Quinn says in his press conference coming up. You'll hear in 20 minutes on Noah Brown's status moving forward. But remember, he got hurt making a diving attempt for a catch in the Titans game. He was kind of open. It was a little errant throw toward the sideline, landed funny, and then he didn't play after that. But he was actually playing an okay game. Had 3 for 27 on 4 targets at that point. He had a big game against Dallas. His former team went 6 for 71 on 10 targets. They really fed him. The offense seemingly went more through him than McLaurin. But there's been too many drops, as you said, from Noah Brown. The other area where he's struggled, and I did not anticipate this either, was he's so big that I would think just being able to box guys out, some of the comeback routes that they run to him, the little hitch routes, the little 5-7 yard turnaround, ball's going to be on you, come back to the quarterback stuff, should be more of a layup because of his size, where even if you don't threaten enough vertically down the field that guys aren't buying that you're, carrying out a 9 route, when he slams on the brakes and comes back to the ball at 6'2", 225, I would think he would just be able to keep a DB from making a play on the ball with size. And he's got to just attack the football more, to me. Be a little more aggressive. It's a huge part of this offense. They love to throw those stop routes to him and to McLaurin. You see Terry really fight through to the ball. Very rarely ever do you get PBUs when you're throwing that to his side. Noah Brown, I think, has got to be a little better in that regard. I think he's awesome at some of the other stuff they've asked him to do, some of the in-breaking, dig type routes in the middle of the field. He gets a little separation, has a feel for setting up defenders and throttling it down in zones, which I like. But I want to see him use a little bit more suddenness. And I know he's not a twitch guy necessarily. Like, that's something where those 5 and 7 yards you're trying to steal to set up a 2nd and 5 or a 3rd and 2 on a 2nd and 10. It's pertinent for this offense. They've got to be able to stay ahead of the sticks. And you just saw too many times against Dallas and some of these other games where a defender would fight through his body and break up a pass, or he just didn't secure the catch for whatever reason. But I think it's been a massive victory for them to get what they have out of Noah Brown after he got cut by the Texans. Like, to have your number 2 guy in 35 catches, 450 yards. He's going to have a 600-yard season, maybe 750. depending on how he finishes the year, based on his averages, as someone that they basically claimed off the scrap heap. That's a huge deal and a win for Adam Peters and this staff. In fact, he gave credit to Lance Newmark, said Newmark was all over Noah Brown. But if you're saying you want a little bit more juice, you want a little bit more out of him, I think that's totally fair. You got to get another receiver other than McLaurin going consistently in this final month. 800-636-1067 is the number if you want to hop in. The question is, 4 games to go. Commanders need to win at least 2. Would really like to win 3, and they'd be in a very good spot. Who do you think has to step up to get them to those 3 wins? You're listening to The Fan. G&D on the Fan. Danny is on assignment today. Sounds very formal. He's working hard. Hopefully he's back tomorrow. Darius and Ryan on the production. They're getting ready for our trip to New Orleans. We will be in the air on Thursday night. In fact, I think we're going to have to leave the show a little bit early on Thursday just to make sure we get to the airport with a 7:55 departure. I don't know if you've flown with Danny very much, Darius. Get ready to watch him sprint through the airport, full speed. He will leave you in his dust.
I've flown with him twice now. Well, I guess it'd be 4 times because back and forth.
How was it?
I mean, it's exactly as you said.
Yeah.
It's just he's frantic, and it's impossible to keep up with him. It's I gave up at one
There's
point.
no reason to even try.
It's just I'll see you when I get there.
Early on, I always tried to keep up with him. I'm like, what's the point of this? Because as you said, you're not going to. And also, we'll eventually meet up at our destination.
Maybe if I was an in shape person, I can keep up with him. But if you try, you're out of breath in the first.
My
30
favorite thing is that Danny is always so adamant about getting first to the front of the line or getting to the gate, and it never works out. Like our gate will change and we'll somehow beat him there, or he'll get to the gate or something for the departure, only to find out that really we're delayed for an hour. So then he comes and joins us in the restaurant. It's like, no, you don't. It doesn't have to be this way.
You remember how rickety was when our flight got delayed out of where was the last place we went?
Oh yeah, I don't remember.
Cincinnati. When we were leaving, when we were leaving from Kentucky, he was so ricked.
Yeah, he was furious, and it was like a 20-minute delay, and it was fine. But yes, he will. We will have plenty of tales to regale people with. It'll be nice. But make sure you guys start your Christmas shopping because you are losing a critical weekend here. I was thinking about this. I just told Ryan, said, "What are you doing for dinner?" Is the wife making dinner? I said, "I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to be home. I got a couple things I got to do after work. I might even add Christmas shopping on the back end because everyone's going to be asleep by the time I get home anyway. At least just start to get ahead of the game here." I didn't know Clary over here has already been doing his Amazon shopping for a month. He's got everything packed, ready to go. He's already wrapped everything and put it under the tree, this guy. He's ahead of the game. All right, let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. So I've got Brian Robinson on offense, Deron Payne on defense as the guys that I think have to step up in the stretch run for the Commanders. Will in Greenbelt, what do you say?
Hey, how you doing? I want to see more of Chris Rodriguez. I'm kind of surprised that they haven't used him more than what they have. Every time he gets in the game, he produces. He was in the game fourth quarter the last game, ended up with 94 yards. And I think if you look at his yards per carry average, it's like 6.5 or something like that. Nothing less than that. It might be a little bit more. And I think it's a great way to relieve Brian Robinson, and to me, he would be the first running back off the bench when you give Brian Robinson a rest.
Yeah, he is the closest thing you've got, Will, to B-Rob, in my opinion, in terms of the thick, battering ram, punishing, body lean, always falling forward, physical, bring a buddy if you want to get me down running back. Like, that's what he does. It is surprising to me that they don't routinely use him to spell Robinson, to your point, if they want to be that physical bullying team. That's always interesting to me that he doesn't get more work. Having said that, I'm at a place with him where they must know something that we don't. Because to your point, it is so obvious every time they use him that he's successful and he's good. 13 for 94 against the Titans, 11 for 52 against the Giants. They view him as this closer, right? This finisher. He's Rivera. You bring him in second half, he salts the game away. But if you never get to that point other than once every month, 6 weeks or whatever when he's active, then you just don't use him. He's averaging 6 a carry this year, 5.2 for his career. You just can't convince me. I know it's not going to be great out of the backfield catching the football. He's not going to be a pass pro guy. But just running the ball, you can't find a way to give him 3, 5, 6, 7 carries a week, especially with Eckler hurt? Come on. Eddie in Caroline County, you're on the Fan. What's up, Eddie?
What's going on, boys? And I'm surprised nobody's mentioned this yet, man. I think Noah Brown is great on the outside. I think he's been a great complimentary piece. Yeah, he could probably do a little better. use his body a little better. But I think the real problem, man, is we have nobody in the slot. We have nobody in the middle of the field. If their name isn't Zach Ertz, then they're not getting the ball in the middle of the field. So I think either Luke McCaffrey needs to kind of step up his game, or we got to find a solution in the slot. I think that would open up a lot of things.
Appreciate you, buddy. It just doesn't seem to be that much a part of what they do offensively. Jaden Daniels didn't throw the ball in the middle of the field a lot in college. I don't think it naturally is where he's looking or where he wants to major in throwing the ball, but it just certainly has not been a big part of what they do. Occasionally, whether it's Noah Brown or Terry McLaurin, as you mentioned, or Ertz, like they do target their leading receivers there. And maybe that's where you'd come back and say, well, it's just got to be personnel. Except that if you look at some of the separation score stuff and some of the grades on guys getting open, Luke McCaffrey supposedly does get open. Zacchaeus is basically just a little tunnel screen, rarely used bubble screen, line of scrimmage throw kind of guy. They don't really ever ask him to run routes out of the slot. So I just think it's not a big part of the offense at this point. But I'm with you. It'd be nice if they could develop more of a role for someone, McCaffrey otherwise, in the slot, down the stretch, to try to open up that area of the field. You're going to hear from Dan Quinn, some important updates, including Marshawn Lattimore. Is he going to make his season debut for the Commanders in New Orleans? That's coming up next segment. Also got a couple of thoughts on the college football playoff as well. We'll get to those as soon as we come back on G&D. stretch run of Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. Thanks for making the show part of your day. The college football playoff bracket was released over the weekend. First and foremost, this is going to be incredibly fun. We're going to watch this college football playoff and say, I cannot believe we haven't been doing this for years. I already feel that way. I'm looking at a flawed group of 12. I'm looking at a terribly assembled process because they don't reseed, and the best teams from the regular season are getting screwed in a couple of ways, which I'll get into. And with all of my complaints and all of my gripes, I'm going, what an amazing next couple of weeks this is going to be. We should have always been doing this. Now, that having been said, there are always going to be complaints, and we could expand the thing to 16 and someone will be upset, and then you expand it to 20 and somebody else is angry. That'll always be the case. But the first argument everybody's been having is, did the right 12 teams get in? And really the only conversation at that point is Alabama or SMU. SMU, a 2-loss team out of the ACC, year one in the ACC, or Alabama, a 3-loss team out of the SEC. The problem for Alabama is that while, yes, they play a tougher schedule, and yes, they have a better overall resume in terms of quality of opponent and wins, their losses were bad. They lost to one ranked team in Tennessee and 2 unranked teams in Oklahoma and Vanderbilt. Those are 2 really hard losses to explain away when you're on the bubble as a 3-loss team. So I don't think Alabama has like a great argument to suggest that their resume overall, with those 2 unranked losses and 3 overall losses, is better than SMU's. The only argument for Alabama fans and for the SEC should be Alabama's a better team than SMU, which they are. The playoffs would be better if Alabama was in them than if SMU is in them, which is probably true. But what do you want the playoffs to be? Is it based on the merit of the season that you just played, or is it just based on who the better teams are? Like when you field a group of 12, when you put together this 12-team playoff, what should you be asking yourself if you're the committee? Is the question as simple as, who are the 12 best teams in America right now that if everyone played each other, this team would win the most games? Because I think if Alabama played SMU, they would beat them handily. That's different than having a better resume or being more deserving of getting in. What should matter? And if you believe, like I do, that you just want to see the best teams in the playoffs and that Alabama's a better team, so you'd like to see them in, the problem with that, and the reason it's probably wrong, is that then why even have a season? Right? I mean, if Alabama just gets in over SMU because they're better, which is probably true, then what's the point of SMU even playing their year? Or Alabama could have lost 4 games and still get in at that point? 3 games, the cutoff? I mean, to me, SMU, had they have beaten Clemson, would have been deservedly in by losing to Clemson and having the 2 losses. They also lost to BYU. I think they opened the door. I wouldn't have really had a problem either way. I think SMU was the right decision in this 12-team playoff. Again, I am biased to wanting to see more SEC teams, just wanting to see the powers in college football in this first go-round in this playoff all colliding with each other in a battle royale. But don't think that was wrong. Think they probably got it right. Now, overall complaints. You've got to reseed after the first round. That's how you benefit the best teams in America. So in other words, Oregon is number 1, and they're going to get a winner from Ohio State, Tennessee in their first playoff game. Meanwhile, Boise State is number 3. They have the same bye Oregon does, and then their first playoff game is going to be against the winner of SMU, PSU. So they're going to play either Penn State, probably, or SMU, whereas Oregon's got to play Ohio State, which is a better team than either of those two, decidedly. Why is Oregon the one team, the number 1 in the country, the 1 seed, the best team in America, that has deservedly, after this season, navigated the rankings to the top? Why are they getting Ohio State, whereas Boise State's going to potentially get SMU? Are you kidding me? You've got to reseed. So in other words, Texas is a 5, and they get Clemson and then Arizona State. That's as light as could be to get to the semis for a team that doesn't have a bye. Like, I might rather do that if I'm Oregon Play Clemson, I'll beat them. Play Arizona State, I'll beat them. Although Cam Scatteraboo is silly. And get to the semis rather than just having to play Ohio State in one game. I can make the case that Texas as a 5 has an easier path to the semis than Oregon does. I thought they got screwed. And then SMU being ranked over Clemson was also really interesting. I get it, 11-2 versus 10-3, but they literally just played. Clemson beat them in the ACC championship game. So I think they got some things to iron out. It's not perfect, but it's going to be really, really fun. Cannot wait. It'll be a blast. And we will be previewing the games and picking the games getting closer to the weekend on the show. But if you haven't checked out the bracket, it's a good look. 12 teams. You got the 4 byes. Nobody really saw the byes coming the way that it worked out when the season began, obviously. When, you got Boise State crashing the party at number 3, Arizona State, a bye in the college football playoff. Like, what is that? Are you kidding me? It's hilarious. Oregon and Georgia, your traditional powers. The way I see it going, I think Texas beats Clemson, then they beat Arizona State, sets up an Oregon-Texas matchup. I wouldn't be surprised if Tennessee beat Ohio State in that 8-9 game. And so we're going to get Oregon and Texas in the Final Four, which I love. Penn State will beat SMU. Then they'll play Boise State. I think that'll be a great game, but let's say Penn State comes out of that part of the bracket. Notre Dame beats Indiana. Then Notre Dame, which had a tough draw, gets Georgia. So you're setting up a Final Four of Texas against Oregon, Penn State against Georgia, and then a Oregon-Georgia national championship game, in my opinion, which I would think Dan Lanning's Ducks win. But we should have been doing this for a long, long time. Now let's just reseed and fix some of the things that we can already tell are going to be mistakes. All right, Dan Quinn at the podium today, out in Ashburn, meeting with reporters. Out of the bye week, the Commanders are back to work, at an opening statement and address some of his injured players. Some critical info here from DQ. Let's listen in.
The first thing I'd hit you up with is, I really enjoyed the day with the players. It was a little bit like first day back at school. A lot of bounce in the step, a lot of energy to get rolling, and for them to see each other and honestly, get ready to go back to work and focus on some of the things that we really want to chase getting better at. And so, like I said, it was a good day and lots to hit on. So let's get started with you guys.
Hey, Dan. Let's go back to Marshawn. What did you guys see from him last week in his progress, and what do you anticipate this week from him?
Last week went good, John. A lot of top speed running. So hitting all the markers as we're moving along. He was able to participate in the work that we did today. And as we're getting into practice, we're looking forward to getting him, regular work with the practice with the guys, and then we'll take that all the way through the week. But we were very encouraged about all the work that he and the medical team have put in. He's hitting all the steps along the way, and look forward to doing that more in practice this week as well.
What do you need to see from him as you get to Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
Just the markers of him being able to, hit all the speeds, all the change of directions, and really all the things that will come up in practice for his position. So we've put him through a lot of tests, John, all the strength, all the speed to go. And so he's hit all the markers up until now. And so that process that we have is a strict one for that reason, to, keep the players safe and healthy. And so he's done a really good job of, making sure he could hit them. And we'll take that into practice now this week. And hopefully that'll lead into, a full week of practice and into the game. But until we get all the way to that spot, I'll, stay guarded and then, give you guys updates as we get into Friday.
What's your plan at kicker?
Our plan?
Yes.
Yeah, we're staying where we're at as we finished up in the last game. So that's the plan as we're hitting it today. Zane's healthy and he's kicking.
Oh, he's signing to the 53?
The rosters that we'll have up. Yeah, we'll talk about that coming in this week, but that will be easy. Now I get where you're going. You came at me so quickly with that, Nikki. I'm sorry. I wasn't ready for that. Yes, we're planning on Zane to be the kicker moving forward.
Okay.
There we go.
And just the extra time, what can that do for all the guys, especially those in the trenches?
Yeah, I think coming into it, you wanted to make sure we didn't talk a lot about the bye. It felt like a long, far off way. And so when we were going into it, we knew we needed some space to heal up and to get healthy. Coming out of it, that's why I enjoyed today being around them. There was a bounce and an energy with the guys to get going. So in December and January football, the line of scrimmage is really the thing that leads the way, both sides. And we've seen that all over the league for years and years. And so that will be no different this year. And so to have these guys trending this way, at this time of year and feeling better, Nikki, that's a big deal.
Dan, I'm sort of curious, like how you spent your weekend without a game. Specifically, was there any type of scoreboard watching, or were you paying attention to certain teams to start to get a feel for what's going on in the NFC?
Not as much on yesterday. Wanted to watch New Orleans, so that's where my focus was. Into the game, and then after that game was over, other games to go. But generally, if I had more time, that's usually where I would look to the NFC. But honestly, for us as the teams, goes, we don't really try to look too far down the line, and we'll leave that to you and everybody outside just to make sure that for us, Ben, like the only fight that matters is the one we're in. That's what we do have control over, and it's honestly a big story to make sure that we can have the discipline just to stay in it and just to New Orleans to go, because as you know, it's almost like so much talk externally about things 4 and 5 weeks down the road that I just don't want to miss anything that's into just this week, because that's really the only thing that we have control over. So that's what I do.
And in terms of getting ready for the stretch run, I know you wanted to take some time off, but I'm sure there was some self-scouting going on. And I'm just curious, like at this point, is it looking back at just recent games? Do you factor in all the season, or kind of whatever you did, what was sort of your thought process and your staff's process going to do that?
Yep. You start first individually, with the players, and you wanted to find any trends of where we were, at the beginning to where we are as you're moving through each course of the season. So we are able to basically self-scout as we're going, Ben, but you also want to, get more specific, get a little further down. What's that on man coverage? What's this, route combination? What does that look like? How do we put different people in different spots to make sure they can really do what they're doing? So you want to look from an individual standpoint first. Are we putting the guys in the right spots to make the right plays, based on their skills? Then from a scheme standpoint, what's been successful and why? And you want to make sure you want to feature the things the guys can really nail, Ben, so they can play without hesitation to absolutely let it rip. When injuries and stuff factor in, okay, you don't just plug and play. There's, certain people that will have to take up, different responsibilities for example, like Austin. And so that also factors in. But you look individually, player wise, then scheme. And then from the coaching side, you do want to make sure you look ahead to say, what contingencies would we need? And that's always the part of having a big, deep roster that you want to make sure is the next ready. And so that's part of my push, Ben, with the staff, to always make sure that everybody, is on the push to get ready. So there's not a player on the roster, oh, it's okay, he's just developing. I don't think that way at all. Each position group, each week, we're pushing them to say, are you ready? Are you prepared? And that's how we can get the whole group ready, as opposed to having to look elsewhere when those things come up.
You're listening to Dan Quinn's press conference from earlier today out in Ashburn with the bye week over on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
What are those specific things you're looking for your team to improve on coming out of the bye?
We still want to improve on our turnover margin, Sam. I think we're at 8th or 9th, somewhere into that space, but we'd love to, as we're pushing through these games, you want to be able to try to finish in double digits if you can. And so we're not there yet. And so that's always one that's at the front of my thinking. Then you get into like tackling and breaking tackles from a, fundamental standpoint. How do you work that? How do you break leverage onto people? And then as we're going in through that, we're always come back to the line of scrimmages. Now, I think I was referring earlier about that, with either John or with Nikki, about that's going to be, an area of emphasis for us. And not just this game and the next game, but really just moving forward. That has to be, a strong part of what we do.
Last Thursday, late in the fourth quarter, the Lions were driving in a tie game deep in opponent territory, and they decided to go for it rather than kick a field goal. I'm wondering if you watched that, if you had a reaction to it, just as a head coach being in, sort of similar position. Yeah, it's fun about that. We do that, and we go through a lot of those every week with Dave Gardy. And so there were some yesterday, in fact, with some of the games that we go through, but it is a fun part of that process to go through. When you're into that spot, there's also, how are you doing? What's the opponent look like? And so some of it is gut
to say, hey, what's the distance that you have to go? But it certainly paid off for them, on that particular one. So that's a good call.
On your more successful teams over the years, how have they been able to handle the challenge of this is a big game this week at a big time of the season and not get overwhelmed by the moment?
Yeah, it's a good topic. And that's really, Dave, that you want. This is why you lean in on some of the players that have been in that experience. I'm talking about a Wagner. I'm talking about an Ertz. I'm talking about ones that, hey, man, Allegretti, let's talk through this and have the discussions about leaning into this game. And one thing I do like, Dave, I think it's important. I learned it from Coach Carroll, that if you just continue to make each of the games the same process, the same way that you go prepare, when you do step into these arenas, you don't make the next one bigger than the next one. And because you can get in your own head about that, but you really stay true to that process. Earlier this year, we've all heard a lot about trust the process. That's been maybe a buzzword, I don't know how many years, but it's certainly maybe 5 or 10 years. Magic Johnson spoke to us, and he said, he just added one word at the end, David, I thought was important. He said, enjoy the process of winning. And I thought he was right. It's not just the process of getting ready. Or for us, that's competition Wednesday. That's where our team starts, and Thursday and Friday and into Saturday. And then you get to the game and you really feel confident because you put the work in. And that's what he was talking about, the process of winning. And I thought, what a great one word fill in at the end, not just the process, but the process of winning.
What was Wiley able to do last week, if anything?
Went all through the process for us, and everything's trending up for him to go and get a full week of work in. So it just worked out that time and that space, was helpful for him.
You're listening to Dan Quinn's press conference from earlier today out in Ashburn with the bye week over on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
Hi, Dan. To your point of enjoy the process of winning, in its simplest form right now, your team controls their own destiny. Win out, and you guys are going to the playoffs. Do you emphasize that to your players about, hey, the ball's in our court, and how exciting is that to be in this position?
Scott, you must have just logged on. There's zero chance we're talking about 4 weeks down the road. But what I can tell you, my friend, is that we really try to stay into the here and now. And honestly, what I talked about with the team was a concept of base camp. We're not at the bottom, but we're nowhere near the summit. You just try to get to the next camp, and then to the next one, and then to the next one. And so if we continue to chase that, Scott, that's where it's at for us. And so for us this week, we're going to constantly chase, can we get better and get everything we need to do for New Orleans? The following week, we'll do the same. But I just, try to make it a discipline. Can we be disciplined enough to not look 3 and 4 weeks down the road? And that's what we'll constantly go after. So sorry to spoil your moment there, but I did have to correct you on that one.
No moment. In terms of Jaden, Coach, he obviously has a great foundation. He's learning. He's growing. This final stretch, these 4 games, how do you want to see him evolve? How do you want to see him grow even more? What's the next step for Jaden?
Yeah, I think what I saw going into this season was a player that this is a real competitor, and he knew in those winning time moments, what that would look like and how he would respond. And so, learning as you're going, that's a big piece of playing quarterback. How does different people try to play in? How do you react to that, knowing that they're going to try to play a certain way? So the understanding of the system, he's nailed that. The competitive nature, he's nailed that. Now, when it comes time to they're trying to play us a certain way, how quickly can we react and play into what's needed for that moment? And I have a sense he'll absolutely nail that too, Scott. He's just that type of competitor. And what I did see in the last game was for him, full speed processes and decisions. And you had heard me talk about the importance of that practice time for him. And I really felt that heading into our last game, which was against Tennessee, but all the way through the practice week, all the reps, all the, stuff that went into it. I felt that on game day. And so I expect, as you were trying to say, what am I looking to see from him? I expect to see more of that moving forward, now that we're back into, full swings of practice and playing.
Last
game, Sheldon Day was one of the captains. So can you share what you've seen out of him so far?
Yes, I thought he's really made a significant impact here, and I would consider him one of the glue guys here behind the scenes that can help people connect, stay together. He's a very consistent player, and so up some games, not active for some games, but to see him remain the same each and every week, Candy, I thought that was significant, and that type of consistency was rewarded. That's why we named him a captain for that game. But he's got a nice way about him of connecting behind the scenes to make sure the people are in the right spots, doing the right things, and I've been certainly impressed by that.
And you mentioned where you all are regarding the line of scrimmage. So can you share a little bit more about your thoughts on where you think the team is right now?
Sure. As we're going, we wanted to make sure from the way we run the ball, run defense, all of that being such an important phase of what we do. A lot of the time, the run offense and the run defense can be the longest to get going. But now that we've established a lot of playing time together, that has to be the focal point, as we're moving forward through this final stage of the second half of the season for us. And so that part, run game, all 11 together, pass protection, same thing defensively, the run defense, and how does all that tie together? That's really what makes it all come alive. And the fun part of that is not every offense does it exactly the same. So defending one offense is different from another one. And that's kind of the fun part of being in the NFL and coaching, to say, this is what you have to get done this week. It's not the same exact every week, but defending different players and different schemes. And we certainly have a running back here that is exceptional, that we'll head down to New Orleans to face. And he's a perfect example of that.
That was Commanders head coach Dan Quinn out in Ashburn today, meeting with the media with the bye week over. Speaking of over, that'll do it for our show. Big thanks to Darius and Ryan for their work behind the production. Hopefully Danny is back in the saddle tomorrow. Thanks to everybody who listened and enjoyed the program. We appreciate you. You can keep the conversation going on all things social media at Grant H. Paulson as we continue into the evening. Toby's got live and local overtime ahead of Monday Night Football. Next, it's Tober time, and then Pigskin on the Fan tonight. Thanks for checking us out. Keep it locked in here on your flagship home for the Caps and the Nats.
Thank you for coming.